Order. We will now begin the orders of the day, beginning with the daily routine. We will begin with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas March 31st marks the International Transgender Day of Visibility, a day to celebrate transgender people and raise awareness of the transgender community's struggles and achievements. And whereas transgender people often face discrimination, harassment, and violence, as well as barriers to healthcare, employment, housing, and other necessities. And whereas in Nova Scotia, gender identity and gender expression are protected characteristics under the Nova Scotia Human Rights Act, and the Status of Women Office acknowledges trans women under its mandate and recognizes the International Transgender Day of Visibility as an important step towards raising awareness of the challenges often faced by transgender people. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in taking the opportunity to show our support and amplify the voices of the transgender community and recognize the significant contributions the community has made to our province. Madam Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas epilepsy is a neurological disorder of the central nervous system that impacts the brain and causes seizures presenting in different forms such as a blank stare, muscle spasms, odd sensations, or convulsions, whereas between 0.5 and 1% of the population suffer with epilepsy, impacting approximately 50 million people worldwide. Whereas Purple Day is recognized every year on March 26th and is a day dedicated to increasing awareness about epilepsy, encouraging conversation on the topic to dispel myths, and inform those with seizures that they are not alone. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this chamber recognize March 26th as Purple Day and thank the Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes and its advocates for providing education, support, and advocacy for individuals living with epilepsy and their families. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Any further government notices of motion? If not, we'll move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Create a Free Heat Pump Program.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Create a Free Heat Pump Program. Thank you.
Bill 449, an act to create a free heat pump program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will be the first of 3 bills I table, and I'd just like to quickly say thank you to the community members that put their time into helping me put these together. So I beg leave to table this first bill, an act to amend Chapter 23 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Assessment Act, respecting a property tax cap for disaster victims.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 23 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Assessment Act, respecting a property tax cap for disaster victims.
Bill 450, an act to amend Chapter 23 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Assessment Act, respecting a property tax cap for disaster victims.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce another bill entitled An Act to Establish an Infrastructure Fund for Emergency Access and Connector Roads.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish an Infrastructure Fund for Emergency Access and Connector Roads.
Bill 451, an act to establish an infrastructure fund for emergency access and connector roads.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a third bill entitled An Act Respecting Emergency Preparedness.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Emergency Preparedness.
Bill 452, an act respecting emergency preparedness.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements, notice of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia has the highest rate of poverty amongst those over 65 of any province in the country, and whereas this is directly related to the fact that Nova Scotia is one of only 2 provincial jurisdictions that does not have a program directly supplementing the GIS of low-income seniors, and to the fact that the other province in this category, Prince Edward Island, has a Seniors Independence Initiative program which is more than twice as generous as the parallel program, the Seniors Care Grant in Nova Scotia. And whereas the Seniors Care Grant in Nova Scotia is not to be compared with the Seniors Supplement in BC, the Alberta Seniors Benefit, the Saskatchewan Seniors Income Plan, the Manitoba 55 Plus program, the Ontario Government Annual Income System, the Quebec Retirement Pension Supplement, the New Brunswick Low Income Seniors Benefit, or the Newfoundland and Labrador Seniors Benefit, all of which are automatically received by eligible beneficiaries, as opposed to the Nova Scotia Senior Care Grant, which requires an application and requires receipts. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly directs the Standing Committee on Community Services at the earliest opportunity to summon witnesses and provide an examination of the advisability of instituting a seniors' income benefit in Nova Scotia, on the model of that received by a majority of GIS-eligible seniors in the country. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I give notice that on a future date, I will move the following motion. Whereas, according to Statistics Canada, Nova Scotia has a higher proportion of queer and transgendered residents than any other province in Canada, and the provincial government aims to increase Nova Scotia's overall population twofold by 2060. And whereas trans and gender diverse Nova Scotia students continue to face additional barriers to a safe and equitable education, with 51% of trans and queer students reporting experiences of homophobia and transphobia in the 2023 Student Success Survey, and the Government of Nova Scotia has a duty to provide safe schools for all students. Whereas the 31st day of every March is recognized globally as the Transgender Day of Visibility, with the week preceding it or including it often recognized as the Transgender Week of Visibility. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly show its support for all of our trans and gender diverse constituents during Transgender Week of Visibility by referring the matter to the Standing Committee on Human Resources to make recommendations on how to improve the public education experiences of trans and gender diverse Nova Scotians. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion has been tabled. Are there any further notices of motion before we move on to statements? All right, we'll now begin statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg leave to make an introduction pertaining to my member statement.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to draw all members' attention to the East Gallery. I'm very honored today to have a guest in our gallery who's doing amazing work in the province of Nova Scotia and, in fact, all over Canada. Valley resident Jen Holloman is here with her partner Ryan Roberts, a good friend of mine as well, and I've gotten to know Jen quite a lot over the last year, Madam Speaker. Jen is a well-known, tireless, passionate, inspiring advocate for families and communities dealing with the terrible scourge of human trafficking. And as we know, Nova Scotia is one of the highest incidents of human trafficking in Canada. And Jen and her story is well known. She's asked to speak all over Canada and around the world. And she works with country music star Paul Brandt, who is the co-chair of the Alberta Office to Combat Trafficking of Persons. And she is just doing amazing things, and I'm so honored to have her here today to talk about her and her new book launch, Madam Speaker. And so if I could ask all the members of the House to please welcome my guest. Please rise. Jen Holloman.
Welcome. It's really nice to see you here today. Thanks for coming. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the incredible work and advocacy of Annapolis Valley resident Jen Holloman and her inspiring work around the prevention of human sex trafficking in Nova Scotia, and to celebrate the recent launch of her book, Forever 21, Madison's Story. The book offers a heart-wrenching glimpse into the devastating world of human trafficking through the eyes of a grieving mother. On February 22nd, I joined many friends and supporters at the official book launch in Kentville, where many spoke about Jen's resilience and amazing work on behalf of vulnerable young women experiencing the terrible nightmare of trafficking. Through her courageous storytelling, Jen sheds light on the harsh realities faced by countless individuals, families, and communities grappling with the scourge of trafficking. Madison's story serves as a reminder that behind every statistic, there's a human being, a daughter, sister, friend, whose life has been irrevocably altered by exploitation and violence. Jen's unwavering dedication to honoring her daughter's memory by advocating for change is both inspiring and humbling. I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing Jennifer Holloman's bravery and resilience. Let us all honor Madison's memory by turning sorrow into action and work tirelessly to prevent any parent in this province from enduring the pain of losing a child to such cruelty in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery. We were joined by some familiar faces to the House. We are, of course, joined by the indomitable Cassidy Megan, founder of Purple Day, her mother, Angela McCarthy, who's the Vice Chair of Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes Board of Directors, also Cassidy's grandmother, Kathy Ryan. We are also joined by Scott Ferguson, Chair of the Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes, and Ann Peters, incoming Executive Director of the same organization. I ask the House to give a warm welcome to our guests.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. March 26 is acknowledged worldwide as Purple Day. It represents an international grassroots movement dedicated to increasing awareness about epilepsy. Canada is the only country in the world which has officially proclaimed the Purple Day Act, which was implemented on June 28, 2012, largely due to the advocacy efforts of Cassidy Magan, who convinced the Honourable Jeff Regan, former Speaker of the House of Commons, to introduce this legislation federally. In 2008, Cassidy was a little girl living in Halifax who lived with epilepsy. Because of this, she feared rejection, bullying, and being made fun of. Once Cassidy's friends found out about her epilepsy, she was no longer invited to play dates and overnight sleepovers. Despite this difficult situation, at a young age, Cassidy was determined to make a difference for both herself and others living with epilepsy and began the journey of creating Purple Day. Together, Cassidy and the Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes have expanded the movement throughout Canada and beyond. In 2023, the International League Against Epilepsy awarded Cassidy the Ambassador for Epilepsy Award. This extraordinary recognition was given in honor of Cassidy's worldwide advocacy efforts aimed at demystifying epilepsy and teaching others to overcome their fear. We recognize Cassidy Magan as an incredible Nova Scotian who relentlessly continues her resolve to make the world a better place for persons living with epilepsy, and we thank the Epilepsy Association and their great leaders for continuing on that great important work.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
Joining us in the West Gallery today is Chelsea Welsh and Robert Howlett, if you want to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House. They are the dynamic duo behind the Out Loud Choir at Echo Music in Dartmouth.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank Echo Music in Dartmouth and the team behind the Out Loud Choir, including Chelsea Welsh, Robert Howlett, and Adam LeBlanc. It's always time to create more space for queer and allied voices, and it's even better in song. The Out Loud Choir is a place where diversity and inclusivity are celebrated. Whether you're 2S LGBTQIA+ or an ally, all voices are welcome to come and sing and create a space, safe and empowering space. The Out Loud Choir performs a variety of genres, from pop to classical, and we strive to build a sense of community and belonging through music. Together, we reinterpret lyrics and songs to notice how they fit with the times we're facing. And if you were out in the courtyard for the flag raising, you would have heard the Out Loud Choir perform earlier today. No prior choir experience is necessary. All skill levels are welcome and training is provided. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to thank the Out Loud Choir for bringing more beautiful music into the world.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that today is Purple Day. Purple Day increases awareness and serves as a platform to acknowledge the resilience of individuals living with epilepsy. One of those people is Cassidy Magan of Halifax. In 2008, when she was still in elementary school, Cassidy started Purple Day to help not only people living with epilepsy, but also people understand what to do if they see someone having a seizure. In the 16 years since its founding, Purple Day has spread across the world. When we feel more comfortable talking about epilepsy, it allows us to do better advocates and to help those living with it. Thanks to Cassidy Magan, Thanks to people like Cassidy Magan, we have a greater opportunity to increase education, understanding, and compassion to break down stigmas and promote the world of inclusivity, those affected by epilepsy. Thank you to nonprofit organizations like the Epilepsy Association of Maritimes and healthcare workers for their unwavering commitment to providing care and support for those affected by the condition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by members of the Nova Scotia Association of Black Social Workers. Today in attendance, we have Vivian Dixon, Treasurer and Board Member. Please rise as your name is called. Jasmine Hockman, Renee Boudreau, and Tatawa Mugwais, all staff of the Association of Black Social Workers as well. I'd like to, on behalf of the House, welcome you all here, and please accept a warm welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for being with us today. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. World Social Work Day is a celebration which highlights the achievements of social workers to raise the visibility of social services for the future of societies and defend social justice and human rights. Every year, World Social Work Day is celebrated all over the world to recognize the contributions of the social work profession to individuals, families, communities, and wider society. We want to take this opportunity to particularly acknowledge the Nova Scotia Association of Black Social Workers in supporting black social workers across our province. The association began as a charitable organization in 1979, and its membership has consistently grown since then. The key mission of the association is to act as a professional development resource for African Nova Scotian social workers. The association provides an environment where black social workers and other practitioners of related fields can exchange ideas, deliver services, and develop programs to advance the interests of African Nova Scotian community members and individuals in our province. We thank the association for its remarkable leadership in championing gender-based violence within our African Nova Scotian communities, along with its groundbreaking work in preventing and responding to sexual exploitation and trafficking of African Nova Scotian children and youth. We thank these dedicated social workers for their extraordinary role in creating vital resources that enhance the well-being of all Nova Scotian communities. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise and mark the upcoming Transgender Day of Visibility on Sunday. I'm proud to join all my colleagues in this House in standing in support of trans and gender diverse Nova Scotians. We see politicians at the federal and provincial levels toying with trans rights in the name of political gain. In Nova Scotia, we have an opportunity to be an example and to set a standard for parties of all stripes. On this Trans Day of Visibility, we're not just standing to support trans rights, but to fight for the right of trans folks to thrive. To do this, we know that we need to support trans youth, seniors, and people of all colors and abilities. We need to listen to the community and put in the work, which my colleague, the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, has done continuously. We need to see better health care access and outcomes for queer and trans Nova Scotians. We need attention to schools and school-based discrimination. We need to foster an equitable environment that allows people to devote their time and careers to skilled trades and other areas where workforce is so needed. Now is the time for all of us in this House to stand up for what is right and ensure that policy and legislation coming from this chamber is affirming of gender identities at all ages. We can only fight disinformation and hate in a meaningful way by working together, and our caucus stands ready to help in any way we can.
Before the member for Pictou Centre reads his statement, I'd like to take an opportunity to welcome guests from Pictou West that are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. I'd like Tanya and Frank McDonald to stand. They are the loving parents of their late son, Connor, who we miss terribly, and had a big impact in our small community of Pictou West. And it is such an honor to have both of you here with us today on this important day about awareness and education with regards to epilepsy. And so I would like the House to welcome them with a round of applause. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Tanya and Frank McDonald, the parents of the late Connor Francis Ford McDonald of Central Caribou. 12-year-old Connor passed away in his sleep on December the 15th, 2018, from sudden, unexpected death in epilepsy. SUDEP is a fatal complication associated with epilepsy. Madam Speaker, Connor had a great love for the Army and belonged to number 219 Royal Canadian Army Cadet Corps. He loved video games, riding his bike, Nerf guns, swimming, skateboarding, cars, and trucks. He loved to eat KD and chicken nuggets, so much so that his mother turned Connor into a box of KD for a Halloween costume. Connor's memory has encouraged community support for Juvenile Epilepsy Foundation. The McCullough Education Center, where Connor was a grade 6 student when he passed away, has hosted an annual KD for Connor Food Bank Drive every March since 2018. Recently, the local Sobeys has provided craft dinner to the school so that all students and staff will enjoy KD in memory of Connor. Tanya and Frank participated in the first hike for epilepsy held in New Glasgow in honor of their son. Connor loved to make people laugh and gave the best hugs. Connor was a kind-hearted kid and wanted to be a YouTube star and a Canadian soldier to help change the world. Madam Speaker and members of the Legislative Assembly, please join me in expressing our thanks to Tanya and Frank McDonald for promoting awareness about epilepsy. We appreciate their work in helping others to avoid the tragedy that they endured when they lost their son by learning more about SUDEP and the complications from juvenile epilepsy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
With us today in the West Gallery, we have members from the Italian-Canadian Cultural Association, and I will read their names and I will ask them to stand up to receive the warm welcome of the House. Nadia Giardini Langiu, who is the president of the ICCA, please stand up. And we have with us her mother, Silvana Giardin, and also Tanya Maloney, who's the vice president of the association at the moment, and Roxanne Mio, a past president of the Italian-Canadian Association, ICCA.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 2023 Board of Directors and volunteers of the Italian-Canadian Cultural Association of Nova Scotia, known as ICCA. The ICCA of Nova Scotia has represented the needs of all people of Italian and non-Italian heritage who share an interest in Italian history, language, food, culture within our province. Madam Speaker, these volunteers put many wonderful events such as La Festa della Repubblica, Italian Heritage Weekend, which is normally in September, and the Festa della Cacciatori, the Hunters Fest, where once again all this was held after COVID. The association provides Italian language, cooking classes, culture courses, and organize Italian culturally themed social events and provide a forum where these members and the community at large can share experiences and mix socially. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of the House to join me in congratulating the current Board of Directors of ICCA of Nova Scotia. I am proud to call such an amazing Italian community as my extended family. Welcome, American.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, one result of an inadequate income can be little or no money for recreation, with all the isolating impacts that this can have. And a new project in Halifax called Altogether Link is organizing to counteract this. Altogether Link puts on programs whose main purpose is for people to make friends and connect with one another. Monthly projects include exploring the city, trying new skills, and just generally hanging out with refreshments, all with no money changing hands. Events are all designed to be low stress, low pressure, and welcoming. Projects this month have included tools to help with social anxiety, an inclusive evening conversation at the North End Library, and crafting your own story at the Central Library. Altogether Link is open to capital E everyone, and advanced registration is not required for this welcome initiative in the city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
So thank you. In the gallery, I'm honored to introduce members of the South Shore Open Doors Association team. So in a moment, you'll hear about some of the ways that they support community and individuals in Lunenburg and Queens. But on a personal note, I want to say that I share an office. My team shares an office with this incredible group of people, and I can personally attest to their passion, their dedication, their warmth, and their overall awesomeness. I'm honored to know them and to work with them. So, Madam Speaker, joining us in the gallery are Shannon Craig, Christy Thibault, Elise Leaf, Courtney Carmichael, Krista Miller, Amanda Pa, Amanda Phillips-Poole, and I've got you all. I'm so glad to welcome to the House, and I ask the members to warmly welcome them as well.
It's a great honor to have you with us today. Enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the South Shore Open Doors Association and the important support and advocacy work they do on behalf of community members experiencing housing insecurity, energy poverty, or homelessness in Lunenburg and Queens counties. SODA's coordinated access approach brings consistency to the way individuals and families access support. They offer housing support, trustee services, and so much more. This winter, SODA partnered with the Department of Community Services and the St. Paul Lutheran Church in Bridgewater to open and manage Roof 25, a shelter to serve individuals experiencing homelessness. The SODA team are tireless problem solvers and advocates who approach their work and their clients with grace, with compassion, and wisdom. They make a difference every day in the lives of our most valuable neighbors, vulnerable neighbors, and their advocacy is helping to drive long-term changes that will help others into the future. I'm grateful that SODA is on the South Shore working for our community members, and I'm grateful to share our space and our work with the SODA team. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of the House to join me in thanking South Shore Open Doors Association for the difference that they're making in our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank Comrade Rob Pitcher and Bedford Legion Branch 95. I spoke earlier this session about the great work that the Legion does with our cadets, but just in the past few days, our local Legion has presented $2,000 to Bedford Sackville Meals on Wheels and $9,100 to the Cobequid Foundation so they could purchase 6 new TENS units. I would note for my colleagues that the Legion is currently holding a Chase the Ace, and so if you are, heading home and you're saying, I would like to drop off a little money at the Bedford Legion, it's just off the 102, and they'd be more than happy to take a donation for you or from you for the Chase the Ace or any other event that you might like to contribute. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, to do drag has always required both a lot of glitter and a lot of grit. This is especially true for the trans drag performers who are putting themselves and their art out there amidst current anti-trans and anti-drag rhetoric, organizing, and policies. This Saturday, the Trans-owned Glitter and Grit events will hold a Trans Day of Visibility drag show at the King's Arms in Kentville. This weekend's show will spotlight trans performers and trans stories, and the organizers bill it as an opportunity for the public to support and learn more about the trans community. This weekend's performers and organizers are taking center stage at a time when it is not especially safe or comfortable to do so, and I am grateful to them. This morning, we raised the trans flag outside of Province House in recognition of the Trans Day of Visibility this coming Sunday, March 31st. We in this House owe it to all people putting themselves on the line and all trans people in the province to do everything we can to push back against the tide of anti-trans hate and policies and create a Nova Scotia that is truly safe, welcoming, and supportive of the transgender community.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the flag raising that took place in the courtyard earlier today in recognition of International Transgender Day of Visibility. March 31st is a day dedicated to recognizing transgender people and raising awareness of the discrimination they face. We are committed to supporting and promoting the rights of transgender Nova Scotians. Soon after being elected, our government removed barriers and cut wait times for residents seeking gender-affirming surgery, a decision that was celebrated by the transgender community. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in acknowledging today's flag raising and celebrating International Transgender Day of Visibility in our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize John Mitchell. Fans of the popular HBO series The Last of Us might be surprised to learn the show has an award-winning connection to the area. Former Prospect Bay resident John Mitchell, who now resides in Vancouver, is part of the team that won an Emmy Award for special effects in an episode of the show. Mitchell is one of the founders of Distillery VFX, a Vancouver-based visual effects studio started in 2019 with a small group of 5 that's now grown to 75. In January, Distillery VFX received an Emmy for Outstanding Visual Effects in a season or movie for their work on Season 1, Episode 3 for The Last of Us. He also won a Visual Effects Society Award in 2016 for his work on the film Doctor Strange. John Mitchell's parents, who still live in Prospect Bay, are proud of their son. The Mitchells always thought their son, who attended Bayview High School in Tantallon, would work in a creative field. I'd like the members of the host assembly to join me in congratulating John on his award-winning achievements and wish him continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On April 22nd, on the International Day of Pink, Monica Helms, the trans flag creator, will be at the Grand Lake Road Fire Hall in Cape Breton at 11 a.m. The Visibility Anniversaries Tour celebrates visibility in all its forms, being seen, acknowledged, respected, and listened to. It's about standing tall and embracing ourselves. Because there is nothing more beautiful than being who you truly are. This year marks 3 incredible milestones: the 50th anniversary of the Brunswick 4, the 50th anniversary of the depathologization of homosexuality by the American Psychiatric Association, and the 25th anniversary of the trans flag. I'm looking forward to the discussions and performances with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community leaders. And also, on a personal note, my friend Veronica Merrifield will be emceeing that event. So I look forward to it even more. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
For the benefit of the House, in the East Gallery, my constituency assistant, William Nimmo, is present today. One of the rare moments that he's in the House, first time, I think. So, and as all of us know, our constituency assistants are incredibly important people to us in terms of helping make us look good and getting work done. And Bill is an outstanding constituency assistant, a real digger, and someone who works hard for people of Kings North and Kings County, in fact. So I just would like to acknowledge William Nimmo in the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary young man of Digby Annapolis, Bailey Ross. Members of the legislature will know Bailey during his time as a page, but I've known Bailey long before that. Madam Speaker, our families have known each other for generations, and my father actually taught Bailey in elementary school. You gotta love growing up in a small town, Madam Speaker. Bailey is a graduate of Digby Regional High School, Université de Saint Anne, and Acadia University, and is now fulfilling his passion as a teacher with the CSAP. Bailey is also an avid curler and a strong advocate for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. I have come to rely on Bailey's expertise, advice, and way with words when preparing a statement that I've made in the House in solidarity with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Bailey, I wish you continued success. Thank you for your unwavering support, for your tireless dedication to the youth of our province, and for your community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise my feet out to recognize and actually encourage members and everyone to read the multi-part series that the Cape Breton Post is doing now on cancer in Cape Breton. And they really take a deep dive into it, looking back to really when the officials of the day back in 1999 really considered really had the first real kind of sense of how bad the situation was for cancer rates in Cape Breton. So a lot of work is going into this. I rise to recognize the families who are telling their stories about their journey with cancer. It's really, I would really encourage people to read it. And I also rise in my place as well to recognize the Cape Breton Post for doing that. It's an important conversation at home, and I want to recognize all of the people who continue to advocate for the services for cancer care in Cape Breton and across the province for that matter. It's something that has been a big battle for our community and communities across the province, and a lot of people step up to raise millions of dollars to support the important equipment that is necessary, but also step up to provide the love and compassion that families need. So I rise my place to recognize everybody that's involved in supporting cancer care at home.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to stand today to support trans and diverse Nova Scotians during Transgender Week of Visibility. I was happy to see all parties present today at the flag raising. Today and every day we celebrate the joy and resilience of trans and non-binary people everywhere by elevating voices and experiences from these communities. Trans and gender diverse Nova Scotian students need safer schools with infrastructure that fits and curriculum that reflects their families. Trans and gender diverse Nova Scotians need better access to gender affirming and safe health care. Together, we can make a change. Today and every day, we must celebrate all trans and non-binary people everywhere. And I ask all members to join me in combating disinformation, discrimination, and hate impacting our communities.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the life of Rilla McLean of Port Hawkesbury. And although Rilla does not live in Richmond or did not live in Richmond, we became really good friends when my wife Sarah and I moved home back in 2008. Rilla passed away on November 4th, 2022 at the age of 77. Rilla graduated from Teachers College in Fredericton, New Brunswick in 1964 and received her BA in Education from the University of New Brunswick. Rilla was born with a rare genetic disorder which caused her mobility to decrease as she got older. She eventually required a wheelchair, but that certainly did not slow her down. Rilla was an active volunteer in her community. She showed great dedication to the Straight Area Accessibility Awareness Committee, the Inverness Richmond Society for Persons with Disabilities, the Terry Fox Run in Port Hawkesbury, the Nova Scotia Trails Association, as well as many other local organizations. This year, the first James and Rilla McLean Memorial Bursary will be awarded at University of New Brunswick, and preference will be given to a student with mobility issues. I'm so pleased Rilla's legacy will live on for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to please join me in recognizing the life of Rilla McLean. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, I was honored to be on hand for the flag raising in the legislature today to recognize Transgender Week and Day of Visibility. I want to thank all members of the House from all parties who were there today. In particular, I want to thank the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, who I think has done a great job spearheading initiatives over the past couple of years on this. And what's stood out to me as I've been thinking about this is that on social issues, on all issues, we have to remember that progress is not inevitable and progress is not a given. And if you look at things over the past year, you'll see that the trans community, in particular trans youth and trans kids, unfortunately have been used at times as scapegoats, as a means to divide people when we shouldn't be doing that. And what we should be doing is recognizing that we have far more in common than we have in difference, and we should lead with compassion and grace and dignity and love. And so I just want to thank everybody who was there today. It was a wonderful turnout, and recognize all those in the community today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of Epilepsy Awareness Day. Today I'm thinking of a family member, actually, Crystal Lynn Smith, who passed away at the young age of 43 from epilepsy on October the 24th, 2015. She was the daughter of Sheila and Keith Angus, grew up in our small community on the West Linden Road. Today marks the importance, Madam Speaker, recognizing the need for more investment in research and educational programs so that people like Crystal can live a longer life. Today I'm thinking of her family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, today I'd like to recognize a musical group in the Halifax community who strive to build a strong community for queer composers and artists. This group is called the Halifax Queer Ensemble, and they are composed of, as well as directed by, 2S LGBTQIA+ musicians and artists. The Halifax Queer Ensemble meets every Tuesday evening at the Dalhousie Arts Centre to make music together, promoting an inclusive environment in which all 2S LGBTQ+ musicians are welcome to attend. The Halifax Queer Ensemble also makes an effort to promote the work of queer composers and artists. They recognize the importance of representation in the music industry and the positive impact that building a strong group of queer musicians can have on the queer community in our city. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my fellow members to join me in recognizing this creative, passionate group for contributing to our province through art, music, and community building.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on this day 103 years ago, the iconic Bluenose was launched in Lunenburg. This schooner was built for fishing and racing and excelled in both. Designed by William J. Ruey and originally captained by Angus Walters, the Queen of the North Atlantic and her replica continue to be the pride of Nova Scotia. Even in her early days, the Bluenose was renowned across Canada. As early as 1929, she was featured on a Canadian stamp, and of course, in 1937, her image was embossed on our dime. Today, wherever the Bluenose 2 docks, be it at home in Nova Scotia or abroad, she is a crowd favorite, a beloved representation of the best of Nova Scotia and Canada. Madam Speaker, it is an honor to be able to acknowledge 103 years since the launch of the original Bluenose, and I ask members of the legislature to join me in celebrating her past, present, and future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview-Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Heidi Rofe, a cherished member of our Fairview community and the proud owner of Beauty Starts Hair. As a second-generation Fairview resident, Heidi's roots run deep and her commitment to her clients and crafts shines brightly. At Beauty Starts Hair, Heidi's passion for hair color is as vibrant as the changing seasons. With each new hue, she brings joy and confidence to her clients, ensuring that they feel their best year-round. This dedication earned her the Coast's Best of Gold win 4 years in a row. But for Heidi, her clients are more than just appointments, they're family. From milestone moments like first haircuts and graduations to supporting them through difficult times, Heidi is there every step of the way. Her compassionate spirit and genuine care make her salon a safe and welcoming space for all who enter. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Heidi for her impactful contributions to our community, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing the positive impact that Libby, the third-generation Fairview kid, will bring to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I kicked off my Juno week by seeing and hearing William Prince at the Rebecca Cohen last week. It was amazing, and ended it with the amazing award show production at Scotiabank Centre on Sunday night. Between the two nights, Mi'kma'ki has been filled with music. Performers, managers, producers, record labels, and promoters have been here networking and sharing their talent, and it's been great for our local artists and audiences alike. The award show on Sunday was also an amazing showcase of local talent, from Sarah Prosper's dance interpretation of the Mi'kmaq Honor Song to the incredible African Nova Scotian performers who backed up the Prime Minister of Rap, Maestro Fresh West, Gary Beals, Renee Smith, Cindy Kane, Jordan, and Caleb Simmons, to the outstanding stage crew, many, if not all, who are members of IATSE 680, who transformed the space several times over the evening to the delight of the live crowd and everyone watching at home. I want to extend my congratulations, our caucus's congratulations to everyone involved, and especially the Juno host community, and now wish everyone a good rest. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I stand today to recognize a grade 12 Millwood High School student from Middle Sackville, Lydia Doyle. Lydia is an advocate for participation in sports, especially when it comes to females in sports, and this year is one of 12 Nova Scotians athletes chosen to be a true sport ambassador for our province. She was nominated by both her ringette coach as well as her gymnastics coach for the role, and every Thursday in March, Lydia highlights and shares her sporting experiences on Instagram. Next month, Speaker, Lydia will be participating in her third ringette nationals representing Team Nova Scotia and is the captain of the U19 AA. She's also been chosen by Ringette Nova Scotia to be the flag bearer for the province during the opening ceremonies. In April, Lydia will be participating in provincials for gymnastics, trying to qualify for Team Nova Scotia and go to Atlantics and Eastern. On top of all of her training, Speaker, Lydia maintains a high honors in school and will graduate this spring. She wants to continue to give back to sports by pursuing a career in sports medicine. Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand in the legislature, recognize Lydia Doyle for her contributions and for being a role model, not only to Sackville, but across this province. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to take this opportunity to recognize the team at the Hammonds Plains Family Practice, my former neighbors, Dr. Edith Baxter, Dr. Jeremy Smith, Dr. Marcy Chu, Dr. Jennifer Burns-Lachance, and Dr. Heather Jones, front-end staff, Lucy Lundrigan, Amelia Scrimminger-Hiltz, and Kelly Smith. They are part of the healthcare team that provide service to our community and beyond. And as I remarked yesterday with the team next door at the physio clinic, or excuse me, the pharmacy clinic, I think it goes a long way for us to pat these folks on the back for doing the jobs that they do and serving Nova Scotians to help them be healthier. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I was so glad to walk into this room today and see a wave of purple. I think it is so beautiful, and purple looks good on a lot of people. Purple Day began with Cassidy Megan in 2008. She was motivated by her own struggles with epilepsy, and she wanted to create awareness and get people talking about epilepsy, to dispel the myths and inform those with seizures that they are not alone. The combined efforts of Cassidy Megan, the Epilepsy Association of the Maritimes, and the Anita Kaufman Foundation in 2009, Purple Day was launched internationally, which has led to the involvement of numerous organizations and individuals around the world, all promoting epilepsy awareness. I'd like all members to join me in thanking Cassidy Megan for standing up and changing the worldview on epilepsy, and the Purple Day team for supporting epilepsy around the world.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Beaverbank Kinzac Lions Club for their donation to the breakfast programs at 3 local schools: Beaverbank Monarch Elementary, Harold T. Barrett Junior High, and Beaverbank Kinzac Elementary were all recipients of their generosity. The Beaverbank Kinzac Lions Club has a very extensive track record of community service, recently including food drives and raising money for a family who lost their home to a fire. We are fortunate to have such an active community group filled with incredible volunteers. Madam Speaker, please help me in thanking the Beaverbank Kinzac Lions Club for all they do for our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand today to recognize teamwork and artistic creativity. Renovations at the Access Nova Scotia Dartmouth office on Baker Drive meant an incomplete mural of the HRM area would potentially be painted over, so employees got together and asked to keep their much-loved mural. The facilities team engaged French language services coordinator Michelle Saunier to help Citizen Services manage the mural changes. Local Nova Scotian self-taught artist Linda McConnell of Visually Thirsty, who draws inspiration from the ocean and our beautiful surroundings, was commissioned to complete the task. Linda was asked to imagine a more current and vibrant view of the Halifax area to incorporate cultural diversity and inclusion, as well as add other traditional symbols of Nova Scotia to the mural. Congratulations to the team of Access Nova Scotia Dartmouth and for artist Linda McConnell's vision for creating a mural for all to enjoy. Next time you need the services provided at Access Nova Scotia on Baker Drive, check out the mural. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of Transgender Visibility Day, which is officially celebrated on March 31st. And today I want to recognize a leader in Cumberland North, Corey Chasson. Corey was recently awarded the 2023 Peace Medal from the YMCA, and that represents participation, empathy, advocacy, community, and empowerment through their local contributions within their local, national, or global communities. Corey is a leader locally helping get going the first shelter that we had in the town of Amherst. She's also on the board for In the Works, which helps people with mental illness and addictions get back into the workforce, and she's also on the board for the Sexual Health Center. Madam Speaker, today I rise to give honor to Corey Chasson and thank her for her leadership. We are all children of God, and there is no space for hate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Is to recognize Olympian Robert Burchell of New Victoria. Robert has been competing in Special Olympics events for 50 years. At age 61, this speed skater has participated in 5 national championships with the Special Olympics. On March 1st, at the Special Olympics Canadian Winter Games in Calgary, Robert placed 4th in the 333-meter race. And on the same day, March 1st, he won silver in the 222-meter speed skate. Congratulations, Robert Burchell, on all your accomplishments and your silver medal. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Robert on his accomplishments and his silver medal. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Premier on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to bring the members' attention to a couple friends of ours that are here today. Bill and Colleen Dow, entrepreneurs, community leaders, all around good people. Thank you for joining us today. Bill's also I think the president up in Cumberland North at the moment. So thank you for your commitment to community, and thank you for your presence here today. Maybe stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Nolan Dion of Dion Oyster Company Limited. Nolan was recently honored with the Aquaculture Association of Nova Scotia's Lifetime Achievement Award. The award is given to celebrate and applaud an individual who has made a significant and substantial contribution throughout their career to advance the aquaculture industry in Nova Scotia. Nolan works tirelessly and endlessly on becoming more efficient and environmentally friendly. A major milestone for his company was processing Salt Bay oysters, which I'll add are delicious, with a completely off-grid solar-powered processing barge. This has increased production and drastically cut out wasteful steps that before used fossil fuels. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Nolan Dion on his well-deserved honor and wish Dion Oyster Company Limited continued success with their future endeavors. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order. We will now begin oral questions put by members to ministers. It's 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are being crushed by a 14% increase to their power bills. This despite the fact that the Premier of this province promised after passing Bill 212 that the non-fuel rate increases will be limited to 1.83%, and that he would protect Nova Scotia ratepayers. However, what we learned was that bill was very ill-conceived. It actually negatively impacted Nova Scotia Power's credit rating, driving their interest payments up and making a real mess for ratepayers by increasing their power bills, among other things. To respond to that, the Premier then used Nova Scotia taxpayers' money to fund the fuel debt of Nova Scotia Power. And we're learning now that as a result of this may not even be enough and might only be, according to David Roberts, a lawyer representing residential customer interests, this might only be a temporary solution and may not even be sufficient to address the short-term concerns. My question to the Premier is, how much more taxpayers' money is it going to take to fix his mess when it comes to the handling of our energy rate issue?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, our only concern is lower rates, affordable rates for Nova Scotians. That's our focus. The fuel adjustment mechanism has been in place for quite some time, and people will know that the price of fuel has gone up, so that has had a negative impact on the rates. They do have a right to pass that through. We have an application before the URB as to whether we can support the ratepayers. That's where this support is for. The URB will make their decision on that, but we'll continue to look for ways to support for the ratepayers ratepayers of this province.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
But Madam Speaker, this Premier's initial intervention in this issue actually drove rates up and impacted the power utility in such a way that ratepayers are being impacted. Also, Nova Scotia Power's ability to invest in critical renewable resources and energy sources like the intertie, their ability to invest in reliability and renewable energy sources that will stabilize rates for the long term are being impacted by this Premier's ill-conceived intervention. And now we're hearing that the money he's thrown at Nova Scotia Power to buy their fuel debt for them, taxpayers' money, is not going to be enough. Will the Premier please tell us how much more taxpayers' money is going to be required for him to fix his mess when it comes to trying to support ratepayers in this province?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the application that's before the URB is an investment in the ratepayers of this province to help smooth the shock from the fuel adjustment that's happened because of world events. So we'll continue to look for ways to support the ratepayers, try to keep rates down. But there is one thing that the member can do to help with affordability in this province, and that's stand up to his Liberal Party members, his federal cousins on the carbon tax, which is having a devastating impact on Nova Scotians. That member can speak to his friends in Ottawa and maybe offer Nova Scotians just a little bit of support on that.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, and here's an obvious issue we have. We've got a Premier that is more interested in fighting everybody. He's trying to fight Nova Scotia Power, try to fight the federal government, and the problem is every single time he's picked a fight, Nova Scotians have lost and life has become less affordable here. Madam Speaker, the Premier wouldn't intervene when people lost their fuel through maritime fuels. Would that be the same thing as paying somebody when they lose their gym membership? We've got an issue right now where people are being crushed financially by an increase in power rates. Part of that rate increase is because of this Premier's reckless intervention into the energy market. And now, even after giving Nova Scotia Power close to $120 million, we're learning that that might not even be enough. Will the Premier please tell us how much more money is it going to take for him to fix the problem of his own making?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the province of Nova Scotia has very little impact on the world prices of fuel, which is really what is at issue here. And so we're not shy about supporting Nova Scotians. We will step up and do that. That's what this application is about. It's about supporting Nova Scotians. And I will say to the member that I will at all times stand up for Nova Scotians. I will take anyone on in the interest of fighting Nova Scotians or supporting Nova Scotians. I'll fight with anyone. And the member may remember the fight that we won, the significant one in support of Nova Scotians back in 2021, which has a very positive impact on this province.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In January of 2023, this government bought an unfinished hotel for $34.5 million. Multiple consultants warned this government that the Hogan Court Hotel was not suitable for a healthcare facility, and I'll table that. Yet this government doubled down, defending the project at every turn for over a year, even when renovation costs surpassed $17 million, and the AG slammed both the decision and the process. The Premier said he would not apologize for investing in Hogan Court. Now the government has a plan to sell and run from the boondoggle that is this hotel. Madam Speaker, does the Premier still think the original purchase of Hogan Court by this government was a good idea?
The Honourable Premier.
100%, 1,000%. I would double down, I would triple down, I would quadruple down, because sometimes in government you have to take a step. You have to move forward. You have to create that momentum and inertia. This is a good thing for Nova Scotians, and I'm proud that we are part of it, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Among other searing criticisms, the Auditor General's report found that this government had inappropriately awarded a nearly $70 million contract for the management of the Hogan Court facility without tender or a proper process. The same company will now be purchasing the hotel, and it's been reported that, quote, funding for construction would follow a similar model to what is used with long-term care homes. According to the Auditor General's report and other folks, mortgage costs are built into the long-term rate model, and I'll table that. And so I'd like the Premier to confirm, did we just sell this building to a private company and commit to paying their mortgage?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I think Nova Scotians know we need more beds in this province, and we need the appropriate level of care at the appropriate time. I remember the NDP party being very negative on this situation and saying that we overpaid on this transaction. We paid too much, Madam Speaker. That was their negative rhetoric of the day. But you know who didn't think we paid too much? The market, when they paid even more and said we can take care of that, we can get those beds done for you. And I'm very proud that they did.
I recognize the leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
The market saw an opportunity to get a free piece of land and let the government pay their mortgage.
That's right.
Also in the Auditor General's report, the now scrapped Bayers Lake Transitional Care Facility was originally anticipated to be a 200-bed facility. Hogan Court was supposed to have 80. Now, despite overpaying millions for an unfinished hotel, paying a developer's tax bill, millions in construction and advisory costs, and now subsidizing a private company to run a new sector of our healthcare system, Nova Scotians are left with 44% fewer beds than were planned and victoriously announced. Is this what the Premier means by more, faster?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a public-private partnership, and it's a good one. It'll be more care, and it will be faster, and I will stand by this transaction every single day. We have to change the way we do things. And the NDP and their negative view of the world, they don't want anything to change, but we do, because we want more care, and we want it faster for Nova Scotia. And that's what we'll deliver on.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite this Premier's assurances to Nova Scotians that power rates are going to remain low, we are seeing some of the most significant power rate increases that we've had in well over a decade here. Because of this government's bungling of Bill 212, now there's an even bigger problem. Madam Speaker, Invest Nova Scotia, through the Department of Economic Development, has been the one charged with giving the $117 million to Nova Scotia Power to buy their fuel debt. We are hearing from an expert that this solution is inherently temporary, may not even be sufficient to address the short-term concerns raised by Nova Scotia Power. My question to the minister responsible for Invest Nova Scotia, does she see that Nova Scotians are getting good return for this major investment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. The honourable Leader of the Opposition was at an event that I attended this morning where we heard from the senior Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, who spent 3 days in this province talking about, she was asked, what are you hearing? And she said if she had to characterize it in one word, it is optimism. We knew that ratepayers in Nova Scotia, both domestic households and businesses, were going to be facing a terrible increase. And we knew that we could put it over a longer period of time, and we are supporting Nova Scotia's future prosperity in doing this.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was there, and the Governor of the Bank of Canada certainly met with some of the most powerful businesses and business elite and wealthy people in the province who are optimistic about their prospects in this province. But people who are not optimistic are the people being crushed by their power bills, are the young generation of Nova Scotians coming up who don't know if they'll be able to afford a property, let alone their bill payments or rent payments here. And this minister's department has handed over $117 million of taxpayers' money to Nova Scotia Power to fix a problem that they created. I'd like the minister, whose agency was responsible for delivering this money, to tell us what analysis they've done to ensure that there's going to be a return for taxpayers on this significant bailout for Nova Scotia Power.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I can tell the member opposite, this started in 2018 when the previous government started punting the football down the road, and the FAM, the fuel adjustment mechanism, came due this year. This year, when we have worldwide fuel adjustment mechanisms, that we have at times 400% increase in fossil fuels. We have a system that still relies on fossil fuels. We're doing everything we can to protect the ratepayers in Nova Scotia while we go through this transition. The second thing, Madam Speaker, I've tabled this before, but I gotta correct the record because I've heard the rhetoric for the last few weeks here about Bill 212. Well, here's a letter from the company that was affected, Nova Scotia Power, a letter from the CEO. Bill 212 did its job and kept rates at 1.8% a year. See that, and I'll table that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Order, please. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Tell that to the Nova Scotians whose power bills have tripled, whose power bills have doubled and tripled under this government. Tell that to any single business person who knows the folly of Bill 212. And tell that to any person who cares about actually getting off of coal and expensive fossil fuels, who wants to see renewable projects. This government's interference impacted Nova Scotia Power's ability to invest in the intertie and other renewable projects and has helped prevent them from getting off of expensive fossil fuels. And the proof is in the pudding. We are still burning as much expensive coal as we were 2 years ago when this minister was first elected. My question is, if they're being so successful, why is everything going in the wrong direction?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
You heard it here first, Madam Speaker. That party wants to stay on coal power, Madam Speaker. This party is concerned about renewables, something that I have to correct the record. The link from Newfoundland, it's producing more power, Madam Speaker. Why is that, Madam Speaker? Management, better management under this government, fighting for the ratepayers to ensure that we have the rates. There are two aspects that we talked about in this House over the last 2 years. When Nova Scotia Power went in to file for the UARB rate hearing, there were two things. What we said we were going to protect them on, Madam Speaker, was not the fuel. The fuel is a worldwide thing. Madam Speaker, this side of the House and the residents that wrote to my office and my constituency office about $117 million saying thank you because we couldn't afford a 7% increase or a 13%, there's a thank you from Nova Scotians to this side of the House.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll remind the minister that for 8 years of the previous government, we had rate stability of less than 3% in this province. In 2 years, it's funny that the Premier has a lot to say from his seat, but won't even get up and answer more than one question a day in this House. Shocking, isn't it? Shocking.
Order. Please, order. To everyone. When I say order, it means to everyone. I think that's just a common rule, that when I say order, it means everyone. I did not specifically speak of anyone. I just said order. And when I tried to recognize the leader again, it continued. So I said order again. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Premier won't get up and answer questions on this. He filibustered his own chicken dinner for an hour and a half yesterday, so he didn't have to answer questions of the chamber, and that's why he's not answering questions here today. So let me ask the Premier. Perhaps he will get up. This Premier brought in a bill, 212, that damaged Nova Scotia Power's credit rating in a very obvious way, drove rates up, and also impacted that utility's ability to invest in renewable projects to get off coal. The proof is in the pudding because we're still burning as much coal as we were 2 years ago. My question to the Premier is, why has he messed this up so much and failed to protect ratepayers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I don't know how many times I have to say it, but there is a lot of thanks from Nova Scotians for the $117 million. That was spread out. If we had done nothing, imagine what that side of the House was going to say. If we had sat here and just allowed this to happen, what would that side of the House say when we're talking about affordability? We stood up for ratepayers. And Madam Speaker, the fact of the fuel mechanism, adjustment mechanism, it started in 2018. The member can sit over there and brag about how many stability rates were because they punted the football down for 5 years. That payment came due this year for what was punted down the road. Madam Speaker, we are going to do what we have to do, and we will continue to do what we have to do for all ratepayers of this province.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hope that my constituents have an opportunity to say thank you. It's only through chance and access to information requests that we found anything out about the cause and the report that's forthcoming, according to the minister, on the cause of the Tantallon Upper Hammonds Plains wildfire. We found out only through an access to information request that the RCMP had closed their decision. They did not find that there was any wrongdoing that they could prove. And I'm wondering when the minister was made aware of this RCMP decision to say that there was no criminal investigation that would continue.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. Thank the member opposite. Obviously, I know that the member and this community, along with the community in Shelburne and area, and all Nova Scotians want the answers. The report's not going to give the cause. The report is an after-action report on the response to the fires. What I can say about the RCMP, they don't report to my department. So that freedom of information, Madam Speaker, quite frankly, we were shocked at some of the information that was shared with that from the RCMP as well. What I can say is the ongoing investigation is still carrying on in the Tantallon fire. We have dedicated staff that are looking into this daily, and quite frankly, we want to get to the bottom of this as well for the residents of Tantallon, but all of Nova Scotia, so we can get answers for all residents.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituents are tired of agencies and levels of government passing the buck to one another. And while I do appreciate that the RCMP is an agency outside of the minister's purview, quote, we closed our file in December and communicated this information to the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables as the organization in charge of the investigation. We have been in contact with them and remain ready to help them if necessary. And in a conversation with the RCMP related to this decision, they said that they would make themselves available if DNR directed them to do so. So I'm asking the minister today, will he ask the RCMP to make themselves available to answer questions on their decision to close this file?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I said, Nova Scotia saw 24,000 hectares, over 200 homes impacted by two major fires that we saw last spring. Obviously, what I can say to the member, the investigation is ongoing. It would be inappropriate for me to stand here as minister and comment on that investigation or what agencies are currently involved with that investigation. I know that there's a lot of time that has passed. It does have a 2-year window that the investigation can take place. Certainly, I share the concerns. I want answers as well as the minister does for his constituents. And I have full faith that the staff involved and any agencies that are working with the staff at the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables will get the answers that they can get and share with the community.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, last week the Premier said there are different reasons people are on the list. Some actually have a doctor, but they don't like their doctor, or they're worried that the doctor might retire, but they have access to care. I can table that. I find this puzzling. The government actually publicly reports people's reasons for joining the Need a Family Practice waitlist, which I will table. 54,708 are on the list because they're new to the area. 15,672 have not needed a provider until now. 39,060 say their provider closed their practice. 31,092 said their provider had retired, and 15,256 say their provider is retiring. But none of these are what the Premier said. So my question is, why is this government trying to detract from the very real experience and anxiety of the thousands of Nova Scotians without attachment to primary care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we do continue to use the Need a Family Practice Registry as one of the indicators that is important, but it's not the only one. We do have to look at the accessibility of healthcare. People languished on that list for a long time before we formed government, and there was no other access point for them other than waiting or the emergency department. We have created 60,000 new appointments per month. That's 720,000 per year in order for people to access health care. We are working with the list. We understand who's on that list. We are finding different pathways for individuals that have a variety of different concerns, and we will continue to attach and provide access to people in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, also last week, the Premier told us that only some Nova Scotians need a family doctor or nurse practitioner, and that for others, virtual is working just fine, and I just tabled that. These certainly aren't the people we speak to, who, without attachment to care, live in constant fear of getting sick. People with young children, people who need controlled medications prescribed or titrated, people with complex health needs. So can the minister tell the 156,000 people who are waiting which one of them doesn't need a doctor?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you to the member for the question. So it is very important that if individuals are on that list, they do update their information. Recently, we've been able to attach 13,000 people. Some of those people were pregnant, as an example. We know they have a time-sensitive condition that requires them to be attached to a primary care provider. We were able to attach a number of individuals directly to diabetic education centres. There are other people who can look after complex needs. Like our pharmacists who can manage chronic disease, and we're seeing that through the pilot that we have across the province. There are many ways to access care. We also have given over 10,000 patients access to their information so that they can be better advocates for themselves in accessing and attaching for health care. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
One of the single greatest issues in my community is the issue of emergency access, connector roads, and the ability to get in and out of subdivisions. The government continues to meddle in municipal affairs when it's seemingly convenient for them to do so. I'm wondering if the minister responsible for municipal affairs and housing will dip his toes back into the world of municipal affairs and put funding into connector and emergency roads to help residents around this province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, but I would disagree with the word meddle. I think the reality is that we're working for Nova Scotians very hard, and we will continue to work for Nova Scotians. The decision to have subdivisions with one-way in and out was done intentionally in the past when that was seen as a way of intentionally limiting through traffic through the subdivisions. We now know that's not a good idea. HRM knows that. This is an area of municipal jurisdiction. We've committed to doing whatever we can to help the municipality do that. We're waiting for a request from the municipality. That's the reality. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
The minister is intentionally perpetuating the situation that he is saying that they're against by way of the Fall River Special Planning Area, Madam Speaker. He has to make a decision to change the municipal planning strategy to enable this planning area to go forward, which is an exact contrast to everything he said about having to meet the municipal planning strategy. If he changes the municipal planning strategy to fit his mold, then of course it's going to go forward. So I'm wondering, does the minister plan to change the municipal planning strategy to allow the Fall River Special Planning Area to go forward and perpetuate this disaster that we continue to see in my community?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. The reality is the Fall River Special Planning Area was one that was recommended by HRM staff with one change needed. That was a policy change, which the HRM staff recommended to council. So we continue to work with special planning areas. We continue to try to speed up development in the province and in the city. I will say that, as the members' colleagues would know, this morning at the breakfast put on by the Halifax Partnership, The Carolyn Rogers, Senior Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, said Nova Scotia was leading the way in housing starts, complimented us. So our hard work is paying off. We're working hard to have housing for all Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Dozens of businesses in Bedford were flooded after an historic rainstorm hit our area. Some businesses had insurance, some received support from federal and provincial governments for uninsurable losses, but every single business I know was out of pocket because of lost revenue. And then there was a small ray of hope. An application on a government portal for $2,500 to help small businesses get through this tough time. But then that same bright spot suddenly disappeared because the Department of Economic Development shut down the program and told business it hadn't existed, although they'd applied for it. Madam Speaker, could the minister tell us what went wrong here and why her government isn't stepping up to help businesses affected by the flooding?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. And it is a true story that in my department's staff's work to be ready to help in whatever way we decided. We've had these multiple and devastating events that have happened in our province. In the end, the decision was made to go a different route in terms of support, and regrettably, a web page was left live. When this came to light sometime later, we were able to contact all of those businesses and to help them in any way we could as they come back from that event.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
I appreciate the minister's candor, but the fact of the matter is those businesses were out of pocket. They were shut down in some cases for weeks and weeks and weeks, and they could have used that $2,500. All through the floods, the answer from this government has been, we'll help you, but only if the feds pony up first. Nova Scotians' lives have been turned upside down by a series of natural disasters. Why won't this government stand up for the business people of Bedford and help them out?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I do want to point out that we have opened up the DFA portal for businesses and small profits and homeowners. It's a federal program, a $200,000 limit for small businesses. So certainly we did step up in that event, and that portal, I don't know where we're at. I can certainly update the House at a later date on exactly how many payouts have there been, but we continue to work hard as a province, as a government on that. We recognize the year we had last year. All of the circumstances produced tremendous hardship to many, many Nova Scotians, including all those who were flooded out, and that's why we were very prompt in opening up that DFA portal, and we continue to work on that.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, I asked the minister responsible for EMO if he would commit to creating a grant for people and businesses in Cape Breton who lost power, grocery and supplies and who were misplaced due to the historic snowstorm. Madam Speaker, I was disappointed that I did not receive an answer for the people at home, but I can tell you that I was even more disappointed that the government did not fund people or businesses who lost hundreds of dollars due to the snowstorm. In this cost of living crisis, we know groceries and supplies are extremely expensive, and it is not right that this government picks and chooses which disaster victims to support. My question to the minister, why didn't the government put forward a financial aid package to help the people impacted in Cape Breton by that historic snowstorm?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, the snowstorms we reacted very quickly to them by opening up our own provincial coordination centre. We worked very hard on getting, and I'll give credit to the Minister of Public Works in terms of all of the resources that we got to plow snow. We worked very hard on that. The reality is that we have announced that there will be a DFAA portal for the municipalities if it is warranted. A snowstorm DFAA portal with the federal government is a different thing. It operates in a different way, and it depends upon the total snowfall that happens over the whole season as opposed to one event. Certainly we recognize that that there were hardships, individuals, snow. We had a tragic fire in a public housing unit of our own, which has changed some of our
Thank you.
policies.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that as the minister was, it was very difficult for people. It was a situation where a lot of people were stranded in their homes for an extended period of time, and it was disappointing to see that no financial aid package came. My next question could either go to the Minister of Municipal Affairs or the Minister of Public Works, and it's a question about snow removal services that were in the community. So the CBRM was involved along with private contractors, along with the province of Nova Scotia. It was a huge expense for the CBRM to look at snow removal. But my question is this: did the province of Nova Scotia bill the CBRM for snow removal?
I recognize the honourable minister for Public Works.
First of all, the answer is no. And secondly, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of the contractors and public work employees who worked so hard. Over 60,000 hours of operating gear is what was put in Cape Breton during that storm. We had 4,000 pieces of equipment there. We had the men and women who work for Public Works working over and over, time after time, through the clock, 24 hours a day, doing everything they could to try to help the folks out in Cape Breton. But no, there was no bill issued to Cape Breton.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister of Seniors, whose department is no doubt aware of the recent Matrix Foundation report, which I'll table, outlining how standard poverty measures are systematically underestimating seniors' poverty, which is in fact considerably worse than had been thought. So it's very disappointing that the government is preparing to pass a budget which does not include a seniors' income top-up, bringing us in line with the rest of Canada. Will the minister explain why she's opposed to a seniors' income benefit for Nova Scotia?
The honourable minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I am always happy to talk about the investments that our government is making for seniors in the province of Nova Scotia, which includes the highest staffing level in the country, 59 new nursing homes, 5,700 new rooms, just to start off. But, Madam Speaker, I want to remind the member of just a few of the things that I would have talked about more at estimates had I had the chance, that the Seniors Care Grant is a $30 million investment in Nova Scotians. It's the easiest grant to apply. Your name, your age, your social insurance number, and your address. That's all it takes, and you just send it right in, and it includes things like your heating bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we move on to the next question, there's a lot of chatter today in the chamber, so please keep that in mind when someone is speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I submit, Madam Speaker, that the response is disrespectfully evasive. The core fact that we're dealing with is that our province is the one with the worst seniors' poverty of any province in our country, a level which is almost double that of the average in the rest of Canada. So I want to ask, how much evidence do we have to lay at this government's feet before they will bring in an actual seniors' income benefit in our province?
I recognize the honourable minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a very good memory of what happened under previous governments. And I know that the amount of home care that was offered for 5 straight years went down. There were cuts to long-term care. So, Madam Speaker, I'll remind the members of just some of the other investments. Free home oxygen for Nova Scotians, the free personal alert. We have a tax refund for low-income seniors. Nova Scotia provides a tax refund between $50,000 and $10,000 for eligible seniors in the province of Nova Scotia. We have the new Capable program, which is putting an occupational therapist and RNs and a home renovator in to the homes of low-income seniors in the province. And we got that idea from the Liberal Party over a year ago, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Order. Order, please. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we continue to ask this government every House session why they won't take the lead to implement a province-wide vulnerable persons registry. People who are made vulnerable in storms should not be treated differently because of what municipality they live in. Every vulnerable person should have the same treatment in an emergency from one end of the province to the other. The most recent storms in Cape Breton highlighted how some people were trapped in their homes for days and unable to get out if there was an emergency. So in some cases were unable to get out, did not have family close by to even check in on them. So I once again will ask the Minister of EMO, why does the Minister not think it is the right thing to do to keep vulnerable people safe across the province of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. The reality is when we look across every state and province across North America that we've looked at, the reality is that these vulnerable persons registries are done at a municipal level. The reason for that is the municipalities themselves have their resources. They have the fire fighting resources. They know their own people best. So we're starting to see that come in Nova Scotia. Kings County's had a vulnerable persons registry for quite some time. We're seeing HRM work on that. So we see this happening at the municipal level across North America, and we see it starting to happen in our province for the reasons that the member mentions as well at a municipal level.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
We do know that some municipalities have the resources to respond to emergencies, as well as create and support a vulnerable persons registry. Creating a province-wide voluntary vulnerable persons registry would give every vulnerable person the same urgent response and care that they need. That's the reality, Mr. Minister. We will continue to advocate for a province-wide vulnerable persons registry because we know it's what advocates have been calling for, and it's the right thing to do. So my question to the Minister of Emergency Management, since the government will not commit to creating a province-wide vulnerable persons registry, will they commit to funding and supporting municipalities across the province to create vulnerable person registries?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Well, Madam Speaker, as the House knows, we fund the municipalities in many different ways, and we will continue to do so. But the reality is that the EMO response is directed by the municipalities themselves. We have a provincial coordination center, but the EMO, each municipality has responsibility for the EMO response. We do have, and I will point out, I know members know there is a registry of vulnerable people managed by Nova Scotia Power for those who are vulnerable for needing electricity, particularly if they're making home oxygen or home dialysis. So there is that as well. So, I mean, we continue to watch this. We continue to watch and work with our municipalities on EMO and on the response in EMO. And I want to just give a tip of a hat to our municipalities.
I recognize. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that if we do not protect our coastline, it will have disaster impact on our emergency response to the increase of a natural disaster. This government has shifted the blame for a lot of issues into the municipalities, with the latest being in the Coast Protection Act. However, another story this past week told us how municipalities are left to wonder what is the next when it comes to the coast protection, as the government's decision comes as a surprise with the little guidance, and I will table that. For the record, Madam Speaker, my question is to the Minister of EMO. Does he not think that he and his government to leave municipalities with little direction on the coastal protection is going to hurt our response to the natural disaster in this changing climate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, we are working very closely with our municipal partners. We will work very closely with them on the Coastal Action plan. The reality is that there's no one answer, no one size fits all. We have coastal areas that are very built up now, that are underwater right now, that we have to build, protect the coastline. And there's other areas where we want to protect the natural environment. So we will work very closely with our municipalities. We know the municipalities have the primary jurisdiction for land use bylaws. We'll work closely with them by providing sample bylaws. We'll provide floodline mapping. But to say there's a one-size-fits-all solution that we can implement from Halifax, I would disagree with that. I think the only way we can do this is to work forward case by case.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look at what happened to the many homes across this province. If we had a Coastal Protection Act regulated and mandatory across the province, we could do more to protect the people and around province. Hurricane season is coming, and we are concerned that without a regulation for our coastal, more people will get hurt, homes will be lost, and our response to emergency will be worse than if we had coastal protection. Madam Speaker, my question is to the Minister of EMO. Does he agree that if we don't protect our coastal, there could be a tragic outcome for people of this province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, this question points to the very conflict I hear coming from different questions across from the opposition. The question is, are we protecting the natural environment, which is one of the intents in the Coastal Protection Act, or are we protecting the built environment and homes? And I hear the member advocating for protecting homes. So this is the big question, and this is the conflict. Where do we do one? Where do we do the other? And I hear both types of questions coming from across the floor, Madam Speaker. So that is why we're doing an action plan, which will enable us to work with our municipalities to determine exactly where we have to do one and where we have to do the other, because both things need to be done. That's the reality, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, folks that lost their houses in the wildfire are returning home only to find that their property taxes are going up. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing does have the ability to unilaterally make a change to accommodate the situation so that folks who suffered a disaster from this wildfire will not see the capped or the property tax cap go up, resulting in higher property taxes. So I'm wondering, will the minister intervene, because he has the ability to do it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, the reality is that Property Services Valuation Services Corp, PVSC, is enabled by provincial legislation, but is run by a board of directors of municipal leaders. It has within its ability to do exactly what the member is saying, but we know what their decision was. They're treating these fires as they have treated other fires in the past. They're holding the cap rate for every individual, so whatever rate that was, if they were at 25% cap, they're holding that cap rate. So we respect that. We realize it's a challenging situation for anyone who has lost their home. We have our heart goes out to them. We also know that PVSC is additionally for those who were directly...
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, the minister, through the chair, just gave a reason why the organization can't make the change and why they have to follow the X's and O's. What I'm asking is for the minister to show leadership to look at the situation now and into the future for folks that experience these disasters, so that they don't have to come back, rebuild their homes, and find out that their property taxes are going to go up. He has the ability to make the change. He has said his heart goes out to this community. If his heart goes out to this community and these victims, then put his money where his mouth is and get it done.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville. I'd like him to stand in his place, please, and just retract the comment and apologize for "put your money where your mouth is." To retract. It's unparliamentary to say "put your money where your mouth is." If you could retract that and apologize, please.
I will retract that statement. I apologize for the tone of the statement and the statement.
Thank you very much. I recognize the honourable member for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we know through correspondence that PVSC will, those impacted directly by the wildfires will receive an additional 15% reduction in their assessed value. So this is a long-standing policy by PVSC, and certainly the municipalities are the ones who set taxation rates, and we hope that in terms of how taxation rates are set for all residents in municipalities, they will take these the struggle of all the taxation required into account, both for those who are victims of the wildfires and for all residents, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, on February 20th, every Nova Scotia child and adolescent psychiatrist sent a letter to 25 MLAs, including the Premier and the Minister for Addictions and Mental Health, expressing their concerns about the rollout of Bill 334. To date, they've received no response from government members. Now they're being told that the purpose of Bill 334 is completely changing. Instead of the minister's stated intention of providing additional access to people with mild to moderate needs, Bill 334 will focus more on the more complex, severe patients we see in the public mental health system, and I'll table that. The psychiatrists have said they're concerned about safety and systemic challenges related to the relative lack of integration, peer supervision, oversight, and access to psychiatry. Will the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health listen to the team of experts working for the well-being of child and adolescents?
I recognize the honourable member for Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. The Health Services and Insurance Act is really enabling legislation for access to care for Nova Scotians. It's the first publicly funded addictions and mental health care legislation of the kind in the country. So we certainly take feedback from clinicians very seriously. I did sign off on correspondence to respond to that letter this morning, and we certainly will have continued dialogue with these clinicians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
There are also concerns about the pilot to decrease wait times for autism and ADHD assessments. Private psychologists working under the pilot are completing in-depth assessments and being paid $4,000 for each. Psychologists working in the public system are being told to limit the scope of their assessments from what would constitute best clinical practice and are only being paid $750 per assessment, and I'll table that. There is the fear that this disparity will lead to more public psychologists leaving to work privately. Recent data shows that there are 31 psychologist vacancies within NS Health. Psychiatrists are also agree, saying the damage to team morale and to our public mental health system workforce is already happening. How can the minister claim to take the concerns of the Nova Scotia's mental health professionals seriously if he didn't respond until maybe this morning?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I do know with this pilot specifically, that there's been over 50 families who received diagnostic tests that wouldn't have otherwise, and access is our number one priority, and it always has been. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. The time has expired for questions put by members to ministers. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself in Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
Motion carried. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the budget and its relation to workers and their rights. Several organizations representing workers have criticized the PC budget. Nova Scotia Federation of Labour President Danny Kavanagh, representing approximately 70,000 union members of affiliated unions in more than 350 locals, expressed concerns. According to Kavanagh, the provincial budget needs to go further, and the PC's government's failure to prioritize significant relief for workers burdened with the increasing costs. The relentless increase in the cost of essentials such as food, housing, heat, transportation, and power bills has added further hardships to workers. Workers, like everyone else, desperately need financial support due to these skyrocketing bills while their wages struggle to keep up. Madam Speaker, workers do have some relief, such as the indexing tax brackets against inflation. There is a commitment to add more beds in the long-term care sector in this budget, but what we need is workers to provide for these expanded services. We've heard for years from workers and the unions that Nova Scotia's long-term care and home support sectors have been struggling under the weight of working short with low pay, many living below the poverty line and living paycheck to paycheck, as well as poor benefits. According to CUPE Nova Scotia President Nan McFadgen, the budget claims an increase in funding, an additional 350 beds, and easier transitions to home support for those who want to remain in their homes. However, $9.6 million dedicated to this effort does not offer enough support for the care workers. According to CUPE Nova Scotia, home support workers make less than their counterparts in acute and long-term care, while having to rely on their vehicles to move between clients. If the government is serious about helping people stay in their homes safely, then the government must ensure that we have enough home support workers. However, this government is failing short. Many assume full-time work is a pathway out of poverty, but many Nova Scotians who work at or around the minimum wage face a different reality. Finally, after a long await, Nova Scotians will reach $15.50 an hour on April 1st. However, the research has shown that the lowest living wage in the province should be $22.85 and at its highest, $26.50 per hour. So many Nova Scotians are identifying as working poor. They go to work, but do not make enough money to live. They struggle to pay bills, put food on the table, heat their homes, pay their rent or their mortgages. Madam Speaker, I know Nova Scotians who work, and yet they are living in their cars. They're couch surfing. Some have been living in tents. I know Nova Scotians who work but can't afford medications. If Nova Scotians had enough income, they would not be forced to choose on a daily basis between heating their homes, food, medications, housing. People must be able to afford healthy food. They must be able to afford heat, power, medications, and housing. To be healthy, people need a living wage. The Nova Scotia Federation of Labour President Danny Kavanagh also called on the government to prioritize the workers' needs. He and the unions the Federation of Labour represents are calling on the government for more union jobs and higher wages to drive the economy. Madam Speaker, the government has stated they want to support workers. If that is the case, then I have a list of things the government can do. Not the full list, but it's a start. The PC government must provide at least 10 paid sick days yearly. During COVID-19, as businesses began to reopen, we saw the need for paid sick days. It is good public health policy that must be made available to all workers in Nova Scotia. It minimizes outbreaks of diseases by ensuring all workers can stay home while they're sick. Without paid sick days, many workers in Nova Scotians cannot afford to lose a day's pay, let alone isolate for the required times. People with 10 days or more sick days are likely to use them to access preventative health care services, stay home while they're sick, reducing long-term health care costs and the spread of illness in the workplace. The government, PEI, has just put in 3 paid sick days. Why not Nova Scotia? PEI is doing it for, and I'm not advocating for 3, I'm advocating for more, but 3 is more than what we don't have right now in Nova Scotia. This government could protect workers from unjust firings and wrongful dismissals. The government could end, Mr. Speaker, the practice of contract flipping and support wage protection and job security for workers when companies change ownership or contracts expire. The government could promote full-time work by offering additional hours to existing part-time workers before hiring new employees. This government could legislate tip theft. The government must take action to prevent an employer from withholding tips from employees or using tips as wages. Most workers in Nova Scotia work in this, most workers in the service industry in Nova Scotia make minimum wage and rely on tips to make ends meet. Nova Scotia is the only province in Atlantic Canada without legislation that protects workers against employers taking all or part of their tips. BC, Ontario, Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador all have a form of tip theft protection. Why not Nova Scotia? Banning NDAs from being used in cases of sexual assault, harassment, and discrimination is something the government can do to protect workers. Employers have used NDAs in the workforce to cover up criminal activities, sexual assault, harassment, and discrimination. Employers come from a place of power over these employees. NDAs are used to protect the harasser who can continue the behavior, allowing abusive and toxic workplaces. The government must make it easier for workers to join a union by allowing a single-step certification. Single-step certification will enable workers to join a union without a vote if more than half the members are in good standing. This single step is crucial to protecting workers' rights to unionize without being intimidated by the employer. Because what we have learned, Mr. Speaker, is that often when workers want to unionize and they have to go through the vote process, that is the time the employer uses intimidation tactics on the workers. We must allow the workers to have this ability to join the unions. Unions create balance and fairness in the workplace. Single-step certification laws are in British Columbia, Quebec, New Brunswick, PEI, and federally regulated workplaces. Again, why not Nova Scotia? Banning scab workers, Mr. Speaker. The Autoport workers remain on strike, with CN Rail using scab workers. The NSTU is expected to hold a strike vote in April. We must ban the use of scab workers in Nova Scotia. Coming from a mining community that stood the gaff in 1925, I can attest to the fact that we need to ban scab labor once and for all in Nova Scotia. Using scab labor is the most despicable tool the employer has at their disposal. And the evidence is clear. Strikes and lockouts last longer when scabs are used. Their mere presence creates tensions and violence, leaving communities to handle the fallout for years to come. Scab labor pits workers against workers, neighbors against neighbors. It is a practice, again, that must be banned. Quebec and BC have banned scab labor. and the sky has not fallen. In fact, they have two of the most successful collective bargaining regimes in the entire country. Anti-scab legislation has passed second reading of the House of Commons. The Feds support it. It has created one of the best collective bargaining regimes in the country in BC and Quebec. So why not in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker? And before I conclude, I wish to add one more thing the government can do for workers. This government, this PC government, must respect the collective bargaining process by bargaining in good faith. Too often times what we've been seeing as of late, Mr. Speaker, is that the unions get to the point where the collective bargaining process is broken down. They're not even walking out with the Sobeys flyer anymore. They're walking out with an index card because government doesn't want to discuss anything. But then what happens after the strike vote has been taken, after workers have given the notice of going on strike, 11th hour, the government finally comes to the table with a real deal. That is not bargaining in good faith. Bargaining in good faith is actually starting the process fairly from the start without creating the uncertainty and the tension that goes before a strike vote has been conducted. And then after the strike vote, the preparation that workers must do to get prepared to get on the line. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of emotional work. And the prep that they have to do with their families for what this strike could mean. And then at the 11th hour, this government finally comes up with a deal. This has happened on several occasions. Several occasions. It's time to stop this kind of bargaining. It's not even bargaining. You can't call it bargaining. It's time to stop and actually start the fair collective bargaining process in good faith and not wait till the 11th hour to start it. Mr. Speaker, there are many more things this government can do for workers. This is only a short list. I have a longer list. But these are a few of the much-needed laws and practices this government can begin with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I will take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Memberton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to just take a few minutes to talk in supply. I had the chance to speak a couple weeks ago as the budget was introduced and talked a bit about some of the things that I thought were good, some of the things that I thought weren't as great, and talked a bit about some of the narrative that is out in the community, really, now that people have had the opportunity to absorb what the budget is. But what I'll do today is I want to talk a bit about what I talked about in estimates last week, and really kind of government support around disability and the supports around supporting families that may have a loved one with a disability, and there's a lot of work that's underway through successive governments when it comes to this important work, and there were a lot of questions asked last week with some limited answers on what the government plan is in this budget. We know that they do have to, there's a court-mandated decision that is there that the government, regardless of who is in government, would have to address. And that will be interesting to see how that all rolls out in the coming year. Because Steve McNeil used to say it all the time, and he would say it, and it was something that always stuck with me, is that everybody needs to see themselves within their community. And in saying that, they need to ensure that, we all need to ensure as communities that we're doing whatever we can to provide the family supports, but also the community supports. That could be infrastructure, that could be programs, that could be financial support to support folks that are living with a disability. And I've had the opportunity to talk to stakeholders, and there's a number of comments that really hit home for me in talking to someone at our caucus who talked about how a child goes through the system, and there are supports there throughout the system. I think we could actually strengthen those supports with additional TAs in earlier grades. I'll have that conversation in another debate. But a child goes through, they go through that educational journey. There are supports within the school system, which are always need to be enhanced. We should always be trying to adjust to ensure that the best supports are there and provide equality for everyone and inclusivity for everyone. But a child will go through the school system, and then what this stakeholder said, this wonderful mother that I had the opportunity to meet, she talked about that cliff, and that cliff that comes after the school system. A child receives supports, they really graduate into being an adult, and then all of a sudden that support stops, or it's very limited because they're outside of the school system. And that's where you start to see these organizations, these wonderful organizations that successive governments have supported, whether, and I use the examples from home, all MLAs have examples, McSpeaker, in their communities, but I use Horizon Achievement Center and Breton Ability and Haley Street, and these wonderful organizations that give adults with intellectual disabilities the opportunity to gain important training, also a community connection within the community. They're involved with pretty much everything at home, and it's important, but there's a wait list. And I asked in estimates last week if there would be increased capacity for these organizations, which I think is important, but it's not the ultimate answer. But it's important that if we can provide more funding for more seats, that we would give more families the opportunity to participate in these wonderful organizations. And based on the answer that I received, I would strongly say that that's not going to happen, which is a disappointment, because that's one way we can really help families is providing more access to those wonderful organizations. And again, it goes back to that cliff. And what this mother said it sticks with me. She said that my child didn't go through school to graduate to a wait list. And that's a very strong statement, coming from a parent who we know loves her child. She has multiple children, family's very closely connected. Child has received supports through school. The child is going to graduate. Some of those supports will fall off, and she has to leave work now to stay home to do what she loves her child, so she's going to do whatever she can to support him. But the problem is now that those supports are gone, she has to leave work. And how many families are out there in that situation? I would argue there are a lot. And the financial strain that brings to many families to support, especially in today's world where everything is so much more expensive, that financial strain on families is very difficult because of the lack of supports that come after the school years are complete. And I think that it's an important conversation. It's one that I'm starting to have across the province. And they're very consistent themes, is that there are a lot of families that are leaving the workforce to look after their child or children. Financial aid is very limited. There are some tax relief that families can apply for, whether through the feds or, and I'm investigating with the province. But these are the things I think from a inclusivity perspective, from supporting families. I think that the government needs to be, not only in this budget, but in budgets to come. I think that that's something important that needs to be discussed. And it's tough. It's tough, and it's unfortunate because if families just trying to support one another, do their best to be a part of the community, and give every one of their children the best opportunity possible. And there are great organizations that are already established. There are great advocates out there, and to all of them, I want to thank them. And to the educators, as I said, my wife is a learning center teacher at one of the local elementary schools. So I hear she taught all levels, and she talks about the cliff. Is that the kids would graduate when she was in high school, and then what was happening is that children were graduating to a wait list. They wanted to go to Horizon, or they wanted to go to any one of these wonderful organizations that exist, and they're waiting. And sometimes it's a big list, and it's bigger than many people may realize. And one of the easiest things that the government could have done in this budget is provide more funding to these organizations so they could open up more seats to allow more people and families to participate. But that was not in the budget. Some of the other things that I think about, and it was an opportunity to talk about DCS, community services and estimates, and a little bit of time in education, but I think that we could be making some more investments in the early years when it comes to the education system around TAs. I've heard locally at home there were big cuts to teaching assistants, and that has been a concern. Decisions made at the local level where we've seen cuts to TAs. And I think the more teachers' assistants that we can have earlier on in the journey of education will allow classes to identify the kids that may need more support earlier on. And that's something else that I would like to have seen in this budget from the government is more supports on the early end for kids that may need the extra support. Allows the schools to identify the children that need help earlier on, and it allows to set up for those individual program plans earlier on, so we can get those supports in place. So I did want to focus a lot on that today, just as the critic for both. As I said, there are amazing organizations and advocates out there that support many facets of the disability sector and supporting those families and people that need that extra support that may be living with disability. I'm not a big fan of the word disability. I like ability. Like, I think that everybody's unique. Everybody's on a different journey, but some people need more supports. And for me, I want to continue to advocate for that, based on the work that my wife does, based on the fact that my mother she worked at the Children's Training Center in Sydney, which was also, so it's important to our family. It's something that we've seen families advocate for years for additional support. And as I said, one of the things that we could have did in this budget was increase the capacity of these organizations, and we're not. And you don't need to build anything new because they already exist. A lot of them are, and there's a lot of, our government a few years back made some significant investments around a lot of these organizations that support families. And one of the easiest things they could have did is they didn't. So we will be watching very closely as not only DCS but education kind of rolls out supports around autism, rolls out supports around inclusivity in communities as they make the transition from the larger living buildings where a lot of these organizations were set. The court decision now says that that's in place. There's a mandate, there's a timeline. They need to move away from that model. So we'll be watching that very closely to see how that rolls out. And for me, anything we can do for our kids is amazing. And I said that about the lunch program, but I think in the education system, I think one of the things that we can do for our kids and their families is look at that earlier intervention around children that are in grade primary 1, 2, and 3. If we can provide specific dedicated teachers' assistants to these classrooms, that their responsibility is to help support the teacher, help to support the kids, and be able to make assessments a little bit earlier in the journey, I think that we can help a lot more kids earlier on, help them establish a good foundation earlier on so they can be successful, and of course, as well, support the family. So I'll just say that in my last 2 minutes, and I talked about this, there is a cliff that our children hit when they leave school. If they're receiving support through the school system. And there are ways that government can help support that transition from school to beyond school in the community. So that's what I was looking for in the budget. I'm not seeing a lot of it right now. As I said, one of the things they could be doing is the additional seats to these wonderful organizations. Open up some spaces, get more people in. It gives them the opportunity to provide more training opportunities, whether it's trades or whether it's skills. You know, there's a list a mile long of these organizations that provide so many life skills, but also the sense of community and friendship. And you go to Horizon Achievement Center or any one of these organizations in Sydney, and those clients, all the families and the clients that use the facility are the best of friends. And it is a wonderful atmosphere, and it gives folks who, I use the term graduate to the coach, and that's really sad, right? Because you don't, as this mother said, you don't raise your child to graduate to a wait list. And that, in a lot of cases, is happening. So we don't, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that in this, and it would be on anybody who's in government to try to figure this out. So I'm kind of I approach this speech as, hey, there's things I like in the budget, there's things that I have concern about in the budget. We'll get into that, but I just want to put my best foot forward for families who have come forward and said, not only do we need more supports in schools, but schools are doing their best to help and support and love and care for children, but we need to do something about that transition for many kids who are on disability between school and the community. And right now, unfortunately, there's not enough being done, in my opinion. And I think I don't have all of the answers. That's why I'm going to do my best to speak to as many families as I can to find out what the best answers are. Because I think from a government perspective, I think it's money well spent. And as I said, I think there's great organizations, great advocates, and really wonderful parents that will help in making those decisions. Thank you, Mix. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks, Mixed Speaker. I just want to say a couple of things about the budget that I wasn't able to say in estimates, largely because of time and, CCTH didn't get a chance to get called this year, and I feel bad for the Minister of CCTH that he wasn't able to answer some questions and talk about how great that department is. Last year in the budget, when the Minister of Finance, who happens now to be the Minister of CCTH, read the budget speech, I'm talking last year now, there was a moment when I teared up, Mixed Speaker, because there was a massive increase to the CCTH budget for the purposes of expanding operating grants in the province, and that was a great moment. So had I been able to talk to the minister this year in estimates, I would have asked questions about that money. What's happened with it? How many new operating organizations have come on to the operating grant program? How many existing operating grant recipients got increases? Is there plans for a further expansion of that money? Is there any plans for money for non-operating organizations, just a general increase to the budget of arts organizations and cultural organizations and artists, professional and non-professional individual artists? And I ask all these questions because I don't see any changes in the budget from last year to this year. So I expect that means that there is no increase for arts in Nova Scotia this year. And even though there was a big increase last year, it doesn't mean we can take the foot off the gas. It doesn't mean that we can just forget about the arts now, because frankly, the arts funding was frozen for so darn long. I think since the days of the previous conservative government. So I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, progressive conservative government. That would be a long time. That means progressive conservative, NDP, Liberal, and now back to progressive conservative. So that's a heck of a long time for no increases in arts funding. So even though there was an increase in operating funding last year, the individual artists and organizations that aren't on operating haven't seen any increases still for a good long time. So had I been able to question the minister, I would have asked about this. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to remind everyone about how important it is that we support our artists. We support art making. The intricate connection between art making and art consuming, as it were, and economic development, tourism, the environment, what else? Education, health and wellness, how art and culture are intricately related to all of those big budget items in the world, in this province, in Canada, whatever, in our communities. And it's a shame to have very little, focus on them. I would have also asked the minister about funding for capital spaces. So a couple of years ago, there was much fanfare about money given to the Bus Stop Theatre, for instance, and money given to CultureLink for the Lighthouse. We also have an incredibly important piece of infrastructure, arts infrastructure, called the Khyber Center for the Arts, that is struggling to gather funds to renovate the building on Barrington Street and to reopen as a vibrant and important space for artists of all disciplines, and queer artists especially. There's a big connection with the Khyber and the queer community. The history of the Khyber and the turret is part of queer history in Nova Scotia. So I would have asked the minister about funding for infrastructure and cultural spaces. I would have also asked the minister if there has been any real work or any look at the facilities fund, which is in his department, under sort of sport and rec, or considered to be under sport and recreation, if there has been any view to making that program, which is a pretty rich program and a helpful program by all accounts, making that available to arts organizations. Because just because there's a bunch of capital money given to an arts organization doesn't mean that once the renovations are done or the building is purchased or a space is open, that it's not going to have any capital expenses. And really the only place for capital expenses in terms of arts and culture is the Canada Council, and that program is hard to access. You have to have big giant budgets. And so we need something in Nova Scotia, and it's been recognized by plenty of organizations. Excuse me. I would have also asked the minister if he had spent any time giving thought to, you wanted, how much? Okay. If he had given any time to compassionate budgeting, or the idea of compassionate budgeting, which is an idea whose time has come, where organizations who apply for funding from the government for anything, not just arts and culture, but in any part of the government that gives grants, that we allow folks to budget in compassionate needs. So whether that means having a support person with somebody, or whether that means budgeting in childcare, or whether that means in budgeting for extra plane tickets if someone has to go on a trip for work, those kinds of things. That's compassionate budgeting, mixed speaker, and it's important. I also just want to say, while I'm taking the time, very quickly, that I have just been made aware of some really problematic issues with the tax credit for people who are taking fertility treatments. And mixed speaker, that issue is that so far it seems that sperm is not an eligible expense in fertility treatments, which makes zero sense. So I urge the Minister of the Status of Women, I urge the Minister of Finance, I urge the Minister of Health and Wellness to take a quick look at this and make sure that that tax credit, which is important for many, many people, covers the cost of sperm, which is the most expensive part about fertility treatments. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, the way this government has approached the Financial Measures Act is very concerning. There is no less than 15 provincial acts that are being impacted by this one omnibus bill. Again, the majority of which are not even related to the budget of the province. I would say the most concerning is the change that this government is moving forward with to force doctors and their record keepers to give individuals in Nova Scotia's personal health information. This is verbatim in the changes in the Act, to require doctors to give personal health information to the minister or a minister's designate. That could be a political staffer, that could be a deputy minister, that could be a policy person. This is the scariest and most consequential piece of legislation that this government is bringing in. And the fact that this government has tried to conceal it in the Financial Measures Act is shocking. They have not consulted with doctors. That's been made very clear, because in fact doctors are raising the alarm bells on this component of the Financial Measures Act in a very serious way. Doctors Nova Scotia clearly was not even engaged or consulted in this conversation. Dr. Colin O'Dane, I will quote some of his statements here. The way the legislation is written is quite broad, and it's not entirely clear the information that the minister might be accessing. Forcing, and again, this is the language from the Act, care providers to disclose personal health information to the minister or a person acting on behalf of the minister for the purposes of planning and management of the healthcare system. This, according to Dr. O'Dane, could severely compromise the therapeutic relationship between doctors and their patients. That, of and to itself, is very concerning. The College of Physicians were not involved in the consultation of this. Again, this fundamentally changes the nature of the privacy of individuals' personal health information. The very, personal, sensitive information that somebody is telling their doctor or their healthcare provider. And now the PC government is forcing doctors to hand this information over to the minister. I don't know any Nova Scotian that wants politicians having access to their healthcare information. I certainly don't want the minister to have access to my personal health information. What are they going to do with it? And the information given so far, the reasons why, certainly is not sufficient, and it's been inconsistent. The minister and the premier first said it's aggregated information that we want for the sake of planning. As has been pointed out by doctors in this province, that aggregated data is already collected by the health authority in the form of billing codes, lab results, all the things that are recorded in the healthcare system. Then the premier went on to say in estimates that, well, this will help us tailor each individual's personalized healthcare plan. Okay. If it's not the personal health information that the government's getting, how could it help tailor a personalized health plan? It doesn't make sense. And Madam Speaker, while this might seem innocuous to people currently, we have to remind the House and people that governments change. Political climate changes. I bet you 5, 6 years ago, women in the U.S. didn't think it would be a concern that their abortion records could be obtained. They didn't think that was going to be a concern, that their reproductive health rights would be in jeopardy because of their government. Mr. Speaker, I think of trans individuals in this province who have very sensitive health information that's being provided to their healthcare professional that will now be in the hands of a partisan minister. Again, I don't think the current minister is nefarious with any intention here, but we are setting a very dangerous precedent with giving access to a partisanly elected individual, mandating doctors to give them personal health information. It seems absolutely ludicrous and I think scary for me and for a lot of people. The other factor we need to consider here is this government has not demonstrated a very good ability at protecting people's personal records. 100,000 staff people, including many members, if not all members of this chamber, as a result of a hack, our social insurance numbers, our personal information was taken by bad actors. Imagine the damage that could have happened to people's lives if their personal health information was also hacked and taken. We've actually seen examples of that in other jurisdictions, where doctors' offices are hacked or certain organizations are hacked and people lose their health information. It's then ransomed back to them. It's a very precarious situation. And I mean, even asking questions to the minister responsible for cybersecurity, it was made very clear in the first question that I asked that his department wasn't even involved with this. Didn't even do a risk analysis. What we got was bombast and attacks on the opposition, when really we're asking a very simple question. If this government is going to force doctors to give over people's personal health information, are they going to be protected by the cybersecurity that we have in place? And it's very clear that that department didn't even look at this issue. They weren't even consulted with it. So we are facing a situation here in Nova Scotia for reasons that are unknown to us and haven't been clearly articulated. And again, the story has changed for the rationale from this government, which I hate to point out has been consistent with the majority of legislation that they've brought in, that without consent of the patient, without consent or agreement by the doctors or even consulting them, everybody's health information is now going to be able to be accessed by the Minister of Health or a designate. What is going to stop a political staffer from going in there and finding the personal health information of political opponents or people that they have an interest in? What is protecting patients from cybersecurity threats? How will this impact the patient-doctor relationship, where now if patients know that they're going in to confide in their healthcare professional, whether it's for mental health issues or other general health issues with their family doctor or nurse practitioner, how is that going to impact what they're willing to share and confide in with their healthcare professionals? No one wants this to happen. I haven't talked to one Nova Scotian that said, you know how we need to what we do to need to fix the healthcare system is to give the Minister of Health access to my personal health information, my personal health records, something that is completely sacred to the doctor and the patient. This is ill-conceived. It's dangerous. We don't even know if this will be allowed are in line with federal legislation, and the government can't answer any questions on this. The most they can say is, well, we need data to make better decisions. This government is not a data-driven decision-making organization. Not at all. Point to key decisions that this government has made, some of their biggest decisions, and tell me they've been driven by data. They've been driven by politics and headline chasing. And that increases my concern here, because this is the most partisan government that we have seen since the 1980s in this province, that will put their interests ahead of the interests of Nova Scotians. And I think we're seeing it again here.
Order. The House will now dissolve into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply. There will be a brief recess while the committee is set up.
Order. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call estimates for the Minister of Community Services, resolution number E4?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services with his closing statements.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be quick and short with my words, which is something I struggle with sometimes. We'll say that it's great to see that there is a massive audience here tonight, not only on the floor, but in the East Gallery for me to see my closing statement. It feels good to know that my closing statement will be so impactful, that it's the show to watch tonight. So all jokes aside, I want to thank the Department of Community Services. While I've been there for a short period of time as Minister, I have a lifetime of experience with that department. It's a department that means the absolute world to me. It means the world to a lot of people. I do want to recognize that it is Social Worker Month. And I think I've said it before, but I truly believe that social workers are truly angels on earth, and I want to thank all the social workers. My former social worker, Charmaine Tanner, is probably not watching, but if she is, thank you for everything you did over the years, the decades of help. I do want to say to the staff that you do an incredible job. I do want to apologize to the comms team. First and foremost, they did write this beautiful 6,000-word speech opening statement for me, and I read about 2 words. Actually, I didn't even read that. Someone once told me I had the ability to talk like Leo Glavine, and I think that's a compliment. So I will say that there are a lot of good things coming from this department. There's a lot of hard work coming from this department, and you know, it's one of the things that I learned early on from sitting around that table and talking to individuals is that it is a department where obviously you have to find solutions and there's budgets and things like that, but it's also a department where they realize and they know and they recognize the important work that they're doing, and they put their heart and soul in it. And one of the things is they work insanely long hours. And I'm unfortunately the type of person that likes to text people at 2 o'clock in the morning, sometimes midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I see some of the members or some of the individuals in the gallery who aren't even in the department shaking their heads yes because they've experienced it. But you know, I do take my job very seriously, and sometimes I know that I can go. So I do want to say that. You know, it's only because I care for the people I represent, and I care for Nova Scotians, and I do believe, I firmly believe, that we as a society will be judged by how we treat our most vulnerable. It's something that I've always lived by, and it's something I've always believed in. And I do see in this budget and in this department some incredible steps forward. And I know in question period sometimes I say buckle up. And some people laugh and you know, think it's a bit of a joke, but I mean that. Like there's more to come. There's more to come. You know, we want to figure out how to break the poverty cycle, and that's something that's extremely important to me. We want to figure out how to give individuals choice and empower them. I do want to recognize that when it comes to helping people when it comes to poverty and income assistance and with choice, I believe that this is multiple departments, and we need to all work together. And I will say that multiple departments are working together on this, whether it's health, the Minister of Labour and I are working on some things, Minister of Seniors. Believe it or not, you know, some of the things like that you wouldn't expect. Obviously, mental health and addictions, but you know, the Department of Transportation and the great work that's going in on the JRTA, the joint, yeah, for transportation and getting people around. It's extremely important to get people around in an affordable, safe manner. So there's lots of great work that's going in to this department. And I just want to, there's a lot of people to thank from the deputy on down. And what I will say is one of the first things that we talked about in the department is how do we engage and how do we speak to the employees. And we will be holding lots of meetings, topic-based meetings, when it comes to with our frontline workers, whether they're child protection workers, social workers, people that work for that department. I want them to know that their voices will continue to be heard, and they'll be heard in a very strong manner. And so when we have these conversations, I'm going to look forward to the ideas that are coming forward from them. I want them to bring their ideas. I want them to bring their stories, and what we can do and what I can do as the minister to help this department evolve and help it to continue to grow and help them be the best they can be. And I think that starts with from the top, listening and leadership from the top. The other thing we will be doing is a ministerial roundtable where we're looking at engaging our stakeholders, whether it's ones that deal with youth and care, income assistance. There's all kinds of different things that we're dealing from a department standpoint, and we want to hear from those stakeholders to see and hear what they're going through and the solutions, because I don't believe one person has all the answers, Madam Chair. I believe that we have a wealth of experience, be it from the clients that we serve, the individuals that serve those clients, or the stakeholders. We are going to be engaging our clients, we are going to be engaging our stakeholders and our workers to ensure that their voice is heard in the decisions that we make. Again, I want to thank the department. I know that this can be a thankless job. I know it can be a job that you take home. And when you deal with an issue, sometimes it doesn't go away. And I just think and I am going to wrap up in a few minutes, so I'm not going to go much longer. But I wanted to say that I know from my own personal experience when dealing with some of these very, very deeply personal issues that we deal with as an MLA and in our constituency office. I still think of in 2013, shortly after I was elected, there was a young child that came into my office he was the exact same age as my son, and he had a rare skin disease where he had to constantly be wrapped, and any type of contact with his skin would cause abrasions. And he had his parents were young parents, and they came into my office and they brought him in, and it just so happened that day that I had my son with me, and I watched them play, and it really hit me hard that why I was doing this and what I was doing it for. And they were struggling. They couldn't. One of the parents always had to stay home to help their son. And they were struggling, and we were able to work with them to help that young boy have a better, these are their words, a better life. And I still talk to those parents. I still hear from those parents, and one of the things that I think is rewarding is that we're able to do that and follow up and see the successes. And I think that is the definition of what a public servant should be, whether it's an MLA, an elected official, someone in the Department of Community Services, or any department. These stories are deeply personal, and they're ones that don't go away. And so I want to thank the staff. I know there's lots of sleepless nights. They did an incredible job and they are doing an incredible job with homelessness and dealing with some of the issues we're facing today. Someone in the department mentioned me today that 2.5 years ago, they were essentially spending just over $1 million on homelessness. And today, that's at least 20 times full, if not way more. And so I don't have the specific number, so I'm not going to quote it, but it just shows that how quickly things change and how this department is able to ramp up and deal with the issues that are facing Nova Scotians. So a deep-rooted thank you. It's aside from being a father and aside from being a husband, this will be quite possibly the greatest honor of my life. And I'm going to do everything I can. And someone said to me the other day, someone who was highly partisan, said there was massive expectations on me and that I was going to fall under those expectations. We got into an exchange of words, and I won't repeat everything that was said, but what I ended up saying to the person is, it doesn't matter what expectations you put on me or any of these parties put on me. My expectations are higher, and I'm going to do everything I can to achieve those. And as I've done my whole life, if I'm going down swinging. So I will do everything possible to help this department. I will do everything possible to help the people that need it the most, and I will do everything possible to make the people that elected me proud. And let the chips fall where they may. I'm very proud of this opportunity, and that the Premier saw in me that I could do this. It means a lot, and I'm going to continue to prove people right, that I'm the person for this job, and that I will put the partisanship aside when it comes to our most vulnerable and do what is needed. And with that, Madam Speaker, lots of love to the department and the people that work every single day. And I'm going to just finish off by saying, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,579,169,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Community Services pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolution is stood. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. Hey. Wrong microphone.
Deputy House Leader.
Deputy House Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister, Department of Public Works, Resolutions E36?
Resolution E36, resolved that a sum not exceeding $716,170,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Public Works pursuant to estimates. I will now invite the Minister of Public Works to make her opening comments, if she wishes so, and to introduce her staff to the members of the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the work that we do for Nova Scotians at the Department of Public Works. It is a privilege to serve as the member of the Legislature for Queens, Minister of the Department of Public Works, and as Government House Leader. Serving in these roles have given me the chance to work with many extremely talented and dedicated people. People who put their heads down and work in all conditions for Nova Scotians. I have also been able to be part of many projects that will have lasting effects on the lives of Nova Scotians for generations to come. Next to me today, I have two people from the Department of Public Works that I am fortunate enough to work with. Peter Hackett, the Deputy Minister. I cannot imagine doing this job without having Deputy Hackett along my side. I have such tremendous respect and admiration for the time that he has put in with the department, his knowledge, and his support for me. We certainly have become a team. Brent Perot, Executive Director, Financial Advisory and Services. This guy right here thinks that estimates is like the Super Bowl. So, you know, he gets a little more excited than I do, but certainly I try to share his enthusiasm. In the gallery, there are more DPW, Build Nova Scotia, Joint Regional Transportation Agency folks, that I actually get a little emotional when I think about the fact that I have the opportunity and the privilege to work with these people every day. You sacrifice so much in these jobs when you become a minister, and certainly my family has sacrificed a lot, and so have I, but through all of this, I have gained this amazing family up here, and I just want to thank all of you for allowing me the opportunity to learn from you, to be present with you every day, for your support. I will never forget you as long as I live, never. The Department of Public Works has many important jobs. We are probably best known for building and maintaining provincial highways, roads, and bridges. We also build and maintain government buildings, courthouses, and museums, and operate 7 ferries in our province. Our Crown corporations include Build Nova Scotia, the Joint Regional Transportation Agency, Halifax Harbour Bridges, and the Highway 104 Western Alignment Corporation. Plus, we're involved in active and community transportation, dams, abattoir, road safety, the vehicle registry, and much more. It's a big and exciting role that is full of opportunities and challenges. Before I get too far into updating you on the great work we're doing at the Department of Public Works, I'd like to talk about the unprecedented weather events we experienced. I don't think any of us were prepared for what we saw over the last year. These major weather events created challenging and stressful times for Nova Scotians. We watched our neighbors lose houses, belongings, and loved ones. It was heartbreaking. But Nova Scotians are strong, and they are determined people. And like always, we lent a hand to our neighbors and picked ourselves back up. During the summer's historic rainfalls and flooding, a large amount of provincial roads and highways and bridges were damaged and required urgent repairs. Almost $70 million worth of damage was done. But without hesitation, the road building industry was there to help fix damaged infrastructure and make sure the public could get where they needed to safely. With an already packed work schedule and major road work going on in all parts of the province, repairing what needed to be fixed was another task for an already very busy industry. But they made it happen. They reassigned resources and they prioritized their work. They made sure that Nova Scotians had safe roads, bridges, and highways to travel on once again. They then had to go back to their previous projects and play catch-up. This was no easy task, and I know how much work it took. I'd like to thank the road building industry for taking on this challenge and being there for Nova Scotians when they needed them the most. Then came the snow. We set a record in February for the most snowfall that month that the province has ever seen. The amount of snow that fell in February was a challenge for our department, but we know how important it is for people to be able to travel safely. So we rolled up our sleeves and worked around the clock for weeks to get the job done. It was tens of thousands of hours of nonstop work by our crews, private contractors, the federal government, municipalities, and our neighbors in PEI and New Brunswick. Truly a massive effort, and we are grateful for all the support that we received. Our government released Budget 24-25 on Thursday, February 29th. It reaffirms our commitment to moving our province forward and builds on the important work that we have already started. Budget 24-25, Building Nova Scotia Faster, sees more support for healthcare transformation. We said from the beginning we would fix healthcare, and we're well on our way. This budget also invests in the services people need to build a skilled workforce, more housing, a stronger, cleaner economy. Our province is growing rapidly, and we know that we need to make sure that the supports and services people need are there for them today and in the future. Nova Scotians are feeling the pressure of higher costs of living, and we are listening and helping to improve the quality of life for all Nova Scotians. As a government, we can see the potential our province has, and our job is to help us reach it. More Faster, the Action for Health Build, is a comprehensive plan to get Nova Scotians better health care services more quickly, and we're well on our way to doing just that. My colleague, the Minister of Health and Wellness, is leading the charge on our work on More Faster. She is overseeing modern, high-quality healthcare infrastructure projects that will give all Nova Scotians what they need and deserve. These projects will improve access to services and supports and help retain and recruit healthcare professionals. We have several healthcare infrastructure projects on the go across our province. From building new, innovative healthcare facilities to renovating existing spaces to better serve Nova Scotians, we are hard at work improving healthcare in our province. Some of the highlights under the Minister of Health and Wellness portfolio are completing the Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Clinic, which is now improving patient care, breaking ground on the Halifax Infirmary replacement this spring, continue progress on all aspects of the CBRM redevelopment, and the creation of the new transitioned community facility in West Bedford. I also have several healthcare infrastructure projects within my portfolio. I am pleased to say that these projects are moving forward and we are making good progress. The Yarmouth Emergency Department project has completed the early works package, schematic design, and draft developmental design report. In mid-February, we announced that we're moving into the construction phase of the new department. The new emergency department includes doubling the size of the emergency department and upgrading the emergency power supply for the entire facility. Currently, the facility can care for 14 people at a time and handle only 2 ambulances. The expanded emergency department will be able to care for 30 people and handle 4 ambulances. The North Cumberland Memorial Hospital is nearing completion and will open this spring. This new healthcare center will provide emergency services and clinical spaces, including a collaborative clinic, admin spaces, short stay observations, rehab services, blood collection, and ancillary places. The helipad construction is ongoing and anticipated to be completed this spring. Demolition of the existing hospital facility will be tendered and executed to align with the operation of the new facility this spring. The Scotia Regional Hospital is moving along very well. We have approved $130 million for this project. The first phase, which includes an expanded emergency department, endoscopic and dialysis unit, and MRI, is scheduled to be completed in early 2026. Phase 2 is scheduled to open in fall of 2027. It will include day surgery, and there are 2 portions of the work that is still to be assigned. The IWK Emergency Department redevelopment is well into construction. Demolition is complete, and concrete placement and structural steel installation is ongoing for the new building. $127 million has been approved for this project, which includes 3 triage rooms, 24 examination rooms, 2 trauma and resuscitation rooms, 4 mental health and addiction care rooms, a mental health day room, a low acuity treatment space, a CT scanner in close proximity, and a double ambulance bay. Construction began on the new IWK Emergency Department in 2022 and is expected to be finished in 2026. This is an extremely exciting project for our province. The $7.2 million renovation of the existing space to construct the new Dartmouth General Hospital MRI suite is expected to open this spring. We're also making progress on the Cumberland Regional Healthcare Center. This project includes an emergency department and a 12-station renal dialysis unit. The early works package is complete, and we have awarded the collaborative design team contract. Our government is committed to fixing healthcare. A big part of that is updating and building new infrastructure to allow providers to give better service and to help accommodate our continuously growing population. But that is only a small portion of the work that we do at Public Works. We're about making sure communities have the infrastructure they need to thrive and be a big part of that. And a big part of that is making sure they are connected by efficient, safe roads and highways. We're about helping to make sure Nova Scotians can travel to school, to work, and to get home at the end of the day to see their families. We're about making it possible for us and visitors to travel from one end of the province to the other, exploring the beauty that Nova Scotia has to offer. We're about making sure grandparents can drive to see the smiles of their grandchildren. Quality, safe roads are something many of us take for granted, but none of the things I've mentioned would be possible without them. And it's thanks to the more than 2,000 hardworking staff at the Department of Public Works that much of that is possible. I am so pleased that since becoming minister, I've been able to get out to meet on the road many of the hardworking, dedicated Public Works field crews right across our province. In Nova Scotia, we have 23,000 kilometers of provincially owned roads and highways. There are also 4,100 provincially owned bridges across our province. Maintaining that many kilometers of road and bridges is no easy task. It takes an army. It takes working collaboratively with our private sector and our government partners and stakeholders to address Nova Scotians' transportation and infrastructure needs. To do this, the Department of Public Works has employees stationed throughout the province. We have 4 districts: Western, Northern, Central, and Eastern. Within these districts, there are multiple bases and depots where staff are stationed. These employees play a massive role in maintaining our roads and keeping them safe. From road maintenance to snow removal, these folks do it all. I'd like to take some time to thank them for their hard work by highlighting some of the programs and activities that they deliver. If the deputy drinks water, I'm supposed to drink water too, I guess. This past year has been unprecedented for Nova Scotia, with the most devastating wildfires to the wettest summer for much of the province. And if that wasn't enough, the province has seen enormous amounts of snow so far this winter season. As part of our responsibility to provide safe, quality roads and highways for Nova Scotians, we need to make sure we can respond to increasingly frequent weather events. Our goal is always to get our roads, highways, bridges, and other critical infrastructure open as fast as possible. To do this requires preparation. We always prepare when we know a storm is coming so we can act quickly to repair the damage. This includes stockpiling resources and making sure our people and equipment are ready and in position. Another key component of preparing to respond to a severe weather event is coordination. The Department of Public Works has formed a storm preparedness committee that meets before forecasted major weather events, a first of its kind in the department. The committee includes partners from Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office, Nova Scotia Power, and the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration. The committee helps create a cohesive and proactive approach to preparing for the increased storm activity we are experiencing here in our province. Through the Storm Preparedness Committee, we have opened communication lines with various stakeholders. This ensures that all are in alignment on how to prepare, coordinate efforts more effectively during a storm. And as Minister, I am extremely proud of this collaboration. With these increasingly frequent severe weather events, we need to ensure that new infrastructure that is built is more resilient. That has changed the way we build and that we repair our infrastructure. Through our capital plan, we have been steadily upgrading and improving infrastructure to be more resilient across the province. The department considers climate change and adaptation when planning and designing bridges, highway upgrading, and new construction projects. All new projects are designed and constructed with the climate change readiness in mind. When we make repairs to infrastructure that is damaged by storms, we make sure that they will be able to stand up to the weather. Another key to success in responding to storms and damaged infrastructure is making sure we have the supplies on hand to make the repairs. We are working hard to ensure we have spare culverts, pre-built temporary bridges on hand to react to severe storms and storm surges when they impact our existing infrastructure. We are also working to raise critical roads and bridges in areas vulnerable to flooding. Nova Scotia has more than 8,400 kilometers of gravel roads. These roads make up 35% of our road network. Keeping these roads in good, safe condition is essential for those living in rural communities. We know just how important it is, which is why we have consistently increased funding to improve gravel roads across the province. Since forming government in 2021, we have added an additional $100 million into the gravel road program. This funding is used to improve existing gravel roads in rural communities across the province. It allows us to proactively rebuild roads to improve the structure and drainage, which results in longer-lasting roads, improve safety, and reduce maintenance costs down the road. Department staff evaluate and prioritize the gravel roads that need the work the most. The criteria they use to evaluate roads includes traffic volumes, potholes, loss of gravel, ditches, culverts, overgrown brush, and drainage pipes. A full list of gravel road projects can be found in our 5-year highway plan, which I'm sure all of you use as your bedtime reading. Last year, we increased our budget for the Rural Impact Mitigation Program. Again, we know how important it is that our road systems and our rural communities, and that's why we once again added an additional $14 million to the program for a total of $36 million. This program supports road maintenance, improvements, including pavement and gravel patching, brush cutting, ditching, culvert replacement, guardrail replacement, and shoreline protection. These two programs are important to keeping our provincial road network maintained. They help connect our rural communities and keep drivers safe. Over the last few years, we have seen more than our fair share of tropical storms and hurricanes. Climate change is something we are all concerned about and something that we take very seriously. We have heard concerns about the Shenectady Isthmus as sea levels rise. We've heard those concerns and we share them. The Shenectady Isthmus is a critical land transport corridor for the people and goods traveling between Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador, and the rest of Canada. It also has the only railway between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. It is estimated that $100 million worth of goods pass through the isthmus every single day. A network of dikes and abattoirs were built in the isthmus in the late 1600s. They currently protect communities, infrastructure, private lands, and natural resources from rising sea levels. With sea levels continuing to rise and more frequent storms, there is a threat to the corridor and the communities the dikes protect. The Government of New Brunswick and the Government of Nova Scotia are collaborating to undertake planning work for a dikeland system infrastructure solution for the Shenectady Isthmus. The proposed project will complement and improve the existing dikeland system infrastructure along the Shenectady Isthmus to protect important assets from the impacts of sea level rise and storm surge in the Bay of Fundy. To complete this project and to continue to protect surrounding communities and the trade corridor, it is estimated to cost $650 million and take about 10 years to complete. The federal government has a responsibility to protect national trade corridors. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick believe the federal government is responsible for paying for this important project, and we've made our position very clear. We also know that this is a project that can't wait. We are acting now, and we are preparing to get this job done over the next 10 years while we work to get the federal government to live up to its responsibilities. During my time as Minister of Public Works, we eliminated the tolls on the Cobequid Pass for Nova Scotia registered vehicles. Staff and my department worked hard to make sure roughly 60,000 Nova Scotians receive refunds for their prepaid accounts. The department's work to construct 2 new rest areas with parking and basic facilities continues. We have also introduced legislation under the Financial Measures Act that will allow us to use any extra revenue made from out-of-province vehicles for maintenance on any of our 100 series highways. We have a lot going on at the Department of Public Works. We're a big department with many projects on the go at any given point. Our overall operating budget for 2024-2025 is $716 million. The operating portion of our budget is used for the day-to-day operations of the department, such as snow and ice control, highway and bridge maintenance, field operations, fleet amortization, ferry operations, vehicle compliance, engineering and construction services, administration, professional services, employee benefits, road improvement, maintenance work, and smaller highway and building projects. In December, we released our 2024-25 5-year highway improvement plan. The plan outlines government's approach to building, repairing, and maintaining the province's 23,000 kilometres of roads and highways and its 4,100 bridges over the next 5 years. It includes major highway and road projects, repaving, major bridge replacements, capital maintenance, and infrastructure work. Sharing the specific plans early for road improvement in the 5-year highway improvement plan gives the province's road building sector a better opportunity to prepare. This year, we expect to work on more than 160 highway improvement projects, and we need them ready. Sharing the plan early also keeps Nova Scotians informed about the important road and bridge improvements being made in their communities. This year, I'm pleased to say we are continuing to make significant investments in our province's transportation infrastructure, with around $500 million being invested in road work and major projects. Our investments made through this year's plan will improve more roads and highways across our province. It will make them safer, with increased investment in gravel road upgrades and rehabilitating paved roads. We are increasing our investment in these important areas by continuing to add about $75 million to our budget. All our major projects will continue again this coming construction season. Planning and preliminary design work has started on 6 new major projects that were announced last year. These projects include Highway 103, Argyle Interchange, Exit 32, and Exit 32A. Twinning Highway 103 from Exit 6 to Exit 7. Twinning Highway 103 from Exit 7 to Exit 8. Twinning Highway 104 from Taylor's Road to Bucknakeag. Twinning Highway 107 from Burnside to west of Loon Lake. And Highway 101 Cambridge Interchange and Connector. Construction will continue on 5 major projects this coming year. They include Highway 101 from 3 Mile Plains to Falmouth, the Highway 102 Aerotech Connector, Highway 103 from Tantallon to Hubbards, the Bridgewater Interchange, the Highway 107 Sackville-Bedford-Burnside Connector. Work on infrastructure upgrades for the Tancook Ferry will also begin this year, which involves upgrading the wharf and road required to support the new car ferry. The 5-year highway improvement plan also includes access improvements for the province's 100 series highways that are not being twinned. This work includes improving intersections and adding passing lanes, turning lanes, and roundabouts. Our roads, highways, and bridges create a road network that connects us from one community to the next and creates safe and efficient trade routes. The work we do to maintain and improve these routes will help Nova Scotians and visitors be safe when they're traveling on our roads. It will also make sure that we have high-quality transportation infrastructure that allows businesses to move their products around the province and North America, helping foster a strong economy. This work has a major impact on all Nova Scotians. We couldn't do it without the road building industry. They ensure we have safe, quality, and efficient roads to travel on. They help us recover from unprecedented weather events that damage roads and bridges, and they play a significant role in our economy by providing good jobs for Nova Scotians and employing more than 7,500 people directly each year. As I mentioned, we have 4,100 bridges provincially owned and maintained in Nova Scotia. They are another critical part of our provincial transportation network. They play an important role in connecting our communities, and many Nova Scotians rely on them. Bridges, like all other infrastructure, require maintenance, and they have a lifespan. Knowing how important bridges are and the need for maintenance and repairs, we doubled the funding for our bridge rehabilitation program 2 years ago. We are continuing this $60 million investment to repair and replace existing structures for Nova Scotians. This will allow a proactive approach to expand the rehabilitation and replacement of existing structures, which will improve safety and reduce maintenance costs in the long run. Nova Scotia's 100 series highways are critical to our transportation system. They connect communities from one end of the province to the other, and they play a key role in business, tourism, and our everyday travel. At the Department of Public Works, safety is always a priority. Twinning our major highways increases safety on our highways as well as help improve efficiency for commercial and recreational travel. That is why we continue our commitment to ongoing twinning projects, including Highway 101, Highway 103, Highway 104, and Highway 107, the Sackville-Bedford-Burnside connector. That's a mouthful. Here's a quick update on some of these projects. Highway 101, the 9.5-kilometer Highway 101 twinning project through the Windsor area from 3 Mile Plains at exit 5 to west of Falmouth exit 7 is well underway. The reconstruction of the exit 7 interchange is now complete, and traffic is fully divided throughout the project limits. Work continues on the reconstruction of exit 6 interchange and is scheduled to be completed this year. Due to the complexity of the Abateau project on the Windsor Causeway, the environmental approval process has taken much longer than we anticipated. We have responded to a request from Fisheries and Oceans for additional information on how the proposed structure can best accommodate fish passage and are awaiting their response. Pending regulatory approvals and no major changes to the detailed design, the department expects to be construction ready this year. The structure will take 2 to 3 years to construct. Highway 102 Aerotech Connector. Work is continuing on this connector project. The project includes a new connector road between Trunk 2 and Highway 102 at exit 5A, roundabouts, and 2 other structures. This project is anticipated to vastly improve traffic flow and reduce congestion on the growing Fall River Waverley area. Subgrade work is expected to be completed this summer. The paving tender will be issued soon, and the project is expected to be completed by fall of 2024. Highway 103. Highway 103 project is going to make a significant difference in the area, improving safety and efficiency along the South Shore. Construction to build the new 22-kilometer 4-lane divided highway between exit 5 at Upper Tantallon and exit 6 at Hubbards is nearly complete. The final small section of twinning from this project is expected to be completed and opened to traffic in early 2024. And I see, Madam Chair, you're sharing in my enthusiasm of that project being completed. I know we both travel that road. We'll then get started on the next section of twinning, exit 6 at Hubbards to exit 7 at East River. This project will see around 9.5 kilometers of highway twinned and the reconfiguration of exit 7. Work will start this year with clearing and bridge construction. Highway 104. This was an exciting year for the Antigonish area. After many years of conversations and 3 years of construction, the Highway 104 twinning project from Sutherland's River to Antigonish opened to travelers. This project includes 28 kilometers of new 2-lane twinned highway and 10 kilometers of new 4-lane twinned highway. There are 2 new interchanges and about 24 new bridges. This project was built through a P3 partnership with Dexter Nova Alliance, who will operate and maintain the highway for the next 20 years following. Highway 107, Sackville-Bedford-Burnside connector. This project will see a 4-lane highway that will more directly connect Burnside Park to the communities of Bedford and Sackville. It will result in improved safety, reduced travel times, and more efficient movement of people and goods through the Halifax Regional Municipality and the provincial highway system. This project, along with many others, faced challenges this year, especially with the extremely rainy summer. This project has also faced challenges such as the relocation of ash trees, which are cultural significance to the Mi'kmaq people. We are making progress through, and the project is scheduled to be completed by the end of summer. In our 5-year highway improvement plan, we have several highway projects we plan to begin within the next 5 years. They include Highway 103, Argyle Interchange. Exit 32 and Exit 32A on Highway 103 have raised safety concerns from many in the area. The 2 exits are at a grade intersections with the 103 and a very busy section of the highway. There is also a major driveway off the highway that connects to a long-term care seniors home. This project will improve safety in the area and will include a new diamond interchange at Trunk 3. The reconnection of Trunk 3 through the project area will also be completed, reinstating the section of the secondary road which was lost when Highway 103 was originally constructed. This project is expected to begin next year. Highway 103 twinning, Exit 7, East River to Exit 8, Chester. As I mentioned, this work will begin this year. The next section of this highway to be twinned is Exit 7 at East River to Exit 8 at Chester. This project, along with other twinning projects, has traffic volumes that exceed 10,000 vehicles per day, which is a metric we use to support the need for a twinned highway. The work from Exit 7 to 8 will result in construction of approximately 7 kilometers of new twinning and the replacement of the Exit 8 interchange structure. Highway 107 twinning, Burnside to Lake Loon. Traffic volumes on this section of the Highway 107 exceed 15,000 vehicles per day. This section of the highway sees traffic congestion and lineups during peak commuting times. Twinning this section of the highway will reduce congestion and improve safety for our drivers. It is a continuation of Highway 107 twinning, extending easterly from the Highway 118 interchange and expanding upon the Highway 107 project currently under construction. Modifications to the Highway 107, Highway 118 interchange are also required to accommodate the twinning. This project is expected to begin this year with clearing and bridge construction. The work on Highway 104 twinning project will continue this year with clearing and bridge construction to begin on the sections from Taylor's Road to Bucknakeag. This highway carries a significant amount of commercial traffic from Cape Breton to Newfoundland. In the summer months, this section of the Trans-Canada Highway sees up to 14,000 vehicles travel through it per day. There are also multiple at-grade intersections along this section of highway that cause a safety concern to motorists. This project will involve the construction of a wide grassy medium separating opposing traffic flows. All at-grade intersections will be removed and replaced with an interchange and other at-grade separated crossings that will support local traffic movements along Trunk 4 within the adjacent communities. The project will result in the construction of approximately 11 kilometers of new Highway 104 twinning and over 12 kilometers of new and upgraded Trunk 4 and other local roads along the project corridor. Last year, I had the pleasure of announcing a new interchange, which will be built in Cambridge along Highway 101. The new Cambridge interchange will have many benefits for the community, starting with improving safety for those traveling between Colebrook and Berwick. It will also reduce vehicle traffic through the congested Colebrook area, remove heavy commercial vehicles from residential roads, and provide residential and commercial development opportunities for Annapolis Valley, Mi'kmaq Nation, and the municipality of the County of Kings. Work will begin in the coming months, beginning with clearing and later this year, bridge construction. The department also has several projects to improve safety for highways not being twinned. They include improving at-grade intersections and adding passing lanes, climbing lanes, and turning lanes. These are also very important investments, and we will continue to make our roads safer. Another important piece of our transportation network in the province are our 7 provincially operated ferries. There are 7 provincially run ferries that the Department of Public Works is responsible for operating. They include ferries in La Have, Country Harbour, Little Narrows, Englishtown, Tancook Island, Petite Passage, and Grand Passage. Through our 5-year highway improvement plan, we are working on putting in place a new ferry for Tancook Island. The new ferry will allow vehicles to travel between the Tancook Islands and Blandford on the mainland. Work on infrastructure upgrades for the Tancook ferry will begin this year, which involves upgrading the wharf and road required to support the new car ferry. Our department continues to be responsible for the more than 1,800 government structures and their associated properties. Buildings include provincial museums, justice centres, and government offices. Our department is responsible for the daily operations and maintenance to ensure a safe, secure, effective, and efficient work environment for the building's tenants. People need to go to work, to get to appointments, and visit with families and friends. And for many of us, quality of life depends on having a driver's license. Over the last few years, Nova Scotians have faced longer than acceptable wait times to take their driver's tests. We've always said that our government is one of solutions. In February, we announced we were adding more than 15 examiners and making the testing system more efficient. By doing this, we are cutting the waiting time in half, getting Nova Scotians a license when they need it. Wait times are now down to 3 weeks or less across the province, and we aren't stopping there. I want to talk a little bit about the Traffic Safety Act. The Traffic Safety Act is an important piece of legislation intended to make the province's roads and highways safer for motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. This is a new, modern piece of legislation that will replace the outdated Motor Vehicle Act. The last time the Motor Vehicle Act was rewritten was the early 1920s. The way we move around the province has changed a bit since then. Since the 1920s, the Act has been amended many times, creating a patchwork piece of legislation that has many parts with unclear, inconsistent, and outdated language. The new Traffic Safety Act, or TSA as we refer to it, was introduced and passed in the legislature in October 2018. The TSA is a framework act that sets broad policy and regulatory authority to address the more technical and day-to-day issues that arise in the administration of road safety in the province. The act moves many technical details into regulations, which gives us more flexibility and allows us to be more responsive to the emerging issues and trends. Incorporating feedback from partners and interested parties was hugely important in this process. Through a public online engagement process, the department conducted an engagement to get feedback on all sections of the draft TSA regulations. Direct engagements were also conducted with 31 groups, including Bicycle Nova Scotia, Insurance Bureau of Canada, Road Safety Advisory Committee, Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police, and Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, along with 23 partner groups. The Act will come into effect when regulations are finalized to support it and when the necessary IT system is ready to implement it. This Act and its regulations will impact every Nova Scotian. We must get this right, and we're taking the time needed to do just that. Local transportation services are essential to help people to get to work, appointments, learning opportunities, and recreational activities. These services keep us connected. Before becoming an MLA, I spent 2 years working with the RCMP as a Queens County Senior Safety Coordinator. I saw firsthand the importance of community transportation. It is especially important in our rural communities who do not often have fixed route transportation options. Many people in our rural communities rely on these services to do their everyday tasks. I am so proud that the Department of Public Works can invest in these organizations so they can expand and they can continue to help people get where they need to go. Annually, the province invests $7 million in fixed route and community transit services through several grant programs. From funding studies to help operators improve their services or establish new routes to capital investments that facilitate fleet upgrades, we are working to enhance community transportation services and options to improve the quality of life of Nova Scotians in rural communities. Community transportation organizations provide a vital service. The service they provide would not be possible without great Nova Scotians behind them who either work or volunteer with these organizations to strengthen our communities. I'd like to thank all of them for all that they do. Transportation is also incredibly important in our more heavily populated areas of the province. We have invested $140 million in transit in the Halifax Regional Municipality, including $65 million for the Mill Cove ferry service from Bedford to downtown Halifax. This project includes the purchase of 5 electric ferries and the construction of 2 terminals and a maintenance facility. Many thought this day would never come, and I am proud that my government was able to make this dream a reality. I'd like to talk a little bit about our Joint Regional Transportation Agency. I call it my golden child. The Joint Regional Transportation Agency was created in the fall of 2021 to address transportation issues associated with rapid growth in Halifax and the surrounding communities. To carry out this mandate, the JRTA is collaborating with their partners to create a regional transportation plan. They're looking at the movement of people and goods to ensure the transportation system is prepared for our current period of unprecedented growth and will take us into the future. This work will help us to ensure that our transportation system meets the evolving needs of our growing population and economy. The JRTA works with a technical advisory board with 6 core partners. Each partner has a wealth of transportation planning, knowledge, and experience, and have existing plans, strategies, studies, and projects that are important to, dependent on, and that will inform the regional transportation plan. This includes the Halifax Regional Municipality, Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, Halifax Harbour Bridges, Halifax Port Authority, Halifax International Airport Authority, Atlantic Canada's Opportunities Agency, and an associate member from CN. The JRTA's plan is due out at the end of this year, and I'm very much looking forward to the report, and I'm extremely impressed with the progress they are making. I recently had an opportunity to do a trip with the JRTA and some of the stakeholders, and I was just absolutely impressed, quite amazed actually, by the brains that are running this operation at the JRTA. Absolutely brilliant, passionate people who care so much about the direction of our province, the direction that our province is going. And of course, Build Nova Scotia. In December 2022, Nova Scotia Lands Incorporated, Develop Nova Scotia, and the Healthcare Infrastructure Renewal Group combined to become Build Nova Scotia. Build Nova Scotia is working to help communities reach their full potential by managing projects that improve the quality of life for Nova Scotians, strengthening our communities and growing our economy. Build Nova Scotia is responsible for the province's HRM and CBRM healthcare redevelopment projects, waterfront and industrial parks development, and bank asset land management and environmental remediation. There's a lot going on there. They're also responsible for the Internet for Nova Scotia initiative and the Cellular for Nova Scotia program. The Internet for Nova Scotia initiative is a tremendous success. It has surpassed its goals and is now 97.5% of Nova Scotians have access to a connection, and 100% have access to satellite. The remaining areas, including approximately 10,000 civic addresses, are amongst the most complex due to geography and infrastructure challenges. Build Nova Scotia is actively working with all partners to overcome these challenges and ensure the timely expansion of internet services. Having reliable cell service is essential for Nova Scotians. It is a matter of safety, and it's something we all count on constantly. I drive Highway 103 often, and I know how bad cell coverage is in some of those more rural areas of the province. This has been an issue for a long time, and I am very proud to say, for the first time, we are the first government in 30 years to address this very critical issue for our province, and I'm very happy with the people in Build Nova Scotia that is leading this province. Very, very proud of you all. We have invested more than $47 million to improve cell service for Nova Scotians. We have already identified where gaps exist, and we're moving quickly to improve service. A little bit about Boat Harbour. We remain committed to returning Boat Harbour to its original state as a tidal estuary. This is a big project with a long history. It impacts many people in our province, and we are focused on remediating Boat Harbour as soon as possible. Work is ongoing on this project. Build Nova Scotia is working closely with Pictou Landing First Nation, residents, federal and provincial regulators, technical advisors, and scientists to address issues and move the project forward. Our goal is to get started on this project as soon as we have approval from the federal government to move forward. In 2018, the federal government introduced the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or as we refer to it, ICIP. The program provides funding for projects such as increasing resilience to climate change, creating a clean growth economy, strengthening communities, and ensuring Canadians have access to modern, reliable services such as public transit and water and wastewater. ICIP is a cost-share program with provinces. Through the program, $839 million in federal funding has been made available to Nova Scotia. I am very pleased to tell you that the funding has been fully assigned as of March 2023. Nova Scotia has invested over $730 million in provincial spending to access ICIP funding, while municipalities and other organizations in Nova Scotia have brought forth close to $450 million. This incredible over $2 billion in investment will support 222 projects and will impact over 500 infrastructure assets province-wide. Of these, 92 projects are complete and the 130 are at various stages of implementation. This program is an excellent example of what we can accomplish when we work with our government partners and other organizations to build a stronger Nova Scotia. I am proud to say that our government is moving our province forward. We are committed to finishing the work that we have started. We are committed to making Nova Scotia a place where we can all live and thrive. None of this would be possible, though, without the many civil servants throughout government that are hard at work every day making our ideas a reality. To finish, I would like to thank the 2,000 employees who work for the Department of Public Works for their hard work to ensure we have safe, high-quality transportation that Nova Scotians can rely on. And with that, I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Minister. We will now take questions from the official opposition with an hour for each party, starting with the Liberal caucus. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, thank you for your opening comments. I do want to thank the staff of Public Works and the various organizations that work under Public Works for their service to the public and governments of all stripes. Minister, I want to thank you for mentioning a number of projects in there, too, of particular interest for me, the Yarmouth Emergency Room. That is something I'm very happy that the government is moving forward with. For the sake of the record, I will clarify for the House that that project was announced in 2020 by Premier Stephen McNeil. The design work was completed by 2022. I'm not sure why the project was delayed for 2 years, but I do think that we have to give credit to the local doctors who've been involved in this project since the beginning, who certainly put some public pressure on the government to move forward on this because they had not announced that they would be moving forward with it, as well as the people that signed a petition that I had been promoting as well. I do think if it wasn't for that localized pressure, we may not have gotten an answer on this project. So very happy that that's moving forward, but certainly that was work that began 4 years ago and I think could have moved forward more quickly. Certainly also want to thank former Minister Lloyd Hines, who has since passed away under the previous government, for his work to ensure our highways were twinned. Happy that the government is so fond of those projects now as well, because they certainly are important for safety and for the economy. My first questions, however, to the minister are related to Build Nova Scotia. Minister, there was a public tender that was issued for the Nova Scotia Crystal Building. This was issued March 10th, 2022, closed April 14th, 2022. I do have information here that came from a FOID pop that there were 2 bids. There was a highest ranking bid identified. I believe, as I stated previously, that it was Benjamin Bridge, perhaps with another partner, that was to be awarded that tender. So there was a competitive bid for this. There was a public tender, a competitive bid, a recipient that was to be awarded this. However, that was canceled in August 2025. I do have some correspondence here related to that we received through FOIPOP. Again, correspondence from I'll paraphrase here, but correspondence from Develop Nova Scotia at the time, before it was the title was changed to Build Nova Scotia, and it went from a Crown corporation to a organization under the minister's purview directly, with the independent board gone and all that sort of stuff. So again, we do have some correspondence here from the Develop staff. April 28th, 2022, we hope to inform the proponent within the next 2 weeks of their successful bid. Could be any day or week or month now. Next response is redacted, which was in May. Develop staff says, I assume we aren't in a position to now contact the proponents this week, ? Again, the response is redacted. May 12, 2022, response from the Develop office says, yikes, okay, thanks for the heads up. I'll carry on with the review phase language and let him know that as soon as we have an update, we'll provide it. July 18th, Crown review ongoing, continues delay of decision making. August 8th, 2022. I think at this point you could simply reply that the property is in the subject of an open procurement until such a time that is consummated or terminated. We aren't able to entertain any proposals. All Nova Scotia, August 25th. Could you please tell me why this tender was canceled? Again, redacted information from the staff. It says staff debating messaging, almost completely redacted, but it did include language that we are still going through approvals here, but we'll get back to you ASAP. In the meantime, wanted to flag the department has asked that you also get Wayne's sign off on this one. Presumably that would be Wayne Crawley, who was, according to the Premier, the personal friend that was appointed to take over on the interim Build Nova Scotia. The media request is not returned as they did not get sign off from Wayne. Then we do have a response that was approved by Wayne, which confirms that that tender was canceled. Could the minister please tell the House why that public tender was canceled? Again, after a successful recipient was found, and that underwent a competitive procurement for that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. The member is correct. This was a tender that had closed, and certainly I understand that, you know, this was difficult news for the proponent to receive. With the new Build Nova Scotia, we're looking at and rethinking the entire jewel of Halifax, which we call it, you know, the Halifax waterfront, rethinking the entire plans for the entire waterfront as a whole. So yes, there is no one in that building right now, but Build Nova Scotia continues to look at how we will plan that entire waterfront going forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, the concern here is that we underwent a public tender where there was a preferred proponent that had undergone a competitive process. By all accounts, is going to have a pretty impactful and exciting product there on the waterfront. Furthermore, there's concern on this because this did happen again with the Visitor Information Center, as I understand it, where there was at least a, if not a public tender, I believe there was another public tender for the Visitor Information Center, which again, a preferred proponent was found, and then that was also canceled. Potentially by the government. So could the minister confirm that that did happen a second time with the Visitor Information Center? Again, the first building was an old Nova Scotia Crystal building, but this also did happen again with the Visitor Information Center as well on the waterfront. Could the minister please confirm that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, and yes, you are correct with that. But again, that was withdrawn to continue with Build's mandate of looking at that overall planning for the waterfront. You know, this has just not happened at the waterfront. I mean, we've withdrew a BDO in Lunenburg once. I think it was down on the waterfront in Lunenburg. So it's all about strategic planning and making sure we're putting the right people or the right businesses in there that'll fit into that overall planning for Build.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the minister, these are both properties that abut the Queen's Mark building, which would be a signature complex with restaurants, hotel, office spaces, I believe. Both of these buildings abut that. Of course, that building was developed and built by Scott McRae, who's a transition chair of the Premier, who we know is a fundraiser for the Premier. Whom we've heard has taken meetings on behalf of the Premier with universities who are looking at housing projects and also with developers as well. We've also heard that Mr. McRae may have had influence on the canceling of these tenders, so I would like to ask the minister if the Premier's transition chair was involved in these conversations, if the Premier's transition chair had conversations with the minister or Build Nova Scotia staff or previous Develop Nova Scotia staff in relation to these two buildings and the tenders that were released. And I would like the minister to tell the House if Ms. McRae's influence had an impact on the decision to cancel these tenders.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not aware of any conversations. I've had no conversations. I'm not aware of Build Nova Scotia staff having conversations.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hope that this would be something that would be concern of the minister if there was truth to it. Again, both of these buildings abut the Queen's Mark facility. We have heard from people in the business community as well as folks involved with these tenders that there has been influence there. And certainly, I'd like to ask the minister, is she or her staff aware of any efforts by Mr. McCrae or conversations within Build Nova Scotia related to these, or if there's been any interest indicated by Mr. McCrae on wishing to own these parcels, or has he presented any potential ideas for development for those two parcels?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly I appreciate my honourable colleagues' comments, but again, I personally have not had any meetings, and I'm not aware of Build Nova Scotia, nor am I aware of Mr. McCrae wanting to purchase those buildings.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would the minister please chat with the Build Nova Scotia staff and investigate whether any conversations happened with Mr. McCrae in relation to this? Again, the concern would just be that there would be undue influence by someone who's closely tied from a partisan perspective with the Premier and the organization, and who obviously would have a very personalized interest in those two buildings that, again, abut the very impressive and beautiful development that's there with the Queen's Mark facility. Certainly, our interest in this is just that there is fair, competitive processes, that all companies are able to compete for the purchase and development of these properties, so that we ensure we're getting the very best outcomes for people. So if the minister could confirm that that is a conversation that she'll have with her staff, and if there's anything that's discovered, maybe she could report back to the House.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, and absolutely I will have a chat with the folks at Build Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
I want to thank the minister very much, and certainly I do trust this minister at her word. And I look forward to having a follow-up conversation with her once she's been able to have those conversations. Another item where I also do have confidence in this minister, because she knows the importance of it to our part of the province. This minister is a fellow member representing the beautiful South Shore. Like myself, I'm all the way down at the end of the South Shore in the valley in Yarmouth. But the minister knows the critical nature of the Nova Scotia to Maine international ferry service. Of course, we've had an international ferry service connecting Nova Scotia through Yarmouth to Maine for over 150 years now. And certainly I know the minister values that service. She knows how critical it is for resorts in her constituency like White Point, which I believe 50% of their American visitors come off of that service, as well as Quarterdeck and all the other smaller resorts, Airbnbs and inns in Queens County, which have been doing very well over the last number of years, particularly since that ferry service was restored. And I certainly love visiting Queens with my family. White Point is certainly a favorite. Great for the kids with bunnies and the pool and all the programming designed for families and children. It's really spectacular. And certainly when the ferry was cut by the NDP in 2009, I know the member as well as that probably helped the member get elected, actually, because it was an NDP member at the time who held that seat. And I remember the damage to the damage to White Point's room nights, the impact of the tourism sector in Queens County in particular, just because it is such a heavy tourism economy there, among other things, but particularly in Yarmouth, even Shelburne, all the way up through your riding, Madam Speaker, into Halifax. So I do want to ask a few questions about the ferry service. Thankfully, Tourism Nova Scotia has done a really robust review of this. So the reason I want to ask these questions, Madam Chair, is because the government has decided to review the ferry service. They're doing an economic study of it. Again, this is after years of the Premier, when he was in opposition, attacking the value of this service, suing Bay Ferries, the company, making claims that there was no value for dollars that were invested. This does seem to be the only issue where the Premier pretends to be a fiscal conservative on, of course, because money for everything else has gone out the door in the amounts of billions of dollars beyond the Premier's own budget. So I have to first question the rationale, given that we have to look after taxpayers' money on this one, because I don't think that is a motivating factor for the government's decisions, first and foremost. But more importantly, I think the tourism department has done a really good job doing an economic analysis of the impact of the ferry service through surveys, particularly with visitors. And that's something that I want to discuss with the minister. The tourism department did a visitor exit survey. They found some very, very important data related to that ferry service. I want to go through that. They found that the majority of visitors from Maine to Nova Scotia through the international ferry link were Americans coming here and not Nova Scotians going to the U.S. That's significant because that's where the economic benefit is of that service. It's in connecting us to one of the largest tourism markets in the world. So we want to see the amount of visitors or passengers on that ferry service being from the United States coming here, and they found that 83% of passengers on the ferry service were Americans coming here, which is what we want to see. Close to 90% of those travelers were coming for pleasure. They weren't coming to visit friends. They were coming for the tourism experience here in Nova Scotia. So 86% of visitors were coming here to spend money on tourism products. And the survey also found that the overall visitor population of people visiting Nova Scotians on the service compared to people traveling into the province from other ferries or driving in particular, that the party composition was in 51% of the times and above a couple. So compare that to the overall visitation to Nova Scotia being 37%. Folks that are a couple off the ferry, it's 51%. That means it's more people traveling on the ferry service. The visitor party size is larger off the Maine to Nova Scotia ferry. That service reported larger party sizes compared with the overall visitor population, with 6 in 10 reporting a party size of 2 and 1/3 reporting a party size of 3 or more. So you compare that with having 2 people or more visiting. That's 48% of the parties that come in by other means to Nova Scotia. 59% of folks coming off the ferry are larger parties. The number of nights stayed are also higher coming off of that ferry service. So when you compare the amount of people coming into Nova Scotia who stay, say, 8 nights or more, which is a very high value stay, the overall population of visitors coming into the province who stay 8 nights or more is 21%. If you look at those coming off the ferry, it's 31%. So 10% more of people coming into Nova Scotia through that ferry service are staying 8 days or more, which is really exciting. 6 days or more, 15% of passengers are doing that compared with 6 of the overall. So very, very positive figures. And close to 60%, 58% were actually first-time visitors. So Furthermore, we have a great indicator here that 60% of people coming into Nova Scotia are first-time visitors that probably wouldn't have come to our province through other means. And again, the reason for that is because Bar Harbor is a domestic tourism destination for Americans. They've got 10,000 people that live on Grand Desert Island year-round. The population this summer during the COVID years was around 4 million people. And that was in a down year for domestic tourism in the United States. So it's no surprise that 58%, close to 60% of people are coming for the first time because of that ferry service. On the accommodation side, the Maine to Nova Scotia ferry passengers were more likely than visitors overall to stay in paid accommodations as well. And less likely to stay with friends and family. So again, high-value visitors that are 12% more likely to stay at places they're paying for. 58% of those folks stay in hotels compared with 46% of people who travel overall staying in hotels. 19% stay in motels compared with 7% of travelers overall that stay in motels. 20% stay in B&Bs, bed and breakfasts, compared with 6% that come in from other areas. If you look at how many people that come into Nova Scotia not through the ferry service, 38% of those folks, close to 40% of their folks, are staying with friends and family, compared with 17% that come off the ferry. If you look at campgrounds, it's 15% to 7%. If you look at other fixed roof accommodations, that would be Airbnbs, cottages, these sorts of rentals. It's 50% compared to 26% of people who travel in from other places. And then there's a breakdown here. I'll table this so the House can have it, but a breakdown of the fixed room accommodations. And again, across the board, you're seeing travelers that come into Nova Scotia through Yarmouth from that ferry service almost double staying at places that they're paying for compared to people that are coming in from other places. I think the most exciting stat that the Tourism Department found, again, this is all coming from the Provincial Department of Tourism, was the overall spend. So this is also really exciting. The overall spend per party, per trip of again, the overall visitors, so that's people that are coming in from other means to Nova Scotia, is around $1,818. If you look at the U.S. to Maine passengers, they're spending $2,541. So we have a really compelling story here from the Department of Tourism that tells us that visitors coming over from Maine to Nova Scotia are mostly new, first-time visitors. They're bigger parties, they stay longer, they spend more money, and the economic impact, therefore, is quite considerable. So if you look at the numbers of the spend compared to the numbers and multiply that by the parties, we're looking at last year, Mr. Chair, probably over $30 million that was brought into our economy. That's new, and again, that's using the 83% figure, the spend, and with the overall passengers. So, I mean, we see that the Tourism Department did a really thorough job looking at the value for money on this service. And again, one can use this data to point to the fact that there's almost a 100% return, or between 80 to 100% return on investment in that ferry service. So I'm wondering why, since the Tourism Department is providing this and really has done an incredible job looking at all the numbers that matter, again, how much money is being spent, how long people are staying, how many of them are coming here, how many of them are American. What else is the government's consultants looking at that would be different from the overall numbers presented by the Tourism Department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I expected this question to come from the member. First of all, I would like to say it's certainly great to see you in Queens County, and anytime you'd like to come visit, we'll take your money. So bring your family and visit the bunnies and the resorts. Don't just stay at one, stay at two. One in the Best Western, you can stay there too, maybe at Lane's for the night. And, yeah, we'll plan a whole trip for you while you're there. So yeah, certainly one of the things, sorry, I just couldn't let this go, but you know, I know earlier in one of our question periods, I heard the member say that the PC party over here is always data driven. They're data driven. Well, a lot of data there you just gave me, so, you know, it's data, I guess, is part of government, so it's not just point the fingers on data when you want it to work your way. So I've had this conversation with a member many times. Yes, I live in the South Shore, the western end of the part of the province. I have 2 resorts in my constituency, which I know receive traffic and visitors that come across on the ferry. I am also, you know, the Minister of Public Works, so I understand the member's passion in representing his area and fighting for his area, and I do the same in mine. But I'm also the Minister of Public Works, which means I can't just look at something for one area. I have to look at what the value is going to be for that service for the entire province. And, you know, like the member says that doing this study, you know, I know I have said to the member previous occasions that we need to make sure that this service is providing value for taxpayers' dollars. We are the government. We need to make sure that we're spending taxpayers' dollars in the right way that's the most valuable to them. And that's what I'm going to do, and that's why we decided to do the very broad impact study. You know, this is a study that is, and I'm going to read it to the member. The study involves the development of a visitor expenditure profile, understanding traffic flows, visitors and citizens using the service, accessing the true impact on tourism operators in southwestern Nova Scotia and across the province, and bringing clarity to the overall economic benefits and costs of the ferry to the province and its taxpayers. So it's looking at the direct, the indirect, and the induced impacts of the service. This is a longer period study. It's not to discredit anything that the tourism industry is putting forward with figures. The tourism industry is actually part of this impact study. They are participating in this. I know that the member had asked to be part of this impact study, to be able to meet with the consultants that are doing this study. I know the member was not real happy with the people that were awarded the RFP to do this study. I'm very pleased with the work they're doing, the engagement they're doing. I know they've reached out to the member's constituency office and asked for a meeting with him, and I understand that's going to happen when he's not so busy. So that'll be good for him to be able to have that and to offer his comments. But it's not to discredit the figures that and the data that tourism industry has already provided. It's not at all. They're part of the study. Is to do a broad economic impact study to prove to Nova Scotians the value of this service. I realize that the member's very passionate. It's in his backyard. But you know what? I have people in my constituency on the other end who feel that this service is a waste of money. So we have to be able to prove to Nova Scotians, for the first time, we are the first government that has actually taken this on and is doing a broad economic impact study to try to figure it out. The sad part of it is this ferry has literally been kicked around like a football, a political football. NDP, Tories, Liberals, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We've been talking about this long before I was even involved in politics. Finally, a government that is going to actually do it. We said what we're going to do. We need to prove to taxpayers that this is good value for their money. I will always do that. Do I believe the service is valuable to my constituency? 100%. I have people that use that service. People come into my resorts. But I am now the Minister of Public Works. I have to be responsible to all Nova Scotians in making sure the money is being spent wisely.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, my concern is more around the politics of this. And I'm concerned not with the minister's intention, but more with the premier's intention and his staff's intention on this, because this has been a political football. And it has been because of former Premier Darrell Dexter cutting the service without doing any analysis of the economic impact. And secondly, because the current Premier and the PC leader previous, even though they were the party that brought Bay Ferries to Nova Scotia, that brought the CAT to Yarmouth originally, it's because the leadership of that party has, in a very sustained way, attacked the value of the service without taking into consideration the economic impact. So if you look at 8 years when we were in government, you will also see 8 years of Jamie Bailey and then the current Premier lambasting this thing, suing a private company to get the management fee, which was 3%. You know, probably the smallest management fee you'll see for anything. Again, the Premier that now hides millions of dollars potentially from public awareness of money that might be going to someone he's closely linked with. So I'm not concerned about the economics of this, because to correct the minister, there actually have been several studies done on this. I believe ACO has been involved, Chambers of Commerce have been involved in a study. There was an international ferry partnership study that was commissioned. So the minister is not the first one to look at the economics of this. There have been several studies. I'll now table the study that I was referencing, which was done from the Department of Tourism. You know, this is something that's been looked at. We know that whatever people's feelings are on this, and again, the negativity really has come from very obviously the attacks that the leader of the PCs and the former leader of the PCs have leveled, again, which wasn't well informed, which ignored the economic impact and was more about politics than anything. So I mean, my concern is not necessarily with the individuals, but who've been awarded this contract, but I was concerned that these two individuals just so happened to register their business with joint stocks a month or two before this tender came out. I'm worried that because they're being paid by the government and the public wasn't provided what the competitive information was for that tender. We don't know if this was the highest value proponent or not to do this. There are other bigger companies that have records of doing this that weren't chosen. This company was chosen. And again, the timing of them going to the joint stocks and getting registered as a company coincided with this. So I am suspicious of the process here. And again, it's not because of the minister, because I trust the minister's intentions on this. But at the end of the day, it's the Premier and his office that are going to make the call on this. And again, through FOIPOP, I had another correspondence here from Nicole LaFosse-Parker to James Mitchner, so that would be the Chief of Staff for the Premier to the Director of Operations. And the question she asked, again, all I can find that's not redacted here is, do you know if we received any input from Zach on this? Presumably that's me, and what he wanted to see in it. Ideally, we didn't. If we did, I'm curious what, if anything, he suggests was incorporated in here. So again, we have indications that there's a political lens being put on this, where I'm even being referenced as the MLA for the area. Why wouldn't the Chief of Staff to the Premier, if this was a real economic study, why wouldn't she want me to provide any input on this? Ideally, we didn't hear from him. I mean, I've got more information on this than probably anybody else in the House. And I'll table that. So, I mean, my concern is, and I'm not going to ask another question on this, but my concern is not with the minister or her staff. because again, I do trust this minister. This is a minister that has always been honest with me as far as I've ever known, who I know knows the value of this and experienced the value in her constituency. But I do worry about the individuals that are making the calls on this because of the politics they've played with this issue, because of how these proponents were chosen. And because it seems to be the only thing that the government cares about being kind of fiscally conservative on, value for money. I mean, the Auditor General's pointed out that in hundreds of millions of dollars of government spending, due diligence was never done, need was not even demonstrated. But on this particular issue, all of a sudden, they really care about being fiscally responsible. And just a few notes I'll note to the minister before I pass it on to my colleague is that we do know that 60% of people traveling through that service are coming all the way to Halifax through her riding, less so through the valley, but a little bit through the valley. 40% of those visitors get all the way up to Cape Breton. So we are not just seeing a regional impact for this service in our area, but we are seeing a regional impact all the way into HRM and into Cape Breton, which I think is important for all members of this House to know as well. And with those quick comments, I will pass it on to my colleague and thank the minister for her diligence on this. Our hope, Madam Chair, is in her on this file, and of course all the members that do know the critical importance of this service, again, which has been there for 150 years uninterrupted until 2009.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, and welcome to the minister, welcome to staff, both in front of me and behind. And I'll be fairly brief this year compared to past
Order.
years.
Can I ask that you move your microphone back? We're not allowed to touch them, but I have trouble hearing. Oh, there we go. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you. So I'll be fairly brief this year. I think I've only got about 19 minutes. I wanted to raise the issue with the tidal project and the causeway in Annapolis Royal. I raised it last year in estimates. And what I asked last year was about a letter sent from Town of Annapolis and County of Annapolis. It was dated March 31st. And I do see that a reply was sent a couple weeks ago. So it took a while, almost a year, I think, to get back to those two groups. And my questions were at the time about a detailed engineering assessment. I think that was the request from both the county and the town. And it looks like in the letter response from the minister and the department on March 20th, the department has committed to an engineering assessment to be planned over the coming year. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Great, done.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Public Works for Hansard.
Thank you. Thank the honourable member for the question. And first of all, I would like to comment on the length of time for that letter. Not acceptable. And I was certainly not happy when I saw that letter was missed. It got missed on a desk, but we've addressed it. And yes, we are committed to doing an assessment.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to make a dig. I just think I saw that just now that it took that long, but that's okay. We're moving on. The letter does say that the department staff are reviewing previous assessments and developing criteria for an updated engineering assessment. I guess where I'm going with that is knowing full well that Nova Scotia Power would be involved. There'd be a series of steps that Nova Scotia Power would have to go through. I wonder if the minister could comment on what steps the department's able to take in parallel with Nova Scotia Power. Does the department have to wait until certain steps are taken by Nova Scotia Power, just so I can report back, maybe not to the town and the county, they may know before I do, but to residents that may ask me that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jagger. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we actually have a meeting scheduled with Nova Scotia Power in April. So I think once we have the opportunity to certainly sit down and talk to them, we could probably give you more of an update of where we'll go forward and how we can work concurrently together on different things. But certainly we're looking at the structural integrity of the causeway and water controls, how the water control structures will be maintained or managed.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. So that's great that there's a meeting planned for April. There is comment on this letter again, and I'll quote, I'll have staff reach out to you by May. So that's to the warden of Annapolis County and the mayor of Annapolis. They're talking about with an update in status and scope of the review and how engagement is important. Just wondering what that engagement will look like. There'll be that meeting in April, and then, you know, it's hard to predict the future, but any idea of how that engagement will continue throughout the year and on to the next?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
A noisy chair there. So basically, like I mentioned earlier, this meeting in April will really set out of how we'll be able to work with stakeholders going forward. The reason why we responded with the May date is to have that meeting with Nova Scotia Power. Right now, you know, the causeway is owned by the province, but Nova Scotia Power is actually managing it. So I think once we have that initial meeting, we'll be able to work through, and then our hopes is to be able to work with the municipalities and update stakeholders from there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the Minister. I appreciate that. And if she or the department could update me along the way, or I could reach out to the town and county, but either way, it'd be great to get some information. Second topic, I feel like it's deja vu. It's the same thing I raised last year as well. It's the Rice Connector. I flagged it with I see the minister looking up, but I flagged it with different staff. Last year, if you allow me to quote myself, the Rice Connector is a concrete built-on ramp outside of Bridgetown connecting Rice Road to Highway 101. I talk about talking to senior staff. They're aware of it. Some of the senior staff in the department have actually driven it. And last year I say, it's not in great shape, it's in bad shape. Well, this year it's in horrible shape, terrible shape. I don't know what adjective to use to say that it's a year worse than it was. It's not drivable in some places. So we're talking about an on-ramp, off-ramp. Pardon me. It was called the Rice Connector. The department staff know a lot more about the history than I do. I get several correspondence on it. It was built with the local company, Rice Contracting, VJ Rice, who are on that road. It's made of concrete, so it's a unique in that sense. So I guess my question would be, So last year, the minister says, I've been advised that staff are looking at several options, but I don't have details, and that was fair. But I'm wondering now, a year later, could the minister elaborate on some of the options for that Rice Connector that's now in horrible shape? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want the member to know that I actually did go down and travel that road myself. So I know it's not in good condition or any other adjective that you want to use. The problem with this road is this is a multi-million-dollar expense. This is a very expensive project, $5 to $6 million to probably look at fixing. I know it's scheduled on future for 27, 28. That's too far out. I understand that. So I think what we may have to look at doing is trying to break it up into smaller project because $5 to $7 million just doesn't fit into the budget right now. But certainly, I know the state this road is in, and it's not in good condition at all. So I think if you could work with the district or work with the chief engineer in trying to see if we can break this down instead of doing the whole 8.2 kilometers at once, maybe do it over a couple of years, it may be a little bit easier to try to get things going there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And I'm very grateful for the work that's been done on the 101 in different sections. I think what I'm hearing is this is part and parcel of the work being done on the actual 101 road, this off-ramp. Pardon me, the 101 is actually in much better shape than the actual on-ramp and off-ramp, and I don't know if the department's able to leapfrog that off-ramp or that on-ramp before the work's done on the 101. No one complains about that stretch of 101. You're doing good work. You're doing 5 or 6 Ks at a time. They understand that. What they don't understand, what I don't understand is this is the 3rd year I've brought it up. Thankful for lots of things going on with the department, but 3rd year bringing it up, it's getting worse and worse. And you know, people are asking me, what's the holdup? Is there any way the minister or the department would consider looking at the on-ramp or off-ramp separate and earlier than the rest of the work on the actual 101?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and absolutely, that's something that we can look at, is doing that, breaking it up, which I think is going to make it a lot easier for us and for you to see some improvements there. So certainly, if you could work with our chief engineer and the district, we can look at trying to do that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you to the minister. I think the chief engineer is nearby as well, but is there anything in the budget this year that would help us address, you mentioned 26, 27, but is there anything in the budget that would help us address that on-ramp, off-ramp this coming year? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly will check with the chief engineer. I'm not sure what his priorities are and what his budget is right now, but certainly we can work with him and I'll get back to you, or he'll get back to you. Okay?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis with a note that there's 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you. No, I certainly don't want to come back a 4th year about the same issue, but I appreciate the minister looking at that, and I hope she understands that just looking for something to be done right away. Just to switch with only 5.5 minutes, there was a consulting report on our Lakeele base and recommendations given to fix up our Lakeele base. We had an issue where brine or high level of salt was leaking into the ground. I'm holding, and I can table this report. This is back in 2021, and I've brought it up before, and it's slowly, I think, being remedied. But my first question would be, there's a recommendation for construction of a permanent roof over the solar salt shed. Can the minister confirm if that was completed?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Yes.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. I believe that was completed, so I appreciate that. The second recommendation was to pave the solar salt transfer area between the salt storage and the brine production building. Do we know if that second recommendation to pave that area was completed?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
It's another quick answer. Yes.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Annapolis.
2 for 2. Number 3 on the recommendations, add waste tank near brine production building to receive discharge from mixer cleaning. Just wondering if that's been completed as well.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. I'm going to have to look into that, and I don't have an answer for you right now.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Annapolis.
I think the fourth one, what I'm going to do is table this report. Again, it's going back a few years. I think slowly everything has been almost completed or fully completed, but my issue or my concern is recently, as in the last 5 months, another household contacted me saying that either drilling for a well or looking for water, they're running into the same problem. So much salt, and they believe it's an issue to do with the salt shed, similar to other properties in the area. And I said I would reach out to the department and figure this out. And I also said that I would get an update on this report because I had no idea at the time. So I'm certainly happy if the minister could follow up or area manager could follow up and give me more clarity on that as well. And just quickly with a minute, couple roads that I'm interested in, if the department could get back to me. Haddock Alley. There's a discrepancy between 2 years ago, it was considered a road that the department would take care of. Now it's not. I forget the terminology. Arlington Road. We have a C&D site on Arlington Road. We've got so many people complaining about the condition of the road. It's owned by Dexter's. I wonder if the minister and the department would consider, I know what the answer is, paving the road or chip sealing, double chip sealing or something, but the road is just in a terrible state and it continues to be. And then my third ask would be Stony Beach Road. I brought it up before. Currently, Department of Agriculture is doing a lot of work on our marshlands down there, and they'll be using that road. I'm just hoping that Department of Agriculture and Department of Public Works could just determine or take good care of that road once they've used it. Thank you.
Order. The time for the Liberal Caucus has expired. We will now have an hour for the NDP. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and your staff the staff for being here. I want to talk. Well, let's talk about some roads first, and I'll let you know when I'm moving on to different sections. The budget includes $36 million for the RIM program for maintenance and repair of the rural roads. I'm just wondering, with regards to the zones, how will this money be allocated? And how is the department choosing which roads to repair with regards to RIM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the honourable member for the first question. It's a great opportunity to talk a little bit about our RIM project. You know, when we took government, the RIM under the Liberal government was $11 million. We've now tripled it. We are $36 million, actually more than tripled, $36 million under the RIM program. This is pavement patching, this is culverts, this is ditching, this is guardrail, this is brush cutting. We know how important our rural roads are to Nova Scotians, so certainly we have made the investment into RIM, just like we've made investment into capital gravel road programs. But to answer the member's question, how is it allocated? It's divided up based on the amount of kilometers within the district. So it goes out to the district manager, they figure out the amount of kilometers, and then it's divided up that way. It looks like approximately $2 million would go to Cape Breton County for RIM work.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I appreciate it. In the municipal MOU back in October, there was the existence of Schedule A before it was removed, that basically said that the province would, under Schedule A, would no longer be paving or repaving local roads. Instead, they'd let them go to gravel unless the municipalities wanted to take them over. And although Schedule A has been removed from that MOU and is in negotiations, I'm wondering, is this the policy now in Public Works with regards to the repaving or paving of local roads?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. I'm assuming the member's talking about the J-Class program. No? Well, I don't know what you're talking about then. But if the J-Class program has remained the same.
Before I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Whitney Pier, I just would like to make a couple reminders. You're not allowed to eat in this chamber. Also, I find that the conversations have moved from a whisper to an inside voice, so if we could please keep it down to respect the members who have the floor, that would be great. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And what I'm talking about is local roads. I'm talking about the local roads. So once that Schedule A was kind of public, people got very concerned about the local roads no longer going to be being paved by the Department of Public Works due to what was in Schedule A, and it has since been removed. So I'm just wondering if we can get clarification about that. Is the department going to be finally, paving these local roads that are in desperate need? I know in my riding and in others, or is the department plan not to pave these local provincial roads?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my understanding it was Schedule B, and certainly we're still going to be doing our regular maintenance paving that we always do on local roads.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and sorry, Schedule B, it was back in October, and we had a lot, we were dealing with a lot under that bill. Okay, so the other few questions I have on local roads is, what's the department's plans for subdivisions that only have one way in, one way out? For instance, in my riding, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, there's a subdivision known as Kites Hill. And with Kites Hill, there actually was a plan to create a roundabout on the highway with an entrance in and with an exit out. I think you could only turn right, but it's still an exit out and another exit in. And so I'm just wondering, and that was, I think, 2014, maybe I'm getting the dates wrong of when this was announced. It has not happened. So I'm just wondering, this is an example of one, but what is the government's plan on moving forward with getting subdivisions emergency exits?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we certainly understand that safety must always come first. We experienced this in the wildfires the past summer, and certainly understand the importance of these egresses. Most of the subdivision planning is done through municipal jurisdiction, but certainly we are willing to work with the municipal government of the area if there's land that is provincial land that we owned, that we can provide to the municipal unit to be able to put an emergency exit through. Certainly we're willing to do with that. If the member is aware of some within her own constituency that is of concern to her that are provincially owned, certainly I would recommend that you reach out to your district office and we can work through that. But I know during the wildfires in the Tantallon area, we worked with HRM and was able to put an emergency exit out to the 103, which is now gated. So certainly, you know, the past events that we've experienced have brought to the forefront the importance of having safe exits from areas so people can move out. But I would suggest the member, if she has certain areas, to certainly let her district office know.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for that response. And yes, I'm in constant contact with my district manager, I think to the point where he might not want to take my call sometimes. No, he's great. In February, CBRM faced a state of local emergency due to 200 centimeters of snow that came that, you know, trapped many of us in our homes as well as in our streets. And Public Works did, you know, provincially, municipally did a fantastic job. They worked really hard and were in constant contact with us. It was, you know, they really worked hard. And they did an amazing job with the equipment they have. And I was wondering, does the department have any plans to provide more resources as climate change creates more weather-related conditions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the honourable, my honourable colleague for the question, and I certainly appreciate her shout out to the Public Works staff that certainly worked so hard over that storm. I think I mentioned earlier in question period today, we had over 60,000 hours of operating gear. The men and women who work with Public Works were working 24 hours, right around the clock. Over 400 pieces of equipment we had in Cape Breton, and I must say only 5% breakage. So when you have a storm of that amount of weight and the snow and 150 centimeters, certainly the way the department worked through that was absolutely incredible, and also a huge shout out to our contractors. And usually, so for the Department of Public Works, I mean, our winter operations staff, we staff up and we have equipment that would handle snow up to 50 centimeters of snow. Anything after that usually would reach out to our contractors, and we have a great relationship with our contractors, and they do fabulous work for us when we're into these types of events. So no, I can't see us going out and buying, 400 more snow plows or snow blowers and sticking them in a shed and waiting for a snowstorm to come in 10 more years. No, I can't see that. But certainly I can see us working very collaboratively with our road building industry and our contractors to make sure that we have them, and of course our neighboring provinces, which we've done in the past, and it's always been successful.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for answering the question. So private roads are not maintained by the government. However, during severe circumstances like the CBRM had in February, where actually 200 centimeters of snow had been reported to fallen, is the government thinking of a policy that would allow for the plowing of private roads for circumstances such as this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
The answer is no. We have a private road policy for a reason. Many of these private roads, we cannot even get our snow clearing equipment down, so we have to think about protecting our own equipment and gear. Certainly, during the last snowstorm, the message was very loud and clear. I did it in a scrum that if someone was stranded, to please let us know. I actually remember getting a phone call from someone in Cape Breton who needed dialysis the next morning and was trapped, and it wasn't a provincial road. It was a road that was maintained by CBRM. And we had one of our snowplows go down in the middle of the night so this gentleman could get out to get his dialysis the next morning. He had already missed one treatment. So no, the private road policy is not going to change. It's there for a reason, and but certainly, there's contractors out there that also are willing to help. But during that unprecedented snowstorm, the message was very clear that no one would be trapped, but I'm not prepared to review or change the private road policy.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you to the Minister. I think for certain, I respect that there are situations that, we have policies for a reason. I think I might have to disagree with not looking at the extreme weather that we were in, considering we couldn't even get contractors out to plow driveways. Everybody was flat out. And so those are the extreme circumstances I'm talking about when we're in these situations that are very severe, very dangerous. And so we might have a little disagreement on that, but I think, but I respect the fact that the Minister answered the question. So on to, just before I leave roads, I just want to talk about ditches. The Minister, I'm sure the Minister's aware, because I think I talk about ditches all the time. But we're still continuing to receive ongoing complaints across the province about ditch maintenance near provincial roads. And without proper draining and maintenance, the ditches cause flooding and freezing conditions on the roads. So what is the budget for ditch maintenance this year? Has there been any increases? And does this reflect the damage caused by these extreme storms from last year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So our drainage maintenance for 2024-25 will be $14,500,000 just for drainage. So that's culvert replacement, ditching. But what the member should also know that is when we're doing any local trunk and route upgrades, we're also doing ditching there and replacing culverts. And of course, as you've heard me say before, under all projects that we do now, we're looking at the climate readiness or the climate lens. So we're replacing our culverts with bigger culverts so that we can make sure that they can handle any extreme events that may be on their way. And of course, again, a lot of the falls under the RIM project again. So think about it. Under the Liberal government, the RIM was $11 million. It is now 36. So that is very, very significant. But I can tell you, when you have $11 million RIM project or RIM budget, we got a lot of catch up to do. So we're certainly doing that. We've invested into our RIM and $14 million into pipes and drainage and ditching. Is it enough? Probably not, but it's certainly getting us where we need to go when we're playing catch up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I've got a question or two about bridges, and I think that is aptly important as of what we just saw come out of the U.S. Today. I know it was a talk in our office. A 2023 Auditor General follow-up report found that 6 recommendations from the 2019 report regarding bridge projects have not been met. She noted that the slow implementation of the recommendations pose a risk to public safety. What was the rationale behind the delay of the implementation of these recommendations? And did the Auditor General recommend the approach taken by this government, which involved attaining new technology?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So mostly what the AG was talking about was the new bridge software program that we had. We met with the AG last week to update them on the project or on the software implementation. That will be in full swing this month. So it wasn't as if we're still not out there doing our bridge inspections. We're still doing our level 1, our level 2, or level 3 inspections. So it wasn't as if, you know, those were not being done. It was just that this was like real-time data, decision tree, better support and making those decisions. My understanding is the AG is very content. This software will go live this month. But, you know, we have 4,100 bridges in this province. Again, we are a government that for 2 years in a row now have doubled the bridge rehabilitation program. So $60 million last year, $60 million this year. I think we have 54 bridge design packages ready to go this year. This is up significantly from the usual range of 20 to 30 bridges each year. And again, that's a result of the investment that our government is putting into our bridges. The response to the July 2023 flooding, we had significant damage to our bridge infrastructure during that flood. 13 of those are full replacements, and those are done. But we know the integral role, part of the transportation network that bridges play. 4,100 bridges, that's a lot of bridges in a very small province. But we'll keep investing, and I'm very glad to see that our software will be up and running at the end of the month.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, can the Minister tell me how many of the 6 outstanding recommendations have now been implemented?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
All of the recommendations are now complete.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Very, very helpful. The AG report found that the department was not completing regular bridge inspections as required by the department policy. I was wondering if the minister could explain this, and are inspections currently overdue? And if there are, can they tell? Do we know which bridges that has occurred in?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thanks. So level 1 inspection status updated March 21st, 2024. 87.9% have had a level 1 inspection. Level 2 inspection, same date, 99.1%. And certainly we'll be finishing off the rest before the date of the year, which is either July or August.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm aware in other provinces that they publish conditions of bridges. And so I'm wondering, through the Minister, will the province publish the condition and related targets for bridge conditions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason why we don't just put all this information on a website is because it's very technical. I'm not an engineer, definitely not a bridge structure engineer. So to put all that information out to the public could certainly cause confusion. If our bridges are not safe, we do inspections on them. If they're not safe, we close them. So we're not going to have people out there driving across bridges that are not safe. The information can be released through FOIPOP, but we do not have a website that's set up that's going to list every bridge inspection that is going to cause tons of confusion with folks in the public.
Order. I ask that the member of King South please respect the people who have the floor. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. The only reason I ask is because other provinces do it, and I'm not hearing any anything scary coming out of those provinces, that people are all scared about the bridges. I think actually it creates for them a more safety. They actually feel more safe knowing what the bridge conditions are. It provides a little bit more security, actually. And maybe it'd be something that the minister might want to look into, talk to counterparts in other provinces about what the reality might be on the ground for people. I want to turn to a little bit of Hogan Court to discuss this. So in the AG report on Hogan Court, it stated Public Works played a supporting role providing feedback on building quality and responsibility of the construction budget based on the assumption limited renovations were needed. Public Works was responsible for the conversion of the property until May 2023, when the project was transferred to Build Nova Scotia as part of their healthcare infrastructure division, end quote. According to the AG's report, the Minister's Department was granted approval from the government to sign an MOU between NSH and Cresco. Why was the MOU signed with the developer and not with the actual property owner, and where did this decision originate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to be able to answer the Honourable Member's question, but I'm not the Minister of Health. So that file is with the Minister of Health. I have not been involved in Hogan Court.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't want to go several rounds with the Minister on this, but according to the AG's report, Public Works did play a role, which means the minister's department played a role. Again, the quote the AG report on Hogan Court, Public Works played a supporting role providing feedback on building quality and the responsibility of the construction budget. Based on the assumption limited renovations were needed, Public Works was responsible for the conversion of the property until May 2023, when the project was transferred to Build Nova Scotia as part of their healthcare infrastructure division. So why was the MOU signed with the developer and not the actual property owner? Where did the decision originate? And I guess I'll add this question in. Within the MOU was a statement from the developer that the property was 90% complete. Why was the assertion not independently confirmed before the purchase?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't really want to go back and forth either, but this is a health question. We, Department of Public Works, did not purchase the property. It was health. And DPW did not sign the MOU.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And so continue with Hogan Court. In regards to what the AG has said in the report, Public Works was tasked with preparing a cost estimate for leasing the property. However, NSH relied on a consultant to estimate the cost of purchasing. Why wasn't this done in-house?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Again, thank you, but we were not involved with the purchase of Hogan Court. So I don't know why it wasn't done in-house or why it wasn't done somewhere else. I was not involved with the purchase of Hogan Court.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So to the ministers, there now seems to be some confusion here. So I'm just wondering, could the minister explain to me why the AG is citing the Department of Public Works as playing a supporting role, providing feedback on building quality and reasonability of the construction budget based on the assumption limited renovations were needed. Public Works was responsible for the conversion of the property until May 2023, when the project was transferred to Build Nova Scotia as part of their healthcare infrastructure division. Could the minister please explain to me why the AG is stating this if the Department of Public Works had nothing to do with Hogan Court?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Okay, thank you. So Public Works was involved as a technical side. So we offered information on the renovation of Hogan Court, only on a technical side. Again, we were not involved, Public Works was not involved in the purchase of Hogan Court. That was Health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Minister for clarifying the responsibility of Public Works with regards to Hogan Court. So I just want to thank her for that, and I'll move along because I don't think I'm going to get any more answers from that. So my understanding with regards to appointments to the Build Nova Scotia Advisory Board comes through Public Works. So why have there been no appointment? I wonder if the minister can tell me why there have been no appointments to the Build Nova Scotia Advisory Board nearly 16 months after it was created, and how are the decisions being made in its absence?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm sure the member can appreciate this was a huge transition. We had to bring in Nova Scotia Lands, develop Nova Scotia, and then we had Nova Scotia Lands Health. We brought everyone in together. It was, we had an interim CEO, and then we had a new CEO appointed to build. We've been working through the structure and the organization of that. The board, there are members that we expect that will be appointed. It's gone through the ABC process like any other board would. We expect those appointments to be made this spring. The members should know that this is an advisory board, not a governing board. So this is a board to give advice, but certainly it's not binding. Again, an advisory board, not a governing board. The decisions that have been made since we've come together are with the CEO and our deputy minister.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, and thank you to the Chair. The Minister may have said it, but I just didn't hear it. So excuse me if it was already said, but what is is there a current timeline for getting the board in place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I did indicate that we're looking at this spring.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I thank the minister for repeating it. I just wasn't sure if I caught it. So the minister's responsible for Bill Nova Scotia, was my understanding, under the Act. But it was announced in October 2022 that the ministerial oversight would be shared with the Minister for Service Nova Scotia. Now that the Minister of Health and Wellness has assumed responsibility for healthcare development, does the oversight of Bill Nova Scotia still fall with the Minister of Public Works or fall under the Minister of Health? And also, if it falls under the Minister of Health, what is the role Public Works will be playing in the redevelopment projects such as the Halifax Infirmary?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you. So the redevelopment projects that are within Build Nova Scotia Health or within Build Nova Scotia are the responsibility of the Minister of Health, and I am responsible for the rest that is under Build Nova Scotia. Minister of Health is solely responsible for the healthcare redevelopment projects.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I want to thank the chair and thank the minister for that clarification of responsibilities. With all the changes, it has been getting kind of confusing. So let's go to, I want to talk about a little bit about schools. The government has committed to building and repairing schools and adding modular classrooms. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to a bit on how locations are selected for new builds and repairs, and what were the main criteria for selecting one area over another?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you. So school site selections are done through education. So education would reach out to us with potential sites, and where we become involved is we would look at site line direction, the amount of traffic that would be able to be handled through the area. We would do some geotechnical work on the land that was there, but the actual school site selections are done through education.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you to the minister. I'm just wondering if the minister can answer this. Are there plans to expand the schools that are currently using modulars or portables to ensure that children and staff are, feel like that they are actually part of the school rather than removed from the school by being in modulars and portables? This is often an issue I hear about, not just in my own constituency, but around the province, and talking to teachers and talking to parents, where children don't feel like they're actually, when they're in the modules and the portables, they actually don't really feel like they're a part of the school because they're outside of the actual physical school. So I'm just wondering, are there any plans to expand the schools or to create, I know in my riding we used to have the little school and the big school kind of system, and I'm just wondering, are there any plans?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
So again, that is an EECD decision. If they're building modulars, they're building school. Public Works is the builder of government. So if education comes to us and says they want this built, we can build it. But we certainly don't make that decision. That's strictly education.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm going to turn some attention on, for the last little bit, on some provincial parks and trail maintenance. So Smiley's Provincial Park experienced extreme flooding last summer, and this caused significant damage. Some of the trails have been reopened, but the extent of the damage has not been fully established yet. Is the department going to direct resources to this park to ensure that it is ready for the summer use? And is there a timeline in place to get to a full reopening?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel bad here because I can't give you the answers that you're looking for because they're not in my department. So that parks question, trail question like that should be to Department of Natural Resources and Renewables or CCTH.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
All right, with the last remaining time, let's talk some highways. The government is budgeting $500 million for highways for 2024-2025. What criteria is being used to decide which highway projects to fund with the budgeted amount?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Oh, thank you. I can answer this question. So it's a huge question, though. So decisions about major construction in 20 of the 100 series highways are based on, you probably heard me talk about it earlier, traffic volumes, safety studies, collisions statistics. We also look at paving projects that are based on the pavement age, the condition, traffic volumes, and of course, our chief engineer would work with our local district offices to look at district priorities. And then, of course, they would be reviewed and become part of the provincial, overall provincial plan. We also have, and this is really interesting, I got to go to Miller Lake to actually to view this piece of equipment, and we have what's called an automatic road analyzer, or ARAN, and it's to measure the smoothness, rutting, and cracks in the asphalt surface of a selected road. Additionally, the strength of the selected road is also measured, so this data is used by a peer review group to discuss the rehabilitation methods and the best way to approach the address noted deficiencies. So this vehicle, you may see it, it actually travels around our province, and it's actually, it has a scanning device underneath of it, and it's measuring the smoothness, the ruts, and then it brings that data back, and then it's part of the peer review group. But again, our district directors, our maintenance supervisors, the men and women that are out there in the field, traveling our roads within their districts, they also are seeing deficiencies and what needs to be done, and it all comes back to the chief engineer, and he forms the overall provincial plan.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, with a note that there's 5.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I was wondering, thank you for that response, Minister. Is the department tracking whether or how population increases are impacting our highways?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So certainly, again, a lot of the stats would be collected through our RN vehicle. So, you know, it's looking at the stress on the roads, the ruts. We don't actually track the weather, but certainly we know over the past, especially in July, the flooding, the storms that we experienced there, the damage that was done. Trucking does most of the damage to our roads. And with increased, you know, trucks to the port, you can see damage. But certainly, we know the importance of our truckers, so we continue to work through that. But we don't track weather, but our RN vehicle would certainly give us that data. And of course, you heard me talk earlier today about the increased traffic with our population growth. So we look at the 103, 10,000 vehicles on that road now. The 104, the 102, like the demands on our roads. With the increased population growth and traffic, we certainly see that, and that's why we're investing in our 100 series highways.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, Minister, I meant weather as in W-H-E-T-H-E-R, not W-E. And I think we should have been a little bit more, I think I probably should have been a little clear on that. And as you were talking about, we don't really track the weather. I'm like, oh, I realized I probably should have clarified which weather I was talking about. Excuse me while I recover from that one. With the amount of time I have left, I do want to go back to a question on bridges. And that is, so our party has been meeting with the Department of Public Works year after year about the Harris Street Bridge over the Highway 111. It's inaccessible and cannot be cleared of snow in winter and is deteriorating. Is the minister looking into replacing the structure?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
I'm assuming the minister's or the member's talking about Portland Street.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
I believe I'm talking about Harris Street Bridge.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
If the minister can't get me a response on Harris, I will take a response on the Portland Street overpass, though.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
So for Portland Street, we have no immediate plans to replace the structure. We do continue to work with the municipality as it's their AT project. It's still in the concept phase. HRM is actually exploring a standalone pedestrian crossing, and we'll continue to work with the municipality as the approaches do not belong to the project.
The time allotted for the PC caucus has expired. We will now move on to the Liberal caucus with a note that the time will expire at 7:43. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I only have probably 10 or 15 minutes on predominantly, I think, all of them local questions. And our caucus definitely, I think, will we'll have some time to let you do your resolution before that hour is completed. First of all, thank you to staff, especially over the last year. I know it's been a tough year dealing with so many different issues in public works and the flooding, the snow, all the different issues, especially with all those extreme events. It's certainly a lot to deal with. So my predecessor, Bill Estabrook, said it's the best department to manage, and your predecessor in the department, certainly I could appreciate that. I've dealt with a lot of area managers and senior staff over the last 10 years, and certainly it's been a great experience, second to none, certainly dealing with other departments. So, so first off, just my riding especially is, you know, a mix of urban, rural, but Prospect Road is really the concentration of where the rural residents are, and it's a provincial road. It's the main road into all the Prospect Road communities. I have the 103 too, but since the Hubli Tantallon areas have been transferred over to HRM, I've been really focused singularly on the Prospect Road communities. So I've asked the minister about the scope and about the traffic study at Prospect Road. I know the minister understands the importance behind it, both from the existing pressure points along that road, but the future projections with commercial, industrial, and residential, virtually all sectors projected growth. And the answer from the minister just the other day was that the scope has been finalized for the traffic study, and the tender will be out in a couple weeks. So just wondering what the minister could share in terms of what that scope is and an estimated time frame to conduct the study to receive those recommendations or the findings from the study that will look at the access points within the Prospect Road communities, also known as Highway 333. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the member's question. We had a chance to talk a little bit about it in question period the other day. So yes, the traffic study is underway. The scope, some of the things that would be included in the traffic study is looking at an alternate route to Highway 103. Looking at that traffic congestion, turning movements at the intersection, how it affects traffic. We'd also look at the, obviously the traffic count there. We know that there is a large, the traffic count with the exhibition park, and of course the residential development and business development that we're seeing increased demands on that road. So we look at the traffic volumes, but certainly we're also looking at the future growth there as well, and what we need to do to meet that demand, because we have seen, as I mentioned in question period the other day, like I remember going there 30 years ago, and certainly don't see the traffic that I see now when I go to visit my friends. So certainly all of that will be encompassed. It's a broad scope, and I'm really looking forward to this. And I want you to know that we understand at the department the issues on that road, the collisions, the traffic congestion, and certainly we are going to work with you through this project.
I recognize the honourable member from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really that is the main concern for me for the area, is that study, what comes out of it. And I really don't want to, I think like the minister, presuppose what comes out of it and advocate for a specific way of dealing with it. That's what I've said to residents, is let's see what the evidence says, because it is a choke point, and I think it's going to be very difficult to actually figure out where, if it is an alternate route in, where that goes, because the motor vehicle accidents happen throughout the road. So it's a huge challenge, but I'm willing to support the department with what comes out of that, the findings of that. We have had, I think, no less than 6 or 7 intersection improvements over the last 10 years on Prospect Road, huge improvements, and that's a testament to, I think, the staff that does have a good understanding, whether it's like the deputy himself who has worked in the region years and years ago, and Mark Peachy and Guy DeVoe and Don Millette. There's lots of them that know the area, which is helpful. I would just say that whenever we do get work, which is a process, this is just the start. Eventually you have to secure the capital and the plan. I understand that as much as anybody. Whenever there is work that is approved in the future, that we look to a similar implementation as when we rebuilt the 102, 103 overpass, because there is so much traffic, so that we were able to build that structure at the same time as having something open the whole time. So that's a consideration I just want to convey. And on that same theme, looking at further way down the road, I know the minister knows this because she visited the site, is the bridge down in Blind Bay. And I know the tender had closed March 15th that will rebuild the culvert for the area. And I was really thankful the department stepped up to put the Bailey Bridge in. So we do have that traffic flow that's continuing now, which is good. So just since the tender just recently closed, I just asked the question, how will the hours of operation impact the traffic flow now that that tender's closed? Do we anticipate another closure, or is there still going to be traffic flow? I think that's a really important question for residents, especially in the Dover areas and the businesses down there. So anything you can share about start date, duration, work schedule, that's okay. I completely understand if that specific information isn't available readily at hand right now, but I think the main question is whether or not the road will be closed down during that time, and if there is any info to share, start date especially on that project.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this was one of the first sites that I visit. I was actually visiting with my friend, and the night of the storm, I opened up the 104, and on the way back, I was heading back to Liverpool, and the rain just got so bad, I called my friend and said, can I come stay with you? And so one of the first sites that the chief engineer and I visited early in the morning was the Blind Bay Bridge. So we hope to have this site work to be completed by August 16th. There will not be any closures. The construction will be done beside the Bailey, and the traffic will just be flipped. I realize that, summer season is going to be very difficult with the increased traffic going down through Peggy's Cove, but certainly we'll try to flip that traffic and work through it the best we can.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Appreciate the answer very much. Since we're talking about that specific region of the Dovers, there is a small local road I have to ask about. It's called the Whistler's Cove Road, and the department has it in the 5-year plan for this coming paving season for a double chip seal, and there has been questions asked about drainage. I'm really happy that we were finally able to get this road dealt with. Relatively low traffic, and I agree with the assessment the department has made, but residents are asking. There's a specific question if they'll raise the road up. I don't know if you can answer that, but is there anything in terms of the scope of the project that could be shared, if it's possible to raise the road up for the drainage issues that they've had over time? And there's concerns around snow removal, plowing, and having a turnaround section at the end. I realize there's not a whole lot of residents that live down there, but there's been consistent routine issues with the road. And so again, I'm happy the Whistler's Cove Road, it's a side road down in the Dover areas. Is there anything that can be shared if they'll raise the road up, and if it can be, if the scope of the project can be shared with maybe the residents that live there specifically?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got a good minister getting Whistler Cove Road done. Boy, oh boy, lucky. So right now what we're looking at is we would do ditching and obviously do the pipe work or the drainage that would need to be done there, and then put some gravel down and chip it. There's no plans to raise the road, but certainly if you want to get into more details of further details of the scope of the project, I would recommend setting up a meeting with our chief engineer, and hopefully you could communicate that to your constituents.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a fair answer. I'll do that. A question on the Prospect Road again. We've successfully been able to install the active transportation lanes, really a fairly large stretch from Goodwood into Hatchet Lake, into Whites Lake. There's a plan now into the next section this year. It's a relatively small section. I would just ask the question, can I get a commitment from the department? And I think Madam Chair would probably support me in this as well, is to continue with the active transportation lanes all the way through to Peggy's Cove and beyond, the whole Peggy's Cove loop. And I know that's a big ask, but the question really is if there can be a piece every year in the foreseeable future that the department is focused on this really important route for tourism, for active transportation, for people that run and walk and roll a stroller. I can tell you every time I drive down the Prospect Road or the Peggy's Cove Road, on those paved sections, I see people walking or running, and it does make a difference. It's not just a bike lane, it's for the safety of actually the people driving in cars as well, so they don't have to cross the center road when people are actually on the side of the road. And I think, again, the Madam Chair would probably agree with me that this project continues. So I hope this can be seen as like an official multi-year plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, and I can certainly confirm that the chair has spoken to me about that. I'm very passionate about that. And I am also, as minister, very passionate about active transit in our province. I certainly cannot commit to you today, but it is our intention to, I think it's always been the intention to continue piece by piece as we continue down the road to Peggy's Cove.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll certainly bring it up every year when I have a chance. One question that's not specific to paving, it's more on the build side of things. So there's no longer a plan for the transitional building in Bayers Lake for healthcare. So I just wonder what the plans are for the land adjacent to the outpatient center, and if the department would consider looking at, I referenced this before in meetings in the past, another access point so that folks from the Beachville Lakeside Timberley area can get right through from the industrial park area. So it is unbelievably close from the Beachville Industrial Park, used to be called the Lakeside Industrial Park, to the outpatient center. You can see it. It's probably, I don't know, a 7-iron. I haven't been playing much golf lately for me lately. Maybe a pitch and wedge for the deputy, but I'm wondering if there's another access point being considered, or if there's really anything else that the department's thinking about with that plan. I've heard rumors from sources at HRM staff that there's a potential for like a soccer facility in the Bayers Lake area. I've heard potential for another hockey rink that people are looking for out in the Bayers Lake area. There's a lot of rumors floating around. So just, I don't know what kind of answer I'll get on this, but there's certainly a lot of interest for lands around Bayers Lake and recreation. Definitely always supportive of recreation opportunities there, but in this case, I just see it so close to that entrance of industrial park, and I'm sure the deputy has heard the rumors in the past where that industrial park would have been connected to the Bayers Lake Business Park at one point or another, and sometimes it gets confused with different levels of government. HRM owns the industrial park. Do they want to connect with the Bayers Lake Park? I don't know. I see it as inevitable at some point in time in my lifetime, but I think if we start planning for getting more and more people to be able to access that way rather than going through the very cumbersome way on Chain Lake Drive, I think that would be a good thing to consider at this point. So if not committing to it, maybe just someone could look at the potential for that connecting node into the directly into that part of the Bayers Lake Park that will see the growth in the next number of years.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So presently, the land that is there is still being held for consideration by health. There's no other discussions that are happening right now for that land except looking at it for health for their master central zone plan.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
And thank you, Minister and staff, for being here on the last day of estimates, for the last 35 minutes of estimates. Save the best for last, almost. We got a couple more questions back here. So I'm going to jump right in. And we talked about this last year during estimates, and one of the biggest bones of contention in my district, and I know it's in a lot of districts, is the difference between the municipal and the provincial roads, especially when it comes to subdivisions and residential areas, and the differences in standards. You had mentioned last year that we were going to talk to CBRM. So I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion about transfer of provincial residential areas over to the municipality.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So I personally myself have not had any conversations with CBRM. I know that the topic or the conversation of provincial roads being taken over by municipalities was discussed with the service exchange, and it was not accepted. But certainly, I can tell you, as Minister of Public Works, I will always have the conversation if there is a municipal unit that's looking to take over a provincial road. Certainly, I'm willing, and I would suggest that if that is the case, that you have someone from CBRM reach out to me, and we can have the conversation.
I recognize the Honorable Member for North Side Westmount.
Thank you, Minister. And so maybe so just to clarify, it wasn't accepted by the municipalities. So maybe it's time for the residents to start putting the pressure on the municipalities to have that conversation as well, because a lot of the calls that we get, and you probably have provincial roads subdivisions in your area, when they're 24-hour level of service versus the 10 or 12-hour level of service for snow removal, and the taxes and the repair and all of those different services cause a lot of grief for residents. So I will have the conversation with CBRM as well and try and move that forward. The next question I have is around provincial signage. So I noticed, not just in my riding, but in a lot of riding, a lot of the signs are starting to deteriorate, especially the blue tourism ones. They get faded, they get cracked. So I'm wondering if there's an emphasis going to be put on that this spring and summer to replace some of those signs, and if there's an increase in budget.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So signage, one of my favorite things to talk about, and I look up at some of DPW staff right now shaking their heads because so one of the things that absolutely drives me nuts is seeing a dilapidated sign along our road network. I will say that the blue signs are, although they are along our road network, they were put in by tourism. So I think that would be a tourism issue. I don't know if they'd be interested in replacing those or not, but I can assure you that the direction has been given to DPW for all district directors, and I know it has been done. They've gone out to each of their districts. I've asked them to do a complete inventory of their signs. I've asked them to drive their entire district and tell me what signs are need to be replaced, and to make sure that they start replacing them.
I recognize the Honorable Member for North Side Westmount.
Great. That's good news, because and I will talk to the tourism minister as well, because that's the first impression that a lot of tourists see. So either we should replace them or take them down. When you come off of the Newfoundland ferry, you're coming from province to province, and it's not good. The next part, it's kind of related to signage, but also towards the median. So I noticed that this year we were really late in doing the mowing around the medians and around the signage, so there's a lot of brush growing up around the signs. Is there any plan, so first of all, how is that allocated? Is it contractors that do the mowing across the province? I've heard there's only one mower for all of Cape Breton. So is there a plan to increase the level of mowing or bring back, someone suggested to me to bring back the summer student program to help with the signage and mowing. So I'm just wondering if there's any plans to get that a little quicker this year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you so much. So another thing that really drives me crazy. So certainly the intent this year is to make sure that we're out there as early as we can, weather permitting, to get that mowing done. We both have we have internal and contractors that do the mowing. Many times for internally, it is to get the signage because we have to have proper signage to go out and do the work. But you know, for me, I take great pride in the work that the department does. I take great pride in our 100 series, our roads. And you know what, it's little things like mowing that when people enter our province and they drive our highways, you know, I've always said if you can paint a yellow line, I've heard people say, "Oh my gosh, I got a new road because we painted the yellow line." So it's little things like that. Certainly, I am. Maybe it's the female minister in me. I don't know, but I like things looking good. So once again, Public Works staff up there looking at me, knowing that direction has already been given.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you're right, Minister. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and when things don't look tidy on the roads, then automatically you go to the negative, right? So it's one positive. One other thing I wanted to mention is in Cape Breton on the 125. So I'm getting a lot of calls about the rutting from North Sydney to Sydney. And it's an ongoing problem, and I don't know if it has to do with the quality of the asphalt or if it's the bed underneath. And there's a lot of truck traffic on those roads, which causes a lot of it. I know that for sure. But it's very dangerous, and there have been a lot of accidents, causes a lot of hydroplaning in that area. So I'm just wondering if there's any plans to redo the rutting in 125 this summer.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So certainly rutting on our 100 series highways, we're seeing a lot of that too from truck traffic, and we know how dangerous that can be. This section of road is on for microsurfacing, but it's 2 years out. Which certainly would take care of those ruts. But what I will commit to you is I will have someone from the district go down, take a look, and if there's some way we can do some, filling in those ruts until or funding becomes available. But the microsurfacing will be done in 2 years. I realize that's a long time to wait, especially when you have ruts like that. But I will have someone from the district go down, take a look, and if there's something we can do in the meantime to try to make it safer, certainly we will do that.
I recognize the honourable member for North Side Westmount.
Great, that's wonderful, because it is, and when they come down, if they need me, just give me a call or whatever, because I get a ton of calls on that, and I'm sure some of the other Cape Bretoners might as well. It's quite dangerous there, so thank you. I'm going to turn some time over to my colleague from Halifax Armdale, and we are going to leave you time to do your resolution, so thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the staff. I just have a quick question. I do have a letter here that I received from your office. I sent a letter to the Premier with your office requesting a speed limit change through my constituents. Usually, I don't like to mention my disappointment, but I'm disappointed for the response for my request. And I'm going to take this opportunity for the public record. I'm wondering what it takes to make a decision to change the speed limit of Dumbreck, specifically the portion of the provincial jurisdiction. We know the population is growing. We have a long lake beside this road. We have a new subdivision is coming within the constituency. There is a lot of people, a lot of children within that area, and I do have a concern. Also, we do have members of the constituency have raised concern of speed chase in the nighttime. Could I have please to have some answer what it takes to change this speed limit? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you so much, and my apologies that I've disappointed the member, but sadly I disappoint people all the time, it seems like. So a couple things. Traffic study would be done by our Provincial Traffic Authority, and they look at multiple things. They look at they would do a radar count. They would determine if it would warrant a speed reduction. If they would look at the speed of the traffic, they would look at what's happening on the side of the road. If there's more driveways that are there now than what was there when the speed limit was set, they look at intersections. They look at and all of that. they would use to determine what a safe running speed is for traffic. So I think a traffic study has been done. Is that correct? No? Okay. So what I'll commit to you is I will make sure that a traffic study is done. One thing I will say to you is I hear since becoming the minister, and I hear it in my own constituency all the time, it's about speed. Everyone is driving so fast, not only on our highways, but on our local roads and trunks and routes. It's absolutely ridiculous, the speed that people are driving right now. The speed chase that you speak about, that's an enforcement issue. It wouldn't matter if I set the speed limit to 50, they're probably still going to go do a speed chase. So that is a huge enforcement issue. We have a provincial traffic authority for a reason. They base their decisions on a lot of things, which many that I've outlined for you. But certainly I will have them go out and look at an in-depth traffic study on that section that you're talking about.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Quite honest, I know for the fact a change doesn't happen overnight, and I'm aware there's some procedures and policies need to be followed. But I really like to have your attention because when this highway was built, this area was wooden area. There was no community, there was no subdivisions, and also we didn't have the lifestyle that we have today. Most of the people would like to benefit in terms of recreation perspective, go walk the lake and what have you. Because of that reason, I think the footprint of the area has increased, and this has become a safety concern for my constituents. I thank you for your response, and I look forward this issue to be raised within your capacity. Thank you again.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to give a few minutes my colleague.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. And speaking of speeding, I know your deputy minister does know our meetings that we've had in that regard, and I know where he lives and what his speed limit is on his street. But I wanted to ask, I know that there was an announcement made to twin the Forest Hills extension, and I know that the bottleneck that is the intersection of Main Street and the Forest Hills extension is going to continue to be problematic, and wondered if that intersection was part of that project and that design.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So we have committed the next phase of the 107. I talked about it earlier in my opening remarks. So we're going to be doing some bridge work out there this summer. And eventually the plan would be for the traffic to bypass Main Street and connect out East Preston Way. So it will take some time, but everything takes time these days and money. But we are committed to that next phase of the 107 now.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
I knew you had a good answer the way you sprung up that time, like the in that regard, I'm going to switch because I know where a lot of our streets in those areas are over capacity, over their design capacity per se, and Portland Street has been, and HRM has the plan to do bus rapid transit along Portland and Cole Harbour Road, and yes, we would like to. That's going to remove a lane away from Portland Street and Cole Harbour Road. So I was wondering where the Mount Hope connector from Caldwell Road, that it was a plan from way back in 2006, crossing D&D lands, and I just wondered if that was still part of the plan to sort of help alleviate some of the pressure that Portland Street is experiencing.
Easy to understand math.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. There's been no discussions that I'm aware of, but what I can tell you is that the amazing work of our JRTA, which I know you are very supportive of, is testing that connection as part of their regional plan.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
I'm crossing all my T's and dotting all my I's. And with regards to enforcement, we know that there are signs posted along a lot of the highways for litter fines. And the particular ramp that comes off of the circumferential onto the Woodland Avenue is constantly full of litter. And I just wondered, how much do we actually have enforcement of those litter fines rather than having your maintenance people continually pick up the repeated, dumping of litter outside their windows?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So certainly this is an enforcement issue. We post the signs and we, hope that people will abide by them. You heard me talk about signs and earlier, and you heard me talk about mowing and how those two things are so important. Littering is another thing that I just cannot wrap my head around why people behave like this. We put out a video that we shared with the department and across Nova Scotia talking about littering and the fines that are there, but it is an enforcement issue. I don't know how many tickets RCMP or local law enforcement have done, but certainly we could try to find out for you. But it's a huge issue. Again, another enforcement issue.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Yes, thank you, because I wasn't aware that it was the RCMP that was doing litter fines. But anyway, so thank you for those responses. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague now from Clayton Park West.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sure the Minister is saying, oh no, not her again. She knows the question. So if I may, I'd love to know how does the negotiation process and how long does it take? Because the land, HRM has voted yes for the land, was given, the survey was done last summer, So from the summer to now, from 6 months, 9 months, negotiation. How does negotiation works between HRM and the province, and when will that end, and when will we hear? If I could get some details on that. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this has taken a long time. It has certainly been a process. My understanding is we're waiting on the signed agreement from HRM. It has taken a lot just to try to get the land to start with. It had to go through a council vote, which you're aware. The appraisal has been done, and we're waiting on the official signed agreement.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
All right. My understanding is they're waiting on the province, but as I said that in question period, I've asked my councillor, and that's the information I received from my councillor in writing, that they're waiting on the province. So somebody is telling me one thing and the other person telling me. So what I would love to know is how much money in this year's budget has been allocated. What is the next phase? Let's say HRM gives you what you're looking for, and we start. What is the next stage, and how much money will you be spending, and is that in the budget for this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So this year we have $7.5 million budgeted for design.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank the Minister. I'm hopeful that things will hear, and I'll try my best to get the two, but we are so in need of this school, and I would really appreciate your help. Thank you. And I don't know how much time do you need, Minister, but my colleague would like whatever minutes you have. How much time do you need? 2 minutes? Okay. So you have whatever time is for my colleague.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Minister. And if it's possible, maybe I could put down my questions in a letter and send it through. That might make it easier. If the Minister had an opportunity, there's two high priority items. And one, of course, is Route 366. It was shut down this afternoon. The road is closed. So wondering if the Minister can say will that be considered an emergency to make sure that a permit is received right away, given the fact that it's an evacuation route and it's such an important piece of highway for the province. And also Howard's Bridge. I don't know if there would be time to give a quick update on that and the reason for the delays and if there's a timeline when that will be prepared. Thank you, Minister.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you. So very quickly, I'm probably going to have to give a Howard's Bridge update in writing. So I understand the importance of the 366 and what's going on there. We have the roads, the gravel road is actually drying out a little bit, so we have some wind and some high sun. So we understand the importance of this, and certainly we'll get in there and try to do whatever we can as soon as we can. Okay?
Seeing no more questions, I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works to make her closing statements.
Thank you, and again, thank you to that amazing team up there in the gallery. I so appreciate all of your support today. To the deputy and to Brent, thank you. To all the other amazing Public Works employees out there, thank you for everything you do. And I know my kids are watching. They told me to be kind and to be nice today. So hopefully I was kind and nice. I don't know why they think I'm not. But anyway, with those few closing words, I resolve that a sum not exceeding $716,170,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Public Works pursuant to the estimate.
Shall Resolution E36 stand? Resolution E36 stands. That concludes the consideration of estimates. We shall take just a few minutes recess, seconds.
One person I'm not worried about is closing the ball. I figured he could run over someone. Still get elected, right? Run over them.
Run over them and then resuscitate.
Yeah, that's right.
For the resuscitation.
Order. Order. I recognize the honourable member of Shelburne, the chair of the Subcommittee on Supply.
Madam Chair, I am pleased to report that the Subcommittee on Supply has met for the time allotted to it and considered various estimates assigned to it.
Shall all the remaining resolutions carry? Carried. The resolutions are carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Committee of the Whole on Supply do rise and that you report these estimates.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report these estimates to the House. Please give us a few minutes to get our things in order. Order. The chair of the Committee of the Whole on Supply reports
that the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and come to agreement on 43 estimate resolutions. The chair has been instructed to recommend these estimates to the favorable consideration of the House, each without amendment.
The motion is that the House concurs in the report of the Committee of the Whole on Supply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Don't stop me now.
Oh, well.
Sorry, I'm still in my estimate mode. Madam Speaker, would you please call the order of business? Introduction of bills.
Introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province.
The Honourable Minister of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 453, an act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 453, the Appropriations Act 2024, be now read a second time.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 453. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I now move that Bill number 453, the Appropriations Act 2024, be now read a third time and do pass.
The motion is for third reading on Bill number 453. Would all those in favour of the motion? There has been a request for a recorded vote. Please give us a few seconds to set up. Until the whips are satisfied. order. The whips are satisfied. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I will now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wall.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Ali Duale.
No.
Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Ben Jessup.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 31, nays 21.
The motion is carried. Ordered that this bill do pass. Ordered that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself in committee of the whole House on bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number, Johnny's got my list, Bill number 419, Financial Measures 2024 Act.
Bill 149, the Financial Measures 2024 Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 419 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on March 25th, 2024 with certain amendments and contains 111 clauses and 1 schedule.
I understand this bill was amended by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. Unless the committee wishes to proceed immediately with consideration of Clause 1, of the clauses, I would ask the clerk to explain how the bill has been amended. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 419 was amended by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments as follows. Pages 32 to 34, Schedule A, delete. That's the Professional Firefighters Volunteer Act. Page 34, Schedule B, heading, delete B. So that renamed the schedule from Schedule B to simply Schedule.
Is there debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to stand in my place and speak to Clause 1 of Bill 419, the Financial Measures Act. And for those that are watching, this is the bill that institutes the financial changes to acts with respect to the budget. But this year it's quite different. This is not a bill in which the finance critic actually has very much to comment on. This is what's known as an omnibus bill, in which out of the 111 clauses in this bill, only 28 of those clauses are in any way associated with the budget that was just passed by this House. So I will speak to, I guess, one clause that is worth commenting on as the finance critic. But before I get into that, I just want to reiterate the concerns I have, and I think all Nova Scotians should have, with respect to omnibus bills. And this is highly unusual in my 11 years in this House to see a bill come forward in this manner from a government that has only produced 3 pieces of legislation. And what is normal in this House is to see a government with ideas, with needs to upgrade legislation, decades-old legislation that needs updating, and it is very normal for this House to be dealing with 16, 18, 25 pieces of legislation. And unfortunately, this government has chosen to come to this House with only 3 pieces of legislation. And it really begs the question, what are the ministers who have been given the opportunity and the honor to serve Nova Scotians as ministers of the government, as key legislators for the province, to write the laws, define the laws, to update the laws of this province? What are those ministers doing? 3 pieces of legislation. I am certain, absolutely certain, that in every one of those departments there is legislation that needs updating. I can think of the meeting with a woman several years ago about the Matrimonial Property Act from 1980 that is discriminating against women when assets are divided in divorce. A piece of legislation desperately needed to be updated And in 2.5 years, this government is bringing forward nothing with respect to justice bills. Bills on agriculture. The only bill I believe the Minister of Agriculture has introduced in 1.5 years is the bill developed by the previous government on the wine authority. Here we are putting all of the resources of the staff in the Legislative Assembly, the clerks, the pages, all of our staff, all of the staff in government, and we are coming to the House for only 3 pieces of legislation. I think it reflects very, very poorly on this government. Clearly, there is a lack of interest in improving things for Nova Scotians, or there is a lack of ideas. Each and every minister of this government should be clamoring to bringing in 1, 2, 3 pieces of legislation to this legislature in each session. Is that too much for Nova Scotians to ask? I would suggest that is the job of government. And to come to this legislature with 3 pieces of legislation, and all of 3, I believe, are now needing to be revised because they have been ill-conceived, again raises the question of the competency of government. And here today we are dealing with an omnibus bill in which the Financial Measures Act, excuse me, I, as the finance critic, can really find 1 clause to comment on in 110. That's clause 62. I'll speak about it momentarily. I'm going to have to rely on my colleagues, the critics for some other 6, 8 departments, to comment on this bill. And the ministers responsible for elements in this bill we've not heard from. The Minister of Finance is now the Minister of everything. He is now the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Community Services, the Minister of Health, because he is the one standing and speaking on behalf of government on the Financial Measures Act. I think if he asks for a raise, other ministers might have to give up a bit of their salary. So why should we be concerned about omnibus bills? And I spoke to this earlier, and I probably speak to this again on 3rd reading. This primarily takes away our voice to represent our citizens to vote for or against initiatives by this government. We will have 1 vote in 3rd reading on the Financial Measures Act that has 110 clauses that touches on, and my last count was 8 departments, 8 initiatives by this government in 8 various departments. And each and every one of us may wish to support the end of bracket creep, but we may also have serious concerns about health information, which is in the same bill. So each of us is making a decision to vote yes or no. And in that one vote that we are being given to deal with the Financial Measures Act, we will be voting against things that we actually want or voting for things that we don't want on behalf of our citizens. And this is, I think, the absolutely fundamental reason why we need to ensure that omnibus bills never cross the floor of this legislature ever again. When one brings in an omnibus bill, and my colleague from Clare raised this issue in the earlier debate on this bill, is that in fact the critics for the various departments that are touched on this bill didn't even know that there was a bill briefing that involved their critic responsibilities. And in fact, that bill briefing did not have many of the ministers there that were responsible for various aspects. There were a few. But here we have initiatives by government which are not spoken to and defended by the ministers, introducing to Nova Scotians what they want to do, what this government wants to do in an area of responsibility of those ministers, and the opposition critics from the two opposition parties had no idea that there was a bill briefing going on that affected them. So then we take it to the next level in terms of the public. If I'm a firefighter or a health professional, and I hear in the news that the FMA has been presented, it's known as the Financial Measures Act, how in the world would a member from the public know that there was something that concerned them if they were in the fisheries industry or in the health industry? So the omnibus bill not only is taking the voices of the public away through us, it is keeping information from the citizens of Nova Scotia through an untransparent act in which my count was 15 pieces of legislation and then 2 new pieces of legislation under the FMA, the Financial Measures Act. Does not seem like a government that wants to work with its citizens and wants and is confident in defending the actions that they are taking. So Nova Scotians have a very good reason to ask, why would the government do this? Why would the government take what could be 17 pieces of legislation and pack it all into one bill called the FMA? And for Nova Scotians, it may be extremely difficult to kind of figure out or understand why that would be. But those of us who have sat in this House for the last 2.5 years, it seems clear as day what is going on here. This government has demonstrated their wishes to get in and out of this House as quickly as possible. And I get that. It is difficult for government to be in this House and actually answer questions from the opposition. It's not pleasant. Governing is tough. You're doing lots of good things, but you're missing a lot of other things, and it's our job in opposition to be given that opportunity to question ministers on what they're missing, where they might be going wrong. It's part of the democratic process for each of those ministers to take these questions from the opposition and then to go outside this chamber and face the press. But it is very, very clear by the actions of this government that they are very uncomfortable responding to questions from the opposition and responding to questions from the House. We have a premier in question period where we will ask him dozens and dozens of questions. But he will only answer one question from the leader of the official opposition and one question from the third party with their supplementaries. Clearly, we have a premier that doesn't like the scrutiny, the questions from the opposition that are just trying to do their jobs in opposition. And there are some members of the House on the government side that know what that job is because they did it. There are many on the other side of the House that never sat in opposition. But that's what our job is. And when the sitting of the House becomes so short, we cannot do our job. So the omnibus bill here is to prevent us in opposition from doing our job. This is to prevent the media from doing their job, for the government to be accountable to the public through the elected representatives in opposition, through the media. And the new tactic by the government to get in and out of the legislature as quickly as possible is an omnibus bill. I hope, I ask, that those ministers of this government come back in the next sitting of this legislature with pieces of legislation to do the job that they have the privilege to do and put legislation on this floor to be debated and defended by those ministers. This omnibus bill is not that. This is a political document to get out of the House ASAP. And frankly, it's embarrassing. So I'm going to comment on the one substantive clause of the 110 that come under the purview of the finance critic. And that's clause 62, which is with respect to indexing and bracket creep. And the important, this is an important step. We applaud it. We advocated for it. We brought in legislation for it. But it is a tiny step forward with respect to the taxes inflicted on Nova Scotians by this government. And I will reiterate once again that this is not the biggest tax break in Nova Scotian history, as indicated by the Premier. It is absolutely not the biggest tax break. It is the removal of a hidden tax increase. Governments in Nova Scotia, and we are the last in the province, have been quietly allowing inflation to push people's wages into the next tax bracket without changing the tax bracket by inflation. And the result of that is more revenue into the government of Nova Scotia in real tax dollars and taking more of people's personal wealth in a hidden way. It had to end, and I compliment the government for ending it. But it is not the biggest tax break in Nova Scotia history. So I'm going to put a couple of numbers in front of folks. Next year, the indexing of the brackets, the end of brackets creep, under the government's own numbers, is $13.4 million next year. The government's own budget indicates that the government will be taking from Nova Scotians in just personal income taxes of $4.174 billion, $4.2 billion in personal income tax revenue from Nova Scotians. What's 13.4 million? And we're talking next year when the number will even be bigger. But what is the biggest tax break in Nova Scotian history? Even if you accept it that it was a tax break, and you got to stick with me here on the zeros, $3.4 million in percentage terms is 0.0.0.0.033. So the Premier likes to talk about facts. Put those facts out there on Twitter on the biggest tax break in Nova Scotians' history is 0.00003%. And in fact, it's not a tax break, it's just removing a hidden tax. I mean, it's preposterous for this government to pat themselves on the back that they're concerned about affordability and that they have listened to Nova Scotians that they need tax relief. It's absolutely preposterous. And if any member of this House actually believes the words out of the Premier that this is the tax break, the biggest tax break in Nova Scotian history, I think you've got to answer to your constituents who are hurting right now. So I will just, you want me to close? You can do that. I can leave some of this for third reading, but I do want to underscore that the fiscal management of the government leaves a lot to be desired. Nova Scotians are struggling, and every department in this government went over budget. Every department. No minister can come to the Minister of Finance and say that we spent within our budget. Actually, there's one. The minister can meet with himself and said that the Department of Finance and Treasury Board came in budget. And the Nova Scotians understand that we need to invest in healthcare. Nova Scotians understand, and it's given this government the privilege and opportunity to try and fix healthcare and invest in where Nova Scotians need to invest. But where things have gotten off the rail is there is no fiscal discipline. No department is coming in on budget. The AG is writing scathing reports about a government that is not following their own Finance Act, their own finance manuals, issuing sole source contracts under the guise of Nova Scotians want us to do something and they want us to do it fast. There seems to be no responsibility to deal with the taxpayers' dollars in a fiscally responsible way. Sole source contracts, hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think if Nova Scotians felt that things were getting better on the ground, they might give the government a passing grade. But right now, hundreds of millions of dollars are going out of the door, and Nova Scotians are worse off. The own Department of Health has, 20, 30 KPIs in which 6 or 7 of them, they still have no targets after 2.5 years. But if you look at those KPIs, there's 2 or maybe it's 3 that are trending in a positive direction. And I would submit that those 2 or 3, endoscopic surgery, I think is 2 of them, maybe at the cost of other parts of the healthcare system as they move the chairs on the Titanic around and get a couple KPIs to go up while the rest suffer. So the government, for Nova Scotians on the ground, not in this chamber with its theater, are not feeling that healthcare is better. They're not feeling that housing is better. They're not feeling that affordability and their ability to put food on the table is better. That is all worse. 2.5 years after this government, who are spending $4.4 billion more than 3 years ago. How can you spend 4.1 or 4.4 well, this budget, it's $4.5 billion more than 3 years ago, and have the housing crisis worse, healthcare getting worse, food banks exploding at the seams with clients? We all hear these stories in our constituency offices. People are suffering, and you can tell them all you want about the $4.5 billion you're spending more than they did 3 years ago, but they are not better off. So spending money is one thing. Spending money well is completely different. Spending money and getting outcomes is completely different. So while this government continues to try as best as they can to run deficits and ask our children to pay for this reckless spending by running deficits approaching $25 billion in the four-year outlook. This government took over when it was $15 billion. If we allow this government 4 more years to ramp up to $25 billion, and we've learned through estimates that we have not even calculated in that deficit the costs of the major healthcare project on the books that is attempting to be delivered. So the Royal Bank's review of this budget: more investment in healthcare at the expense of fiscal health. So we're investing more in healthcare. We're not moving the needle on improvements. And there are some. I know the minister will point to some. But for the average Nova Scotian in the healthcare system, at the emergency room, sitting in the ambulances, trying to get a family doctor, they are not seeing the changes after hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars being spent. And this government, according to the Royal Bank, the province's debt trajectory is expected to worsen over the medium term, placing Nova Scotia among Canada's most indebted provinces in terms of share of GDP. So these are the reasons that even though you brought in glucose monitoring, even though you helped out with a little bit of ending of bracken creep, even though there's a lunch program, how can we vote for a budget that is putting us deep in debt, breaking our Finance Act, drawing the ire and attention of the Auditor General on poor fiscal management, putting us deeper and deeper in debt? How could we vote for a budget So I'll leave it at that. That was going to be part of third reading, but I couldn't resist. I got on a roll. So, Mr. Chair, I'll conclude my remarks on Clause 1. Thank you for your time.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise and say a few words to Bill 419. It says on the sheet here it's called the Financial Measures Act. I think it might be actually called something like the Financial Measures Housing Task Force Children, Youth, Municipal Governance, Firefighters, Not Firefighters, Give Us All Your Personal Health Information Act. But I might have missed a couple of things. My colleague did speak at some length about the omnibus nature of this bill. It is, of course, deeply concerning, and I think we'll have some more words to say about that. But I just want to point out a small sort of sampling of the challenges we have with this bill. As the Liberal member spoke about, there are, of course, good things in this bill. When you're going to spend this much money, some of the spaghetti is going to stick to the wall, and that's great. But, you know, what we are looking for is, you know, what is the cohesive message? Is it legal? Does it change people's lives?
And we have questions on all of those. I want to start briefly with the extension of the executive panel on housing. We don't talk about this very much anymore, but we did talk about it a lot when this government brought it in their first session. And we said it was dangerous. We said it was dangerous because there are no checks and balances, there are no consultation. Now, housing starts are up, and that's good. We need more housing, there's no question. But there are also some very problematic developments being approved, most recently in Fall River, where we have, at the site of the biggest forest fire in our province, a big subdivision being built with no egress, which is shocking to me. But beyond that, you know, I think my question about this task force and my question about so much of what government does, and we will certainly get into things like procurement and all of that stuff in the 48 hours or whatever that we have left, unless the government brings in all the legislation they were talking about bringing in. I haven't seen it yet. But, I think my question is always, why won't this government leverage the power it has to accomplish the goals that serve us? So yeah, we need to build housing, but we also need to green our energy supply. We also desperately need a huge part of that housing to be affordable. And so, as an example, in my district, we have two special planning areas. One, the Southdale Mount Hope special planning area, made some real risky and I think long-lasting decisions to grant wetland alteration that not only interferes with the wetland, which is something we probably don't want to do, but also I think interferes with the water table and is going to create a huge amount of flooding. But because we didn't properly have all of the studies and consultation that would go along, we couldn't talk about that. I'm not against the housing. I think there's plenty of room on that site for housing. But the go fast ethos of this government that rammed it right through meant that we altered a wetland, we approved a whole bunch of clearing before there was a site plan, and now, after a couple of marches ago when the government decided to give $20-odd million to the developer, no strings attached, to build affordable housing, guess what? They've walked away from the affordable housing. They're not building it. So I think we could get behind an executive panel on housing that said, yeah, we're going to expedite things for you. We're going to let you do this. And the buildings have to meet the latest building standards. That feels like a bare minimum. Ideally, we can work with Efficiency One to make sure that the buildings actually all are built with heat pumps. They're running natural gas lines down Portland Street. Shocking in 2024 when we're trying to get off fossil fuels that we're doing that. We would require affordable housing, and if we didn't get it, we would not let the developers build. This is how government can leverage its power to do things, but it hasn't done any of that, and so we have questions about the continuation of that task force. Again, in the Financial Measures Act, which ostensibly has nothing to do with housing, but only allows the financial decisions made in the budget to go forward. The Office and Children of Youth, I think we'll have a lot more to say about that. Certainly, we were glad to see that title on the schedule. I know it's something that the member for Halifax Atlantic is proud of. And I think we're excited about the idea, but it's an idea. It's literally just an idea. And the irony of having an idea like that, for which so many people have worked for so long, with no money attached in a budget bill is quite rich, actually. Pardon the pun. I understand they're trying to get it in at the 11th hour. This government said we're only going to pass 3 pieces of legislation. I mean, there's stuff that's sitting on the desk over there that's not coming forward. It's sort of mystifying. I can only think that the government, that this is from on high, that we don't really do legislation anymore, so you better get it all in this one act. But that is a very strange place for this idea, and especially strange with no budget line. This government that is bragging about the billions and billions of dollars that they're spending and the deficit that they're creating, but none of that, not a penny of that, can actually be committed to creating an Office of Children and Youth, which I should point out was in fact a platform commitment of this government. I'm going to touch on these briefly, partly because, we actually don't have all the information on many of these provisions. There is a provision in Clause 29 that allows the sale or lease of municipal land at below market values by municipalities. We have questions about that, like what does that look like? Who will be the beneficiaries of that? Land in our urban centers is very valuable. So who benefits? Does that land create public benefit? These are questions we have. We did have a provision about firefighters. That has since been removed, I think, to the great relief of the professional firefighters in Halifax. But what hasn't been removed, shockingly, is the clause that amends the Personal Health Information Act. And when I was out there this afternoon, there were folks taking bets, and they all said, oh no, they're going to come in with an amendment. Don't worry, they're going to come in tonight and they're going to amend that. Because surely they understand, after law amendments, which the Premier, spoke about out there to the media today. Oh, we're so lucky we have the law amendments. That's why this government can change its mind, because it listens to experts. It listens to the voice of the people. The voice of the people has been crystal clear. This is an extremely dangerous provision. Regardless of what the finance minister or the health minister could say about this and their intentions, it doesn't actually matter, because what it says is that the minister has access to the personal health information of every Nova Scotian. Yep. When I go to my doctor and I tell them about the most personal challenges and problems that I have, which I want to be able to do if I'm lucky enough to have a doctor, I have no guarantee that that information remains private. Scary. This is not like a pedantic, sort of technocratic, like, oh, the things that people talk about that are so boring in legislation thing. This is a real thing. We have people across this province who do not trust government, who do not trust the system in any way, people who won't go to doctors. The Dartmouth General Foundation has spent a huge amount of time doing outreach, in particular into African Nova Scotian communities, because the health outcome differentials in African Nova Scotian communities are shocking, because in many cases, these are folks who do not trust professional doctors, lawyers, members of government to help them when they ask for help. They have been done wrong before. And so what happens is their outcomes are bad because they won't go. And so we have been building this trust. We need to build this trust. We need Nova Scotians to understand that they can trust what happens in this chamber and the laws that we make. And this law is untrustworthy. For those of you members who may have missed the presentation of Dr. Gus Grant, the Registrar of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, I really, really recommend taking a moment and watching it. And he asks a lot of really important questions. I think the main one that he asks, and that many have said to me privately since this was discovered, because it certainly wasn't introduced as a bill. This was only unearthed days after the bill was introduced, because it was buried in the back of this Omnibus Financial Measures Act, an amendment to the Personal Health Information Act. And what people have said to me, and this is a question that I need the government to think about, is what problem is this trying to solve? Yeah. What problem? Because what we need for health data, what we need for Your Health NS, what we need for all of the innovation that is underway is disaggregated health data. Yeah. We need to know, as the minister has said, when are people going to the doctor? Why are they going to the doctor? When are they accessing health care? What are they accessing health care for? We need all that information. We don't want that information to be connected to individual names. Yeah. Number one, because it's not something that many Nova Scotians would actually consent to if you ask them. Yeah. But number two, because this government, and really all governments at this moment probably, have a really bad track record with keeping information like that safe. We were the subject of one of the biggest data breaches in history not that long ago, and we have no real guarantee that that won't happen again. You know, when in his submission, Dr. Gus Grant asks a number of questions, which again, I hope we'll get answers to. And one of the questions he asks is, how is a physician to respond to a patient who asks, can you tell me what will be done with my personal health information and who will have access to it? And what Dr. Grant says is, that question goes to the heart of the therapeutic relationship between the physician and their patient. That relationship is built on trust and confidentiality. As matters presently stand, a physician can do no more than say, government is committed to working on developing answers to these questions. And that answer puts this trusting relationship at risk. For planning and management of the healthcare system, we've heard that government needs aggregate data. But Section 110 empowers the minister to compel individual, personally identifiable health records and to use it as the minister deems necessary. I cannot stress enough how concerning this is. And I see members rolling their eyes opposite, members who like to stand here and filibuster when they are in the role of opposition. But I will tell you right now that this is important. This is important. This is important to Nova Scotians, sexual assault survivors, who came and said, we don't want our personal information disclosed. Important to marginalized communities who have differential health outcomes, who die more often and younger and more quickly than the rest of us because they don't trust their health professionals. And not only have we heard nothing about consultation with these groups, but we have heard nothing about mitigation, about how the government intends to deal with this. And so, you know, I guess I would say at the 11th hour that I urge the government to think this through. We've seen tons of amendments already. We know that this government can change their minds. Increasingly, we hear that this is something that this government is proud of. This is a place to do it. This is a place to change your mind. There are pilot projects going on already with full participation. Run the pilot projects. See how they work. Understand the unintended consequences. You know, our health information is too precious to risk. We have all kinds of private partnerships going on with Maple, with Think Research, we have a shiny health innovation hub full of private companies who are eager to partner with this government, and they want information. And we have no idea what those relationships look like or what will happen with our information. And until such time as we can be crystal clear on that point, we will oppose this bill, and this alone is enough to get us there.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to stand and speak to Clause 1 of the Financial Measures Act. I will say first, while there are several things in this bill that, and in the budget that the party does support, that the opposition party does support, in fact, we advocated for that. And I do think it's worth noting that the most notable pieces in this bill, in this budget, are all ideas that have come from the opposition benches. And members can laugh all they want. The Minister of Health can actually read Hansard that's available for the last 2 years and see where we push for a lunch program. She can read the media and read in Hansard where we push for continuous glucose monitoring coverage.
You're speaking through the chair. Just a gentle reminder there. I'll recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Chair, the Minister of Health can read Hansard on the numerous times that we brought legislation to this House to index income tax to inflation. It's all on the record. Just like half the things the government takes credit for. were actually done and supported by a previous government. All that stuff's on the record. So the government can try to rewrite history all they want, but the fact is history is written here. And all the government members need to do is actually take the time to read it. But while there are items in this budget that we support, in fact, there are ideas in that we push for, and we're happy that they're in the budget. We will give the government kudos for those items, because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that this budget will hopefully help people. And we know that these items, funding of continuous glucose monitoring, universal lunch program, and indexing income tax to inflation will be helpful to Nova Scotians. They certainly don't go far enough when it comes to the affordability crisis affecting people. That is why these were measures among a wider range of measures that would make life more affordable, like cutting the HST here in Nova Scotia by 2 points, actually giving financial relief to people on every single good and service that they have to pay for. This government has frozen income assistance for the third year in a row. We are going to have a generation of Nova Scotians that deal with increased poverty levels. They will be trapped on income assistance because of the actions of this government. They will not be able to get off that. There's going to be intergenerational poverty as a result of these government's budgets, including this one. But most importantly for my comments tonight, there is a poison pill in this FMA that was concealed in it, that was hidden in it from view, that wasn't talked about, that had no consultation with doctors, with patients at all, where there was no effort even to communicate this to the public. And this is one of the most consequential parts of this bill. And in the words of Doctors Nova Scotia and the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Nova Scotia, mandating doctors to give personal health information and people's personalized health records to the Minister of Health fundamentally changes the nature of medicine and fundamentally changes the patient-doctor relationship. And there has been no arguments presented in this House that give any sufficient reason to be doing something as scary as this. Again, other jurisdictions do not do this. Nowhere else in this country does the Minister of Health have the ability to compel, without patient consent, doctors to give their personal health records to the minister or the minister's designate. This has shook the medical community. Doctors Nova Scotia has registered concerns about this. They've indicated this could create major trust issues between themselves and their patients. The College of Physicians and Surgeons and their president, Gus Grant, has very rightly articulated some of the major concerns, and his comments particularly are worth referencing again in this legislature. And I quote Gus Grant, "If passed, Section 110 will fundamentally change the nature of the patient-doctor relationship and the professional duties of physicians. Going forward, this law requires all physicians to enable access to their medical records to the minister. For physicians, this creates a new professional legal duty. For patients, it means that the entirety of their medical records will be accessible to government." Does that not frighten anybody else in here? This is a very scary change to people's privacy when it comes to their health care records. And again, we're the only province that's doing it. There's a reason why nobody else is doing this, by the way. I will go on to quote Dr. Gus Grant. "The college supports the rights of patients to privacy and the duty of physicians to maintain confidentiality, which is a cornerstone of medicine. The obligation set out in Section 110 of the FMA runs contrary to these rights and duties. It runs contrary to the rights and duties of doctors when it comes to confidentiality with their patients. The unavoidable irony is that this section aspires to help our system learn through evidence and data, but does so without considering the best evidence and data available. From my years in practice," Dr. Grant goes on, "as a family physician, I can say with confidence that many of our most vulnerable patients are also among our most mistrusting of large institutions and government. This generalization might extend to members of many disadvantaged communities. The analogy could be drawn to our vaccination experience, where our most vulnerable and most disadvantaged were most disinclined to participate. I hope there has been consultation with groups such as the Mental Health Association, groups representing our trans and LGBTQ patients, let alone our Indigenous and African Nova Scotian communities. The answer to that is obviously no. Those consultations didn't happen. This government consulted with nobody on this. No thought whatsoever to the damaging impact that this could have on patients' trust with the healthcare system, with their doctors, particularly with those in our society who have some of the worst healthcare outcomes because of the mistrust they have with our healthcare system. And this is going to exacerbate it, according to doctors themselves. The question goes to the heart of the therapeutic relationship between the physician and their patient. That relationship is built on trust and confidentiality. As matters presently stand, a physician can do no more than say government is committed to working on developing answers to critical questions like, can you tell me what will be done with my personal health information? Who will have access to it now that you are required to disclose my information to the minister? The doctor won't be able to answer that question. This, according to Dr. Grant, puts the trusting relationship between the patient and their doctor at risk. Section 110 empowers the minister to compel individual, personally identifiable healthcare records to use as the minister deems necessary. I want to repeat that for the House, because we were told by the minister, by the premier, different things on this. The story hasn't gotten straight on it yet. That this was about aggregated health information, not about personalized health records. The way it's written, as Dr. Grant points out, compels individual, personally identifiable health records for the use that the minister deems necessary. If the pilot or other evidence, perhaps through consultation, confirms, because there's a pilot going on here that hasn't even been concluded. Also, the pilot that the minister referenced was built on consent from the patients. No patient was compelled, no doctor was compelled to give patient records to the minister to engage in the pilot. Dr. Grant here is arguing to postpone this at least until the pilot's completed. Because if the pilot or other evidence, perhaps through consultation, confirms there are certain vulnerable or equity-deserving groups who may be negatively impacted by the implementation, would those groups find comfort in the depth of the scrape that was identified in the Act or mandatory set out in the regulations? Dr. Grant goes on to point out how other jurisdictions that are collecting data protect patients, and the data does not go directly to the minister. Alberta, for example, requires a privacy impact assessment related to the provincial electronic health record system that is submitted to the Information and Privacy Commissioner. The entire electronic record system is overseen by a multidisciplinary data stewardship committee. Nothing of the like seems to be happening here. The data goes directly to the minister or her designate. Ontario even utilizes an advisory committee to engage in a review and also creates the ability for patients to limit ministerial access to information through the use of consent directives, a form of lockbox to protect designated information. These things so far are not happening here. They're at least not identified in the wording of the law. And in conclusion, Dr. Grant says the lack of identified safeguards around how the collection, use, and disclosure will be governed and administered, and the potential for adverse impacts on the therapeutic relationship that is foundational to the provision of good health is at risk as a result of this. And again, how are we to have confidence that the government actually has this right? They have had to step back on every single piece of legislation that they have brought in this session. There has had to have been either clerical or major amendments made because the government has not done their homework once, because this is a government that acts before they think. They did it with the wine industry. They did it with 100% of the pieces of legislation that came in here this session. And we're to trust that the homework's been done on this. on a piece of legislation that was buried inappropriately in the Financial Measures Act, we're going to expect that this item the government has done their homework on. When doctors haven't been consulted, when patients don't know about it, and when every single person who understands what's at stake here has an issue with it. This is unacceptable. And if the government wants to make a virtue of never getting legislation right and make a virtue of always backpedaling because their homework wasn't done, this would be another great example to do that. One that is frightening to patients, that again was concealed in an inappropriate budget legislation. For what reason? We have to say because the government did not want people to know about this. And one that will fundamentally change the nature of the trust relationship and professional relationship between the patients and the doctors. This, I say, is wrong. If the government wants to make a virtue of backtracking on something, this would be the right time to do it. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple things. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to speak about it a little bit more, but I do want to just talk a little bit about why this is here. So we've talked about being committed to healthcare. We know that the past is not the future. It's not even the present. The ways in which people accessed healthcare in the past is not meeting any needs. Is not meeting needs anymore. And so we have to make some changes. So through this change, we're giving patients access to their own medical records. It'll be in their control, in the palm of their hands. This will help Nova Scotians make informed decisions about their own health and navigate the healthcare system faster and more conveniently. The wording is the way it is because the ministry needs to be able to briefly touch the documents from a system perspective in order to push it out to patients. If we didn't do that, doctors would have to do it themselves. We're trying to reduce burden amongst physicians, already taking 250,000 hours of red tape away from physicians in order for them to see patients. It's the same process that we're using with MSI billing in order for docs to get paid. It's personal health information that has to just touch for a little bit in order for us to push it out to patients. And we're not interested in individual data. We want aggregate data so that we can understand day to day how the system is being used. So the information will go to patients for themselves directly, and we will be using aggregate data. Doctors Nova Scotia has indicated themselves that they believe in this project. They trust this government. We met with Doctors Nova Scotia. We met with the college prior to the change being tabled in the legislature. We have committed to working with them and other stakeholders. This is to allow people access to their information and for us to continue to manage a healthcare system that has not been data-driven in the past. There's a lot of concern and fear-mongering, which is not fair on the other side, and it is negatively impacting the rhetoric around this tabled bill. We are totally committed to improving healthcare. We are moving quickly. We are modernizing healthcare, and this is a requirement for that to happen. So there will be more opportunity for us to discuss this. I am very confident that we will be able to work with Doctors Nova Scotia as well as the college, as well as other stakeholders. And there is an option for people to opt out if they don't want to have access to their personal health information. There's an option for them to act out. So, you know, this is unnecessary. I look forward to debating further, but I do think we need to be really clear about what this is being used for. There is no way that a Minister of Health is going to be looking at individual data. It is not the point. There are rules within the Act around what is expected of a custodian, and those regulations will govern any Minister of Health, myself included, and I don't want people to be concerned. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do feel, I wasn't planning to speak, but I did hear some things here tonight that made me feel like I needed to speak, and I know that my colleague will also have some good points too. We have heard a variety of explanations. It has not remained consistent from this government about why they need this information. We don't know what the definition of briefly touch is. That just gave me the willies. Briefly touch, don't know what it means. Sometimes briefly touch is a bad thing, right? So now, this does not mean that I don't trust the health minister, because I do. I don't think that this particular health minister wants to peer into our health records. Not for a minute. But I don't know what's coming down the pipe. And I'll bet you that the women of Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and West Virginia never thought they'd have abortion bans in their communities and have lawmakers out trying to criminalize them. We don't know what's coming. This is the first time we've actually heard you could opt out of this particular program. We've been asking this question. Suddenly, the story shifts yet again. You can opt out if you don't want to get your records. What I want to know is those 10,000 plus Nova Scotia government employees who had that app installed on their phone by this government, did they get the option of opting out? Did anybody ask them? No, bam, it was just there one day. They didn't have any option there. It was just there. So the numbers would look better for the government. Look at all these people downloading it. It was their own stuff, and it went automatically to their phones. So when you hear stuff like that, you think, gosh, they're not particularly careful. They don't really care what anybody else thinks. Just get it on your phone. There are people who have to go to their doctor to disclose things that are very, very difficult. And we actually heard at Law Amendments, we heard from a woman like that. Carrie Smith was sexually assaulted, and she went to her doctor, and she told her doctor about it. And then a health care worker accessed her records. So she was traumatized again. So the whole thought that somebody can be looking into your health record certainly had her so upset that she drove all the way here from Digby. And she was in tears. Now, if the government's intention here was to do a good thing and give Nova Scotians access to their records, bravo. However, then they should not have buried this clause at the very end. I think it's the second last clause in I think it's clause 110 out of I think 111 clauses in this bill. It was snuck in there at the very end. People kept saying to me, there's health stuff in there, and I'm going, I can't find it, right? It's at the very end. I don't believe it was mentioned at the bill briefing. And so it's the kind of thing that makes everybody sit up and say, what the heck? Why was that done that way? Do I think this government wants to know whether my cholesterol is high or not? No, I don't think so. But there might be a young person who's finally taken the step to talk to their doctor about something important, like, say, maybe they're transgender. And maybe that feels like an unsafe thing to talk about. And they've finally taken that step and talked to their doctor. And when they read about this, they've got to wonder, because that doctor is compelled. And I will say this, Dr. Gus Grant, he's not only a doctor, he's also a lawyer. And he came to that committee and he had concerns about it. And so, you know, I think we should listen to him. And while Doctors Nova Scotia said they believe in the project and everything, they also had an amendment that they wanted to see come forward. So the health minister can't say, oh, it's fine, it's great. Doctors Nova Scotia came to that committee with an amendment they would like to see. And I think from what I've seen here, both the NDP and the Liberals, both of us have put forward that amendment or something very close to it. The health app is a good thing, I believe. It does not take away from the fact that we have 156,000 people plus in this province who do not have family doctors, and they don't have anybody who has eyes on their health. That's important. And maybe this is a distraction, so we don't notice that next month it's 160. I don't think that's it. But what I do know is that we are not seeing anywhere near the number of surgeries that we should be seeing. When we compare them to 2019, we had 37 more in the first 10 weeks in this province compared to 2019, and all the money that's being spent. So when I look at this, Gus Grant said, if passed, Section 110 will fundamentally change the nature of the patient-doctor relationship and the professional duties of physicians. Going forward, this law requires all physicians to enable access to their medical records to the minister. For physicians, this creates a new professional legal duty. For patient, it means the entirety of their medical records, I'm assuming going forward, because I don't think they're going to be backward looking, but the entirety of their medical records will be accessible to government. There has to be another way to be able to do this. There has to be safeguards they can put in place and in law, because I'll tell you, while this is not the case today, there are women who don't live that far away from us who have to be concerned about, whoa, what happened? I just woke up and I'm here in 1940 or 1930 or 1920 again. And they have, things can change, governments can change, and if you give a power to a minister, you better be really darn sure it's not going to be abused by future governments. And that's what concerns everybody about what we saw here. I'm deeply concerned about the implications of this particular clause of the bill. We had things that we were excited about to see in the budget. But this is a huge, huge stumbling block. There hasn't been the consultation that we would expect to see. There hasn't been the consultation that we would expect to see with African Nova Scotian groups, Indigenous groups who frequently do not have a great relationship with the healthcare system because they've been mistreated by it. There hasn't been the consultation with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community who are under attack right now. And gosh, if any group feels threatened, I'm sure it's them. There's been nothing. And so more faster right now looks like bulldozing through issues without actually checking to see that people who have been marginalized, mistreated, we haven't even talked about sexual assault survivors here. There are groups the government could have talked to about this, but they didn't. And that's my concern here. It is important that we move on healthcare. It's important we find doctors for people. It's important that people who are having their appointments canceled now, and they're happening all around because we get the phone calls. Staff shortage, staff shortage, staff shortage. It's important that those people get their appointments. This app will be a good thing, but there's no substitute for having a family care provider. And it is no substitute for ensuring that people feel that they can actually sit down and talk with that primary care provider and that their conversation will remain confidential. There was nothing in this that indicates that it was you can opt in or opt out. Doctors, what is the word they use? The custodian is compelled. I'm sure that means that the obligation is on them once you've given permission, but we didn't even, none of that's clear here. And it needs to be spelled out more clearly for Nova Scotians to feel comfortable to have this happen. Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn debate and report progress back to the House.
The motion is to adjourn debate and report progress to the House. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. We'll now rise to report progress. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered Bill 419 and has made progress.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Wednesday, March 27th between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Tomorrow is Opposition Day, so I'll turn it over to the Opposition to call the business. After Opposition business, we'll move into Committee of the Whole House on Bills and third reading of 404 and 407.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, opposition business for tomorrow will be second reading on Bills 450, 423, and 413.
Motion is that we do now rise to meet again tomorrow, Wednesday, the 27th of March, between the hours of 1 and 10 p.m. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. We stand adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you.